after Islam started terrorizing a synagogue.
All right, good morning. Come on, load up, man.
This is complete insanity. Absolute and utter insanity. That we're having these
Hey, what's up?
Muslims storming different communities every single fucking day, making believe they care about Palestinians, which they don't. And that let's be real. They don't give a fuck about the Palestinians. They only wish the Palestinians were more successful at killing Jews. But unfortunately, they're retards. Average IQ in Gaza is 67 for a reason, and those motherfuckers got humbly humiliated. Very much. They started a war and lost. It's sad for every single casualty that died in a war that they started, but these motherfuckers are making believe they care about them. Anyway, it doesn't stop. So this is every single day in New York right now. All right, so here we got a Jewish kid on a bike, just going down the street on a bike, everything nice. He's going around this nice, cute family, and they just push him off the bike. This is just every day. By the way.
Later on.
Every single day. All right, don't get it twisted. This is a daily occurrence under Mamdani. All right, so every time these people scream about neo-Nazis, bro, it's the left and the Muslims that are brutalizing the Jews every single day. All right, what is this?
You still working for LaGuardia? No shit.
This guy is a security guard at LaGuardia Airport.
You still working for LaGuardia Airport? I looked up your mom's ass. Come on, you still working for LaGuardia Airport? Yeah?
Maybe.
Look at this nut job. Look.
I love how he first said yes. I love how he first said yes, and then realized, holy shit, my inbred ass just admitted.
I'm gonna get my bodyguard on you. Look at these guys that come. Look at these guys that come. He's Islamophobic. Guys that come.
He's Islamophobic. They say as they storm his neighborhood. He's Islamophobic.
Guys that come. Guys that come. Guys that come. Guys that come.
Yeah, bro out there openly calling for the death of the Jews and shit. You know, this is just classic. All right, this is a more Jewish neighborhood in Brooklyn. Forced to watch this shit every day. Like this is
I just
insane,
fired
bro.
up.
This is actually crazy. Palestinian activist Hawass is currently running for the New York State Senate and got an endorsement from Zohran Mamdani. Well, let's see what America First policies she is going to be pushing and promoting.
And so, and finding that, the system of capitalism and racism and white supremacy, etc., have all, and Islamophobia have all been used, to colonize lands, right, to take resources.
This is the number one colonizer on the entire face of the planet. This is what Muslims do. Because when Muslims do it, they claim victim. It's pretty insane if you think about it. It's pretty diabolical. They have this strat pinned down. They will try to conquer your country and shout about how they are going to oppose your government and overthrow your government and shit, and simultaneously make believe they're the victims of Islamophobia and white supremacy.
People, and so this is and we're just seeing the manifestations of that continuation, right, with 9/11. And so a lot of times when people are asking us to respond about, an attack, right, if you look back, historically, right, a lot of us come from lands that were colonized, lands where wars were being...
She is literally justifying 9/11. She's running for state senate. It's because they all do. They all mean it. Every single one of these Muslim-based retards. Political positions, they all believe it and support it. All of them. I've yet to find one that doesn't. It's like, oh no, 9/11. Yeah, Muslims were killed in the Middle East, and we had to do it. What can I say?
Right, a lot of times because of U.S. policy or the policy
it's U.S. policy.
in Europe, and so
right.
I find that we can also that the idea that we have to apologize for a terror attack that a couple of people did, and that there is no apologies or reparations for genocide and for slavery. Etc. is something that I kind of find
it's so weird that I'm not allowed to support terrorists when I'm not getting paid when we commit terror attacks on you and stuff. So Randy Fine, all right, decided to drop something relatively interesting. This is definitely something weird.
I'm Congressman Randy Fine. I'm disgusted by the Muslim terror pogrom we just saw in New York.
Terror pogrom is like extreme, but I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's been in the kitchen.
City. Muslim terrorists went into a Jewish neighborhood to terrify everybody that they could. So I think there's three things we need to do. Number one, we need to deport who's not an American. We need to get them out of the Second, if you're a paperwork American who lied to become a citizen in the last 20 years, you need to revoke your citizenship. Stop letting people like this into our country.
God,
Stop
yes!
immigration now.
Dude, people are trying to convince me that Randy Fine is actually not based. Listen, he may be fat, but like, this is the shit that I like to hear. Yes, I'm going to round them up in the court desk. Yes, that sounds ugly, but yes, it's going to happen anyway. And yes, you can cry about it, and no, it will not change our minds. And yes, you will have to go. And yes, we don't care about dividing families, because yes, we will be sending the entire family. All right, we are very wholesome and inclusive. We are not dividing families. Your family's already in Haiti. We'll be sending you there soon.
I promise you this, I'll be fighting Muslims.
How much of the map have you uncovered? It's like,
bro has been cooking. What can I say?
I haven't even done a quarter of it yet.
Of course, you have Mamdani tax the rich, and it worked. He just closed a $13 billion deficit in New York. I'm telling you, man, these people are like actually fucking retards. All right, they don't understand that getting a bailout for the state doesn't mean that he actually did anything good. Of course, account based in South Asia. Speaks Pakistan, by the way. South Asia is always Pakistan. All right, once you pay attention. Now, understand that we are needing to deal with this every single day in the United States of America. New details: ICE is confirming 2 thugs that shot a 17-year-old pregnant teen in Texas, murdering her unborn baby, are illegal aliens now charged with capital murder. Why the fuck are they in our country? Why the fuck do the Democrats insist on importing more of these complete and utter filth retards? It's disgusting. It's disgusting that there's a story like this almost every single day. And then you get Piers Morgan being like, well, white people also kill people sometimes. But white people fucking live here. We don't need to import more killers. What even is this line of questioning or argument? Also, they do law. They're the capital of rape. We don't want to import people from the capital of rape. All right. Meanwhile, the Dominican Republic, all right, is now ramping up its mass deportations of Haitians. This is because Haitians are actually an inferior culture. Same argument. Why the urgency? They deported 450,000 Haitians. Well, let's look into the stats. The Haiti homicide rate is 68 per 100K. The Dominican Republic homicide rate is 1.7 per 100K. Haiti's GDP is 3,000, and the Dominican Republic's GDP per capita is 30. Haiti's literacy rate is 61%. Dominican Republic's literacy rate is 65%. Haiti's average IQ is 67. Dominican Republic average IQ is 52. So, we need to deport all the Haitians here. Meanwhile, in the United States, Dems are suing so that Haitian illegals stay forever. Understand they fucking hate us. Understand the objective reality that yes, it's an inferior culture. Yes, 67 IQ is absolutely an objective outcome from 1,400 years of inbreeding. It's not racist to say half of them can't read. Half of them literally can't read. And we wonder why it's shifting our culture. Bro, this isn't American culture. What the fuck is this? Security guy at an airport, bro? Are we serious? Like, what is this? This isn't American culture. Well, I didn't grow up here. Well, what are we doing? This is insane. This is newly sprouted. Right? You got people out here literally calling to fight against the United States government in their mosques. Excuse me, what? We don't even live like this. No one will convince me that it's normal or fine. And no one will convince me that it's racist. Right? So this officer is currently in major trouble. Just got fired in Oregon for racist private remarks that they caught on his body cam. Listen to the remarks and tell me how racist they are.
You got your jewelry, you got your nice clothes, but what do you do? What do you stand here smiling on Fuck the Somali and Latino communities. I'm about the American communities.
No, just objectively correct.
I'm about America, son. So, while you're trying to divide us further, I only care about the left-handed Somalis. But, you know,
yeah, so, bro, objectively true. It's like, oh no, the Somali brothers and sisters that are raping our country and making our country objectively worse. You know, and this dude's in trouble now. Now, Scott Bessent has been pushing this. If you're on public assistance, you can no longer wire money out of the country. This is fucking huge. I've been waiting for this for such a long time. Obviously, if you're from Somalia and you're not working here and you're getting taxpayer dollars, which shouldn't happen anyway, Of course you shouldn't be able to send that money out of the country. Duh! It's just logic and common sense. Now, the funny thing is, I swear, there is a dipshit virus that is just raping half of our civilization right now. Right, this is Pierre Poilievre. He's actually a relatively based guy. Right, he's relatively based. He's a Canadian guy. He lost the last election because he's not based enough. Right, so this is him. Why isn't housing affordable in Canada?
So let me ask you this. We have 10 times as much land per person than the next closest G7 country, and yet we have the fewest homes per capita.
Yeah, because the people are not very numerous, the terrain is relatively shitty in a lot of Canada, and migration. You imported infinite retards into your country. Now, in my opinion, by far, the funniest part of this video, I don't even need to get into all the details of him talking about how the left wing imported infinite retards. He's a right wing guy. My guy. I found the reason. I found out why housing is not affordable in Canada. Okay? I figured it out. I did some snooping and I figured it out, my guy. This is the reason. Alright, now just in Canada court blocks Alberta separatists bid to force an independent vote over failure to consult Indigenous peoples. Oh my god! Alright, so Alberta wants to leave Canada. So Canada is gay as fuck. Alright, it's gay Mexico. For real. Slightly colder, a lot gayer Mexico. Right, and those guys, Alberta wants to separate because fuck those people, right? It's a conservative state. They don't want to be completely ruled by transsexual Marxists, okay? They're not interested in becoming a foothold of the Indian motherland. So they all come together. They're going to actually push this out, and they're going to try their best to actually separate. They get the numbers in. They're supposed to actually go to national vote. And Canada court blocked it because, well, they didn't ask them I guess. Now, I'm not gonna lie, Canada is so thoroughly mind raped by the Indigenous people, it is insane. As someone that's lived in Canada for a couple of years, Canada is so low, nothing's illegal on stolen land kind of shit. Anyway, Indigenous people, you can completely control them. This is bullshit, and also, this is not democracy. Alright, they claim to be a democracy, unlike Trump, who's a fascist. Then it's like these people vote to separate. And then it's like, oh, you can ask Big Chief Brother Bear, who, as far as I'm concerned, does not have any stake in my country. But I guess Canada doesn't feel the same way about this. I am Indigenous, and therefore I don't need to follow Canadian law. Also, you can't follow Canadian law without my approval, because I am Indigenous. Actual joke country. Bro, y'all got conquered 500 years ago, okay? Sorry, it's over. Why are we still doing it? Why are we still doing this? Why must we placate all these people? You know, Rupert Lowe is fighting back in actual base, logic and facts. Muslims electing Muslims exactly because they're Muslims. Then they can govern as Muslims for Muslims. Demographic changes, birth rates, and mass immigration means this is going to accelerate rapidly. This is happening in New York right now. This has been happening in England for 10 years, and somehow people are so fucking retarded that they don't want to pay attention. What is our country going to look like in 50 years, 20 years, 10 years? Honestly, think about it. On our current projections, Britain has an Islamic future. That is just a fact. I don't like it. In fact, it terrifies me, but it's true. I do not want my grandchildren's children to grow up in Muslim Britain. Tower Hamlets, Rochdale, Birmingham, Luton, Blackburn, large parts of London, I could go on. Sectarian nightmare, deep divisions across community in parts of those towns, and others it's completely united by Islam. That's our future. Unless we act, unless we organize, unless we vote, there is still time. Restore Britain is the only serious political party with the courage to stand up for a Christian Britain. We are the only political party with the courage to do what is necessary. Mass immigration from Islamic countries will end day one. Ban halal slaughter, cousin marriage, burqa, niqab, dominating Islamic prayer will be outlawed, along with any form of Sharia law. We will not tolerate the call for prayer being blared across our Britain towns. The colonization of our cities for foreign enclaves, practicing medieval practices, will end. The Islamification of Britain will be halted and reversed. That's what Restore Britain will do. If you agree, join us, join the party. Attend your local meetings, volunteer, help us. This is insane, and it's so correct. It's so objectively true, and that's why people are mad. People are mad because he's actually just saying something objectively true. It sounds pretty awful. It sounds pretty racist that you don't want your country to become Islamic.
I'm doing alright.
But that's only because you were
I think my headache's starting to go away.
that something like that is racist. That's not racism.
It wasn't one of my cluster headaches. It's just one of those annoying headaches.
New York of the day has to be.
I think it's from my allergies.
New York Times published an article saying Iran's military is stronger than Trump claims, reports show. So New York, now that we have literally New York City is run like some sort of Islamic where it attacks the rich people, I don't know, the whites, the Jews, and the Asians, and give all that shit to the absolute dumb fuck, retard, inbred losers being
nice.
in our country and refuse to get a job.
It's all right. It's not one of my bad headaches. I wouldn't be streaming.
Really crazy. Iran's military was eviscerated. They tried to bomb our ship in the last couple of days, every single day, through mass humiliation and 0 successful strikes. We obliterated them. It's an objective fact. And if this wasn't true, we would know, because they've been trying so hard to break through our blockade, and they cannot. They haven't sunk a single one of our ships, thank God. But it means that they've been thoroughly defeated. This is crazy, and it doesn't stop. They just constantly spew this jihadi propaganda. This is the craziest thing I've ever read. All right, so this is a reporter for the New York Times publishing a story from an anonymous Palestinian witness. In other words, they didn't fuck up.
Oh, this guy's getting annoying.
He was blindfolded and handcuffed. A dog was summoned to lure him from a handcuff. He said the dog mounted him. They were using cameras to take photos. They heard their laughs and giggles. He said he tried to dislodge the dog.
I've been to the doctor my whole life.
Yes, that's right. The Israeli government
Right now, it's just allergies. I haven't. It's because my sinuses are clogged. It's a pressure headache. My cluster headaches, I've suffered for my whole life. I've gone to doctors. There's actually injections that I can take for it, but I can't afford them right now.
If it's jihadi slop propaganda, they're just going to push it. It's insane. Now, for those of you that actually pay attention to Islamic retard propaganda, like one of my favorite things, we've got to see what the inbred are talking about. There's actually a massive history of Palestinians and other neighbors of Israel blaming Israel for weaponizing animals for a very long time. Hamas uses Israeli spy dogs off Gaza.
No, I'm a mechanic.
Reports Hamas accuses
But I've been to doctors. I've been to doctors my whole life.
These are all real articles, by the way. Israel engineered special rats to attack Palestinians.
Yeah, they're like one-shot injections. It's like an EpiPen almost. It just has one dose of the medication in it.
Israeli bird expert outraged after Hezbollah captures endangered eagle and raided espionage. When I say that you are falling for the propaganda from the dumbest fucking people on the planet, I actually...
Here, hang on. Let me get out of this battle.
14 squirrels for spying. Iran's ex-military chief Israel said...
Dude, this little gunboat's annoying.
So all real articles, by the way, that came out over the years, right? Over the years. Israel sets hyenas on Palestinians. Like, bro, this is actually fucking crazy. And now we're doing Israel trains dogs to raid Palestinians. I'm not even exaggerating. These are all real articles. We're teaching them up individually. This is published by the BBC. This is the British media talking about how Hamas is seizing Israeli spy dolphins. All right, this is crazy. But hey, it's jihadi propaganda. Let's just publish it, I guess. Now, this is insane because they published that the same day that the actual United Nations and multiple investigators revealed an actual study that was taken on what actually went down on October 7th when this war started. Full depravity of Hamas' sexual brutality laid bare in that new October 7th war. The death confirmed rapists, cowards, violent deviants, volumes incontrovertible evidence of the depravity of Hamas. I saw pictures, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna show it to you. It was women getting raped and then murdered and then nailed into their genitals. And that is just one of the relatively less horrific things that they've done. It's an absolute.
All right, hang on.
Israel was definitely holding back when they decided not to obliterate Gaza completely. I'm not gonna lie, it's fucking insane. Anywho, the glowing New York Times also is now promoting Massey. Right, Massey is a Trump backstabber. All right, and he is currently up for re-election. His primary is going on right now against Ed Galrain. Who knows? It's pretty evenly split between the two of them. Except Massey is a Trump backstabber. New York Times, he's one of a dying breed in Congress, and America needs him more than ever. He's a Republican. We have
Here, this is what they look like. You
You
pop off the little safety cap. The needle is inside this white area. And then when you hit that blue button, the needle pops out and it injects the medication. That's what they look like. These things are like $100 a piece. To fill a prescription, it cost me $500. I can't afford them right now.
Months of labor undertaken by staff,
But once I'm able to afford them, that's like probably the first thing I'm gonna buy.
America look like America again. Like 85% under this bill. Some other things national interest, stringent character test, mandatory e-verify, ends chain migration, ends diversity lotteries, guts birthright citizenship. Thank God. Wake up for
But I haven't bought them in like a year. I might be able to get them through Trump, the Trump medication thing, and they might be cheaper. I should look into that.
I don't see race. I'm not a racist like that. Fucking earface, bro. If I get an Uber, I don't want to. ¿Cómo estás, señor? Señor, ¿cómo estás? I want to speak in goddamn American. Now, in the ninth circle of woke in California, things are definitely changing. It looks like we will be getting an actual Republican governor and mayor of LA. We got a Democrat mayor turning out to be a spy for China. That's a true story. Literally, she's going to jail. We got Democrats losing their elections. We got Democrats turning on each other. And just right before that, I have to see this crazy thing you love to see. Okay, so this is AOC being a complete and utter moron. I know she's not LA, but she's got that LA vibe. Dumb as bricks. All right, AOC on the new Tennessee congressional map, which would eliminate the last Democrat seat.
When you are seeing states like Tennessee want to wipe out every black representative on the map in these states, we have an obligation as Americans to stand with black Americans and communities whose representation is being disenfranchised.
So this is obviously heartbreaking, except it's also a lie. The current Democrat is a white guy, and that white guy is getting kicked out and getting replaced with a Republican who's a black woman. All right, this is not about helping black people and giving power to black people. It's about districting your districts in squiggly fucking lines so that you can scam people into voting for Democrats. All right, this has nothing to do with black people. You people are disgusting. Now, just to understand, I think it's part of
My
here is a history lesson of the United States according to AOC.
My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain. I believe the Mexicans and descendants of African enslaved peoples would like to have a word.
The American Revolution was against the billionaires of their time. And we're declaring independence from such an extreme marriage of wealth and power.
And how Black Americans really created democracy in this country. That's exactly right. How they literally made something from nothing.
That's right.
Perhaps my colleagues were not fully present for the event on Wednesday, but we came close to half of the House nearly dying on Wednesday.
What? That's right. We all remember January 6th, where everyone was almost killed by flying mythical dragons and centaurs. All right, we all remember that. Now, I just want to make this very clear. All right, your Latino is getting a fucking mobbed by our Latino. Our Latino kicks your Latino's ass. All right, now let's get back into California falling apart with the mayor. It turns out a California Democrat mayor is a Chinese spy.
According to the Department of Justice, Eileen Wong and her former fiance ran a fake website from 2020 to 2022. They published articles at the direction of the Chinese government.
Weird.
Here's an example from Wong's plea agreement in which she instructed to share a story denying the existence of genocide and forced labor camps inside China.
Of course.
The 2023 report looked into the scope
Nothing
of
wrong with China.
espionage
China's
in the United
beautiful.
States.
We love China.
It found more than 200 incidents since 2000, with a significant spike in recent years. Last month, the FBI also gave insight into China's nefarious tactics.
They do these very overt things to just scare the rest of the community, and they recruit.
Anyway, she was arrested. She's in jail. She was sentenced to 4 years in prison. Now, that means we're not a serious country because she should be getting executed. You know, I'm really tired of this bullshit. We need to start executing people for treason. You know, people would stop doing treason if we'd start executing them if they did it. And you better believe she was pushing for all that woke shit that's destroying our country. I'm telling you, bro. The woke shit, it's literally a communist bioweapon, right? Designed to destroy us. Now, here's the craziest part. The California mayor, who admitted to being a Chinese spy, donated to the Democrat Senate Campaign Committee. Democrat senators are literally funded by Chinese spies. You literally cannot even make this up. You can't even make it up. Like, it sounds so goofy, you just don't even believe it's true. All right, so this is India Raman. She is a radical socialist candidate.
There's not a lot of ships out here.
People that don't. So weird. The LA mayor says the Republican candidate Spencer Pratt is a mini Trump who's a fascist.
But I also think it's a very real thing that we should take seriously and we need to grapple with, and we need to offer it an honest response. A response that's rooted in actually solving these problems. Otherwise, people will turn to fascism, to mini Trump, which is who I think Spencer Pratt really represents.
Base, let's go. Man, I wish Republicans were the fascists that the socialists think that we are. You know, I'm not even gonna lie. If we actually took all the homeless people and put them in a camp, we'd be living in paradise. Like, we would do it like as a joke first, just to troll you guys, and then we'd be like, holy fucking shit, this is sick. I'm not saying that we should. I'm not saying that we should, just to be clear. You thought fascism was bad before, but now the fascists are working with the Jews, so y'all are really fucked. All right, so J.D. Vance just froze over $1 billion headed to California. Fraud czar says dirty doctors, fake hospices, and bleeding Texas. 800 hospices shut down. Just understand what's actually happening in our country on a daily basis. Things are happening. There was just so much shit to get through. It's brutal, but things are happening, actually happening. So the LA mayor,
no, there's not.
Terrified that she is
Get that stupid thing off my screen. There's not new shit in my journal.
All right, so part of the ad campaign for Spencer Pratt is basically making her like AI look like the Joker because she burnt their city to the ground.
But what's worrying me now is that his social media is now taking on a violent turn. And that
violent turn? It's violent? Remember, according to the left, words are violence, but actual violence is not violence. Just remember that.
Worries, because when you do that, and when your messages are so hateful, or when you demonize people, then
you've been calling him a fascist since day one.
You do provoke people who are unstable.
Where are you? Look, I'm not calling for violence. I don't want it. I don't support it. I don't condone it. Extrajudicial violence is inappropriate. Now get me wrong. Executing people for treason is based as fuck. But extrajudicial violence is actually not cool. Don't support that. But where is it? Where is all the violence? Because I see people shooting at ICE agents. I see people shooting at the president in the United States. I see people murdering Charlie Kirk. Right, I see people attempting to kill all sorts of people. People forget about these things because they're not that relevant, I guess. There was an attempted assassination on J.D. Vance. They tried to break into his house. They shot bullets at Tim Pool. All right, Tim Pool! A bald guy with a beanie with no power in the country. I'm not trying to roast the guy or anything. I'm just being upfront. They're shooting at his house? Like, are we serious? We know what the retards are. Y'all are the retards. Right, him posting memes about you is not violent. You killing us all is violent.
And you can jeopardize people's safety.
You mean like the throwing of the tomatoes?
Well, the throwing of the tomatoes, which look like blood, or...
He made a meme about throwing a tomato, which looks like blood. And you can see the Republicans are actually violent. Let's freaking go, boys! We got him! We got him! We actually got absolute sentiments over.
Or drowning me and the governor in a reservoir. But there's also other violent scenes.
I love that they actually played. I love that they played the ad on CNN. It's just based as fuck. Of course, we're gonna vote for that guy.
And so I've noticed that that it's taking on a violent trend. But what's
it's violent. They're just making fun of you for burning down the city. Now, here's the craziest thing. TMZ tried to do a hit piece on Spencer Pratt. Literally, the entire left-wing LA media apparatus made this guy enemy number one. Like, if you think about it, this is a mini Trump fascist, as they call him, that looks like he might very likely win the mayoral election in Los Angeles, the gayest place on earth, the gay capital of the world. Okay, understand? Right, so they're terrified. So TMZ tried to do a hit piece on Spencer Pratt, and Spencer Pratt contacted TMZ directly to slaughter them. This is fucking crazy.
The campaign ad certainly made it seem that you were living in that trailer. It was a high point of the commercial. but you're at the Hotel Bel Air. So kind of undo that for us.
No, to be clear, that is where, excuse me, that is where I live. That's where Karen Bass, Mayor Bass, burned down my house.
That's right.
That is where
I love the messaging. There were fires, that you were incompetent, so you burnt my house down. I don't have a house now. Understand? This guy's running for mayor in LA, literally because you burnt my shit down, and now I'm gonna burn it. Joe pulled up this fucking city.
I will live until I have a new house. The Airstream is a temporary facility. A hotel is a temporary facility. Where my kids are in Santa Barbara right now is a temporary housing. This is where I live. This is where they burned my house down. So the semantics or the nuance of this is the consequences of their failed leadership. And again, I don't live at the Hotel Bel Air. I don't live in the Airstream. I don't live in the Santa Barbara. I don't have a house. They burned it down.
That's right.
That is why
I know that they tried to get him. He said in a little R&B because his house burned down. In reality, we caught him staying at a hotel. Is that really a gotcha? You're just reminding everyone that your fucking bullshit policies burned his house down.
I got into this race because of these people that will burn your house down and act like it's no problem. So this idea that anyone's like, oh, he's at a hotel. I'm at a hotel because these psychopaths are messaging every day they're gonna kill me because Nithya Brahman is calling me a fascist because I don't want people to have
Right, you want this guy to live in a little fucking RV trailer in an empty lot with a burned down house when you have all these bullshit politicians calling him a fascist and you have left-wing assassins showing up everywhere to kill people? Like, are you serious?
Kids next to drug addicts at the park or stepping in human poop when you get your matcha. I have common sense. That's not fascism. So these psychos here...
No, that's not true. Actually, we are going to be building camps. It's going to be awesome.
I'm a fascist. And then they literally, like, if you'd like to see the death threats, I can send them all offline where people are like, I'm going to hire people to kill you. So yes, unfortunately, now I have a security team. And they will not, even if I wanted to stay in the Airstream, would let me because there's 360 unobstructed views since there's no houses. So you can literally snipe me out.
Literally no fucking houses. You know why? Because they got burned down. Because you are psychopaths.
From any part from 300 yards away easily.
Spencer,
and not to mention, one sec. Not to mention, the Airstream, it took over a month for LADWP to connect a wire for electricity to it, which was 3 days ago. It took weeks to get the water hooked up, which was yesterday. So for these people that want to focus on where I sleep at night, first off, I don't even sleep. I get 4 hours of sleep because I'm fighting these corrupt freaking politicians all day long. You want to see my phone hours? I'll screenshot it. It probably says 19 hours.
I hear what you're saying, and on the symbolism of your ad, that because of the fire, that you don't have a home.
He doesn't.
And I get that. But there's something to the point where you say in the ad, this is where I live, while you're standing in front of a trailer.
That's his house. That's where he gets his bills. When the government bills him, when the IRS sends him mail, it goes there. It doesn't go to the hotel. That is his residence. But you're not allowed to go to a hotel because it means you're lying that you don't live where you say you live? Like, this is the hill that the media is dying on to make this guy look like a liar. This is crazy.
I think the reason that ad was so effective with voters is because you did draw this visual comparison of where the mayor lives, where Nithya Raman lives, and where you live. So you're showing where they live, and then you're saying, this is where I live. Everyone saw that ad and thought, wow, Spencer Pratt has to live in that.
He does. He literally does. Or, every once in a while, he'll sleep in a hotel room? That means he's lying? This is crazy.
Trailer, because his house burned down.
I do, sir.
But
that is my house.
But for the last month and a half, you've been at the Bel Air Hotel.
I haven't been at the Bel Air Hotel for more than 6 days in the last month. This is all public on my days.
But that's where you've been staying. I know you may not have actually been in it.
No, I've been in Santa Barbara where the LA Times reported me. That is where I live.
Oh my God!
Period. This is LA. This is a break.
Every single time they accuse him of something, he claps back with something so horrible. It's crazy.
Breaking news. Even when the Airstream ad came out, the LA Times cover story is saying no. Spencer Pratt lives in Santa Barbara. And I said, yes, thank you for doxing me. I tried to sue the LA Times for saying where I actually live.
But are you saying...
That's insane. You have all these people calling him a fascist. You have left-wing assassination culture on the rise. All right, let's be real. Let's be real. You have trans people that think they're getting genocided because they're trying to mutilate their testicles, and we don't like that so much. So they're coming to fucking kill you. All right, let's be real here for a second. All right. And they doxed him? They doxed him?
You live
How?
in that trailer?
I don't live anywhere, is what I'm saying. I don't have a house. They burned it down, Harvey. I don't have a house.
But why not say that? Spencer, that would be really effective. Why not say that in the ad? I don't have a home.
You texted me today. I have never told anyone I lived in it. And yet, in the ad, you say, this is where
I live. This is my house. This is my property. There's nothing there, Harvey. It's dirt lot.
This is his house. It's rubble. Yes.
I had to crane in to the lot. That's what people are. This is psycho. I only got on this live because I love you. But so last time I'm going to talk about this because the reason I am running is because they burned down 7,000 houses. This is where everyone lives. They don't not consider that their home. Just because it's a dirt lot, because it's an Airstream, a teepee, a tent. When you're a fire victim, this is where you live. They burn it down. This is where I always will live.
And they're trying to flip this on. Oh, so you don't actually live there. He doesn't have a house. You don't sleep there? His bed was burnt down, man. What are we doing? This is going so badly for them. Bro, we're gonna get a Republican mayor in Los Angeles.
People are missing the messaging of the consequences.
But Spencer, again, listen, I've known you for a long time.
Yes.
And you're a really smart guy. And you are all over these ads, which have been, honestly, they've been lauded by people who have said, these are, brilliant ads. Wasn't the point there, and I believe the trailer door was even open, wasn't the point to telegraph to people that your body went inside that trailer night after night?
So he's not allowed to stay in a hotel because they burnt his house down, and the only thing he has there is a little trailer now, and he doesn't want to live there every single night, especially after they die.
Wasn't that the point of the ad?
No, the point of the ad is to show this is where they burned my house down. I have no house. This is their houses. They're fine. And this is where I live. This is where my town lives. This is our reality for the next 10 years, if we're lucky. That'll be there for the next 6 years. And I'll say, I live there. I live in the Palisades. I'm a registered voter to that address.
By the way, a lot of people don't know this, but the Palisades fire started by left-wing terrorists that were inspired by Luigi Mangione. All right, and actually burnt all that shit down. Just understand the left-wing violence epidemic that's literally washing over our country.
Angelino. Even if my family and kids have to now go to school in Santa Barbara, I am Angelino. This is my town. This is where they burned me down. So I am on set with these lovely people at Interview Magazine, and I can't be just ranting all day. But I appreciate you. People can be all caught up in the nuance of where I live or where I don't. I'm running for mayor because these people will burn your house down, cover it up.
Spencer, the nuance is you being truthful to vote with voters.
Oh my God.
He is truthful.
Got burned down. He said, "This is where I live." Oh my God, it is brutal watching. It's absolutely brutal.
I'm going to say it again. That is where I live. Period.
Okay.
Period. I don't need to sleep there every night. I don't need to go to the number 2 on that toilet. That is where I live. I'm from the Palisades, Los Angeles, and I'm fighting for Los Angeles. So
okay, but just one final thing. Just to clarify, you have never physically lived in that trailer.
To clarify, I haven't lived anywhere since my house burned down.
Well, you're sleeping somewhere.
These are
those 4 hours.
Again, I don't live anywhere. They burned my house down, to be clear. So I love you guys. You can, you know, what we should be doing on TMZ is talking about the drug addicts that we spent $500 million that live on our sidewalk going number 2. This is great that this is the focus, but that's the reality. And if people care about this right now, we're in so much trouble, and I'm going to do my best to try to save LA. But if people don't get out and vote because they want to feel safe, and that's what I'm fighting for people to feel safe and their tax money to literally go to making us safe and the people to get housed and people not to die on the street, that's the message. So this does not matter. That is where I live, period. And I'll live in LA as long as I have that dirt lot. The Airstream is imaginary to me. I live in that dirt, in my ashes. That's what I fight for. So I love you guys. Keep posting me.
Bro.
Please use better photos. God bless you.
Thanks, Spencer.
God, he killed them. He killed them. Bro, you got Democrats lying about literally everything. TMZ covering for these guys, these retards. All right, TMZ doesn't even report stories that make Democrats look bad, let alone their lies. You know, TMZ's laughing after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. But I will never forget, as long as I live, TMZ laughing when they got the news that Charlie Kirk actually died. All right, I will never forget that. And these absolute dipshits, while their city is dying around them, people are overdosing on the streets. They're doing hit pieces on Spencer Pratt because after his house was burnt down, and he showed an ad of his empty lot just covered in ashes from where his house used to be. And they said, well, you don't live there. You've been staying in a hotel recently. That's their focus? Based that Spencer Pratt called them up and fucking obliterated them. Vote for Spencer Pratt, bait Los Angeles Republican again. But it's that time of the year again, folks. We gotta talk about the blacks. I love doing it. It gets people upset at me for some reason. I can't possibly understand why. So,
if he becomes the mayor of Los Angeles, if I became the mayor of Los Angeles, first thing I would do is I would cut the police budget for Beverly Hills. Beverly Hills Police Department would have, like, in half.
Apparently he's like some big TikToker, streamer guy. I never heard of him. He goes off on people who say black people are more like...
Their cops would have to buy their own bullets.
Get a load of this virtue signal, Batman.
Do not commit more crimes than white people on a personality basis. If you're...
I don't even know what that means. What the fuck is a personality? What's a personality basis? Objectively, they do. That's just an objective fact.
We're going to say statistically they do. That is only because of impoverished areas in the lives that they've been given because of the implications that have been put on them through, what is it called? Systemic racism.
That's right. Because Tyrone's great-great-grandfather was a slave, Tyrone is going to kill you. What are we even talking about? It doesn't make sense even for like a split second if you think about it at all. Okay, what's he doing? Well, my grandfather's a Holocaust survivor. Time to go kill some Germans. Bro, what are we even doing here? I don't see any Jews doing that. So, on its face, the argument's retarded. Anyway.
They've been given a shit hand, and therefore live in that shit hand, and are more likely to commit crimes if they're impoverished.
Pay attention. You're going to learn a very interesting, slightly radicalizing fact very soon.
Living in areas where they have to survive. If you were to take a group of people and put them in an impoverished area, they're likely to commit more crimes because they have not been helped in the way that they need to be.
But actually, that's actually true.
You meet a black guy on the street and you say to his face, he's more likely to commit a crime than you, you're fucking racist.
No, you're honest. It's stupid, but it's honest. It's not racist. It's just an objective fact. Again, I'm not saying that you should do that. It's not a very nice thing to say. And again, even if the black people that commit crimes, it's a low percentage of black people. It's just a way higher percentage than the percentage of white people. Right? It's just an objective fact.
Yes, whatever statistical fact you're going to throw is clouded by the idiocy of yourself to not recognize why that fact is in existence.
I actually do recognize why the fact is in existence. But this guy does not.
Because black people are genetically more likely to commit a crime. That's stupid. Do not commit it.
It's so dumb. It's so dumb. Now, there are multiple aspects to this. And yes, being impoverished does increase your chances of being a criminal. But then explain this to me. Explain to me why wealthy blacks commit more crimes than poor whites. This is gonna be awkward, bro. This is gonna be awkward. But if what you're saying is true, that it's purely because of impoverished areas, then why do Then why do rich black people commit more crimes than poor white people? Anyway, Asmongold replied, it's true that blacks experience systemic racism. They benefit from it. Blacks and other minority groups enjoy preferential treatment through DEI and affirmative action at the expense of white and Asian Americans. Socioeconomic conditions is a cope, and everyone knows it. Asmongold is just right here. People are mad at it, but he's just correct. It is objectively true. All of these things. Now, the obvious proof for socioeconomic conditions is a cope and everyone knows it is because it's very simple. Hyler Oliveira just did a video going into poor Jewish communities where, like, everyone's on welfare. Zero crime. Zero crime. They're not locking up underwear drawers in their local fucking markets. That's not happening anywhere. There's no murders, there's no drugs, there's no crime. They're poor as fuck. They're all on welfare. Explain that. Objectively, there are cultural differences between different groups. That's just an objective fact. Literally, that is the truth. And to prove Asmongold's right, this is breaking news from today. The DOJ investigation finds that the Yale School of Medicine, Yale, one of the top med schools in the country, intentionally discriminated based on race in its admissions. Black and Hispanic students have a much higher chance of admission than white or Asian students with the same test scores, and they were also admitted with lower academic qualifications. That's right. They are so fucking racist that, they are literally going to let you die on the operating table to pray to their god of diversity. So when Charlie Kirk says that, you know, when someone's, when I see a black pilot, I have to think twice if they're qualified, it's because he's objectively, demonstrably correct. Not to say that black people and Hispanic people can't be good doctors, but objectively, the school lets them in with lower academic qualifications. Systemic racism does work to advantage them. This is an objective, measurable fact. All right, so, but all these dipshits need a, you know, virtue signal about it. So that's where we're at today. A whole bunch of retards not willing to acknowledge that different cultures are actually fucking different. Some are better and some are worse. That's not racist, that's not bigoted, that's an objective fact. And you're afraid to be called racist, so you are willing to embrace a lie. Like, I'll be real, it's just where we at every time. Now, we gotta talk about this. This is the craziest story ever. Chud the Builder, I never heard about him until literally yesterday. Chud the Builder shot a black guy after months of antagonism towards random blacks, expecting them to, quote, chimp out and try to hurt him. He was reportedly assaulted in a confrontation before using his weapon. So basically, what this guy's stream was all about was essentially, he would go out there, he would call random black people the N-word, they would get angry at him, sometimes they would attack him. This one went too far, and he shot the guy, and the guy's dead. My opinion on this is probably going to be more nuanced than anything that you're going to find everywhere, so let's dive into it, shall we? So, just to understand, he was actually charged with attempted murder for this, employing a firearm, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. Chud is currently facing over 25 years in prison, being held in Montgomery County Jail in Tennessee. He was a streamer walking around, and this happened. Now, just to understand, Chud the Builder had this tweet, which he deleted real quick, by the way, saying the series finale of his stream is a dead chimp on the pavement. And you monkeys rioting when I walk free. Stay tuned. Yeah, that doesn't look good, man, because you ended up killing a guy. But don't worry, it gets even hairier. So, just to understand, the man who was shot by Chud the Builder is a 31-year-old Army veteran, Joshua Fox, shot in the shoulder and stomach according to his family. I love when people immediately make every single person that died just like some fucking hero. He was great, he was a veteran, he was a hero, he was like Superman, he was slightly less gay Homelander, we all loved him. Yeah, look at him.
Yes, this is my favorite filter. You know I don't like cats, I just think the filter's dope. Anyways,
he was just a guy that liked cat filters, guys.
It has been a while since you heard a story about a motherfucker that deserves it.
I really hate when people do this. Like, even if this was murder and Chud was wrong, I'm not getting.
Well, I guess the Ayatollah.
Build up the scenario here. Even if it's a completely inappropriate thing that he did, that he killed this guy. Let's not make believe he was some fucking little angel. All right, this guy was a retard, a special one. All right, this dude, 31-year-old Joshua Fox, continued to harass Maurice Smith on April 20th after being advised not to contact him. Fox sent numerous messages, several numbers. Fox was taken into custody, charged with harassment on May 8th. All right, like, same guy. On April 18th, 31-year-old Joshua Fox involved in a domestic incident. All right, you know, attempts to burn apartment down with aerosol can. This was not a hero. This was not an angel. This was a fucking criminal. Now, that doesn't warrant his public execution, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to explain a lot of context here, because I didn't actually get to see clear footage. I don't know if it really was attempted murder. I don't know if it was valid self-defense. All I know is this dude was provoking him, was screaming the N-word at him, quote, chimped out, attacked him, and he shot him. All right, now just to understand, this guy, get a look.
I walked up to them because they're pointing at me. They're laughing. And I said, "What's up, guys? How y'all doing?" I said, "Y'all like the new suit?" He said, "Walk away from me." I walked away. He came back up to me. He literally said, "I have PTSD. I feel like I'm in." He said, "You start saying all that chimp out shit to me, I'm gonna hit you."
All that chimp out shit means, why are you chimping out N-word? All right.
He started wailing on me even after I had to.
Damn! I sank one ship and crippled another, all in one fucking volley. That was awesome.
What's your weapon? They have everything. Yeah, yeah.
Oh no, you got the good. Okay. He has a graze. I call it a graze to the left shoulder, left arm. He has slight abrasion right here on his head. Maybe some scrapes. Light-headed.
So, just to be clear, good luck explaining a self-defense shooting when you walk around calling black people N-words for clicks. Now, I'm going to tell you something that I think a lot of people are not willing to talk about. All right, first and foremost, I am going to say, tragedy, this guy's dead. I support lethal force as self-defense when there is a threat made on your life. I don't know the level of wailing on it actually took place. I don't know what happened exactly, so I can't actually make some sort of hardcore analysis here. I want to make something very clear, though, that a lot of people don't want to talk about. We will never have a decent society if there is a magic word that allows one group of people to commit violence. This is objectively true. It doesn't matter if he called him the N-word and said that he was chimping out and was objectively mean and racist. That does not give him the legal right to beat the shit out of him. And while watching every single one of these people explaining how you can't have a self-defense situation if you said a magic word that turned him into a bioweapon, I'm sorry, man, that's not how life works. So, I said the same thing, like the Alex Preddy shooting. I always wait for actual footage or actual analysis before I actually say if this is proper self-defense or not. I'm not here for the culture war. I'm here because the idea that a magic word could turn people into killing machines and all of a sudden, you have the right to beat the shit out of you. You said a word that he's allowed to say, but you're not. I fully oppose that entire ideology, man. Also, that said, Chud the Builder, this guy, D-tier racist at best. Honestly, shameful stuff. I've been saying this for a while. A true S-tier racist would not say the N-word to a black man because he's racist enough to think the black guy.
God damn, I don't know if I'll be able to get these guys. Look how red they are.
What a retard.
I'm gonna give it a whirl. They're gonna beat the crap out of me, I know it.
A low-tier racist that doesn't even believe in his own mojo antagonizes them. Shameful display. Now, that said, that it should not be able to give the people the right to explode if they hear the magic word. That also doesn't mean you should go out there harassing people in public even with your words. Like, hello? Like, it's really obviously, this entire district...
Oh yeah, they're coming in.
You know, and you have people saying, after all, why shouldn't I defend Chud? When you have this guy, Carmelo Anthony, who murdered an innocent white guy in cold blood just because he's a white guy, and they raised, $1 million for this guy, who's an actual cold-blooded killer, unlike Chud, who I'm not defending, by the way, because I haven't the actual gunshot. I don't know if it was proper self-defense.
Oh, I could take these guys. I could take these guys. Oh, hell yeah.
He's a retard and a dipshit for not calling black people the N-word just because technically he could, but it also doesn't somehow...
We cripple up this guy a bit. I might be able to sink him. Oh, I didn't hit that guy so hard that time.
If they do, that does not give you the right to kill them if they're not actually attacking you in some dire situation.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And that's why it's retarded Spider-Man. Now, this is something we need to talk about because the reality is we do live in a society where a word could magically give someone the legal right to beat the shit out of you. Where we have these criminals that are getting let out of jail again and again and again and again, and we know exactly why. So, that literally happened today. Because this is a major issue in society that no one wants to talk about because everyone's making believe it's cope and socioeconomic conditions that is causing this issue. So here's two white girls.
That fight was a hell of a lot easier than I thought it would be.
That's pretty weird. And this black guy is very offended that the girl refuses to sit next to him.
Of course, then I'm in a lot bigger boat than I should be. I did cheat my boat, so...
It's like saying, why doesn't you want to sit next to me? Is it because she's racist? Is it because she's racist? I don't know. Why doesn't you want to sit next to me? Oh man, he's getting mad. real here. Be real. After what happened to Arena Zarutska, can you blame them? A little bit of racism can save your life one of these days. This clip has 5 million views of essentially people saying, the kids are going to be all right. The kids are going to be all right. Actually, I don't care if he's offended. These girls are still alive. And there's more
hey,
we can
buddy.
say about Irina Zarutska. And you know, honestly, that's just the objective, correct take.
You gonna lay on my arm? Make my hand go to sleep?
Black influencer giving a broke snow rock.
You look like you got something important to tell me.
Not allowed to say slurs to them, because somehow that makes it okay for them to beat the shit out of him.
Hey, bro. Hey, bro. Need some bread? You need money? Yeah. Yeah.
But wait, I'm trying to see something. I'm trying to see.
Haha! Psych! I'm not gonna actually give this homeless guy the money because he has white privilege.
Broke as hell, you white boy, you bogus, boy. Use your privilege and get a job. Get a job, boy. You white. You white, boy. You're not supposed to be broke.
Yeah. So we got these dudes literally filming this shit themselves and posting it online themselves. And we're supposed to sit here and be like, well, socioeconomic conditions, am I right? All right, and it's just constant. All these videos that I'm about to show you are literally from today. All right. All right. They throw shit.
So how you feel about New York today? New York is cold as hell, man. Shit late.
And he comes in hot. It's crazy. Anyway, it doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. And this is all from today. Let me remind you. All right. This is just a mom with a carriage.
Why the fuck you put that baby here?
That's crazy. That is fucking crazy. This is absolute insanity. Breaking. Tamarius Davis.
Get through there! Come on, go, go!
Dustin died shielding his son. No George Floyd casket for him. Because, well, we don't actually care about white people. It's just how it works. So, this is Chud the Builder. Once again, in this situation, he has been charged with attempted murder, aggravated assault, and reckless endangerment with a deadly weapon. And it's pretty wild. Now, Nico, alright, everyone's smartest individual of all time, fucking retard, but he showed up to debate another fucking retard, academics, who, if I remember correctly, admitted to being attracted to like a 14-year-old girl, if I remember right. I don't remember exactly, so don't take my word for it, alright? It's alleged. And he's talking to Sneeko, someone else who is allegedly into 14-year-old girls. This is definitely the collab of the century. And get ready for the dumbest fucking argument on both sides you've ever seen in your life.
To this individual word. Okay, if you say word has no meaning, say fuck out loud right now. Is that what you're saying? No, I'm asking you to say it because it should have no meaning, right? There's a fucking meaning to it, right? Okay. Clearly. But you wouldn't say that, right? Because actually, do you not see the point that you're making? How are you equating God? Words have meaning, brother. How are you equating God, disrespecting God, the Almighty, something that we have faith in, to something that only has meaning if we attribute meaning to it? God has meaning without us. This hard R word, listen, this word only has the meaning that you give to it. Allah exists without us. You can't disrespect God, okay, get it, and I agree, but you can disrespect an entire group of people, and your solution to that is that entire group of people should just not be there. That word only has
like, it's so funny because this argument is so fucking stupid, but Sneeko just doesn't get it. It's incredible. Like, bro is actually trying to equate blasphemy with just a word, but Sneeko is actually so fucking pathetically retarded. He actually can't make some sort of difference, so he's trying to make some sort of ideology that even if all black people were wiped out, there would still be God. so this word does actually mean things, but other words don't actually mean things because you gotta respect. Like, it's honestly pretty sad. I just felt like I had to show this to you because this debate was just cinema. Now, just understand what they're teaching white kids, all right? This is a white kid, really, really upset. Really, really upset.
Oh, god damn it.
This is white people hair. What is that? It means that this hair...
What is your problem, Kat?
You are... I'm not supposed to be white, we're supposed to be black and we're black.
We're not supposed to be white.
Alright, hang on. I gotta figure out what the cat's problem is.
This is heartbreaking.
I think she might be hungry.
This is heartbreaking.
I'll be right back.
This is what they're doing to our children, man. This is crazy, bro. Crazy. A white couple gets 15 years in prison for mean words at a kid's birthday party. Great example of injustice. All right? Blacks will murder a white person and get probation. White people will say mean words and get 15 years. All right? So you could shove your socioeconomic conditions up your ass. Chicago black community is hoping Trump will intervene after black gang members show off guns and they say the gangs run Chicago.
You late.
They know what's going on, though.
Socioeconomic conditions. So anyway, all of the Chud the Builder conversations should consider that every week urban black gangs film themselves violating the law and never get prosecuted. See, the reason why I'm actually addressing this is not because I'm defending Chud the Builder. I'm not defending the idea of antagonizing black people and then shooting them when they attack you. Obviously, it depends on the nuance of the attack, if it's actual self-defense or not, etc. I am saying that the fatigue is real. I am saying that people are just so objectively tired of this garbage, man. This is insane. It's insanity, all right? Now this is the craziest thing. This is a universal phenomenon, all right? So this is an Italian streamer in Japan saying amiga, right? Meaning friend in Spanish, or whatever in Italian. He goes there into Japan, and they get offended because they think amiga sounds like the N-word.
Oi! Japan! Amiga! Abbiamo preso il palo, sia io che l'americano.
Yeah, I can't play music because I don't want to get demonetized, but the guy gets super mad, very upset, hand on his neck, which is fucking insane, by the way. This is psychopath shit, all right? Because he thought that amigo was the N-word, all right, threatening him. This is in Japan, by the way, all right? All right, Japanese man subdues illegal African ruffian in Shinjuku. Socioeconomic conditions. Anyway, a black man wants South Korea to give black people a percentage of his cultural exports because it's actually black culture.
Did you know that South Korea exports culture? Now, mind you, the culture that they're exporting is primarily already appropriated black culture because K-pop is just Korean people imitating NSYNC, which was imitating New Kids on the Block, which was imitating New Edition, which was imitating the Jackson 5, who were all imitating the Temptations. But to put that to a side for a second, South Korea as a country has an entire department in their executive branch dedicated to monetizing and exporting their culture.
Yeah. There's something there that's worth exporting. I'll be real. Ain't no one buying exported Haitian culture. I'm not trying to be racist. That's just a fact.
It makes you wonder, or at least it makes me wonder, what the economic value of black culture is, since, I mean...
I don't know. Try to sell it.
We're the originators of all this shit.
Right, black people, the originators of all culture.
I wonder what it would be like if this country actually defended black culture, monetized it, and gave us the rights to it. If we all...
Look, man. Look, dude, I don't want to be rude here or anything. All right, I'm not trying to be controversial. Come on. We just But what the fuck is going on here? We ain't exporting any of that, that's for sure. All right, so this is a Nigerian woman who obtained a Japanese visa, complains that there's not enough black people in Japan.
Second day at my new house area, and it seemed like there are no blacks here. My first house, no blacks.
No blacks?
This again, no blacks. No blacks. As in, now let me dey stay for where blacks no dey.
No blacks?
I beg. If you know where I dey, I beg. If you are a black person, show your face. I'm tired.
walking around, I try to find black person. I can't find blacks in Japan.
Of living where there are no blacks.
Tired of living with no blacks. So go back to Africa. So go back to Nigeria. What are we even doing here? There's a whole continent where you can live around black people. Like, what are we even doing? What are we even doing? And we're just supposed to sit here and tolerate the most condescending shit of all time, every day, all over the place? Now, I'm gonna show you a debate. All right, and this debate might break you. It's the shortest 14-second debate you'll ever see in your entire life, and it will absolutely break you to your core.
Crime dropped 40% after abortion became legal.
Why is that the case?
It's called a statistic.
Who has the most abortions in America?
Women.
Black people. Is that so? Are you trying to say the termination of blacks in the womb?
Yes, that's exactly what...
Oh my fucking god! And I miss Charlie Kirk so much! And all the dipshits immediately speedrunning, trying to ruin his legacy as quickly as they possibly can. To conclude this thought, though, no, I think it is inappropriate and disgusting to go out there harassing random people. Yes, technically you could say the N-word, but why the fuck are you going out there harassing random black people in the streets? It's kind of a disgusting thing to do, I'm not gonna lie. That said, it does not, however, create some sort of environment where they can beat the shit out of you, obviously. A magic word that should not exist that allow one group of people to commit violence basically without consequences against another group of people. Well, this guy found consequences. Were the consequences too harsh? I don't know. I haven't seen the actual footage of the attack. But whatever happens, this case matters so much for the future of the country. Because if he gets away with this shit, all of your favorite racist streamers are going to start big game hunting in public. And White Boy Summer is going to be fucking crazy. Now there's another area of black fatigue that a lot of people are talking about. And it is the fatigue of turning historical white characters into black people. So Christopher Nolan is releasing a movie, The Odyssey, and oh boy, it's so bad.
You see, casting for The Odyssey is pretty much confirmed. As I said, if they cast Elliot Page as Achilles, I don't really know what else
What can I say? Achilles will be immune to prostate cancer.
say other than it's going to be a really bad call. I'll tell you.
You might even say that this transgender moron
All right, I'm back.
might actually be the Achilles heel of the entire movie.
One explains why he cast Travis Scott in The Odyssey. I cast him because I wanted a nod.
Bro, there's no way he casted Travis Scott in The Odyssey.
Towards the idea that this story has been handed down as oral poetry, which is analogous as rap.
Oh, bro, this whole shit about, like, all culture is actually black culture. It's so fucking retarded, it's crazy!
Okay, that's kind of stupid. Maybe he should have cast Travis Scott as Hades. That way he could send people to the underworld like he did with Astroworld.
8 people in the crowd died that night.
Travis is clearly looking at the little ambulance servicing the crowd right in front of him, but then doesn't do anything about it and immediately follows up with middle finger to the sky and I want to make the crowd shake.
I mean, to be fair, that's just socioeconomic conditions talking. Make this motherfucking crowd shake.
I could just never imagine the severity of the situation.
Like the fake apology video after 8 people in the crowd died.
Nolan instructed Ludwig to not use an orchestra for the score. It's not like an orchestra existed back then. Lupita Nyong'o will play both Helen of Troy and her sister. Wait, what?
God.
What? Is the most beautiful woman in the world. So he did confirm it. Okay, there it is.
I have so much fatigue, it's fucking crazy, dude.
Christopher Nolan on defending.
I love how black culture is so good that they have to keep making all the white characters, historical white characters, black. But I don't see any gender swapping. Oh, that's not true, actually. They made the main character an adolescent race swap. Right? It was the British show about the black guy that murdered a girl, and they race swapped him so that in the Netflix special it was a white guy that murdered the girl. So they do race swap the other way sometimes too.
Historical accuracy of the armor. I mean, yeah, I think that a giant race of, you know, like literal giants in full armor looks stupid. Elliot Page as Achilles. I think this is such a huge mistake for him to do that. You might say casting.
Huge mistake just to exist in the same periphery as Elliot Page.
A 5'1", 105-pound girl pretending to be a boy as one of the mightiest warriors in Greek lore is going to be this film's Achilles heel.
Yeah.
Wait.
Achilles is 5'1". Dude, this has to stop. This has to stop. Like, this is crazy. 5'1".
So excited to be.
It's a woman. This is a woman. This is a retarded bitch. This is just a retarded chick, man. What do you want from me? This isn't a man.
Auto for it and to be asked to come back to work with him. I loved working with him on Inception.
We all died from COVID.
I was working with him on Inception back when I was a woman. Now I'm working with him as a thing.
And we are in hell. I'm watching this. It's going to be so great to see that scene remade with Ellen Page. Yeah, for sure, guys. Nobody is asking for this. Nobody wants this. Henry Cavill suits up as Connor McLeod.
Oh my god. They're remaking Highlander?
Fucking finally. Henry Cavill in the set of Highlander in Scotland. Okay, all right, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, good, yep, all right, great, thank fucking God. Okay, guys.
You know, it's really so easy to make us happy. It's so easy.
There's a chance that this movie could actually be good and directed by literally a Chad. I hope it's good, man.
Yeah. Crazy, honestly. Not even gonna lie. I'm so tired of this shit, dude. Now, Hollywood is just, it's such a horrifying downward spiral, it's insane. So Pedro Pascal is promoting the Mandalorian and Grogu movie, which no one cares about, by kissing Stephen Colbert on the mouth. For many online, the moment immediately became meme material, but it also raised another question entirely. How exactly is this helping promote the Mandalorian and Grogu, the mainstream Star Wars audiences? This is just a meme every time. Behold, our newest campaign! Are you sure this will help us sell more Star Wars? And this is Hollywood. This is Hollywood. We're going to make it fake, and we are going to make it good. It's going to be crazy. All right, we got to look into this Odyssey situation. situation. Sydney Watson just made an entire video on it, and I've been more focused on geopolitics and less about the horrible, retarded trade going on, being shoved down everyone's throats because they're trying to castrate your children and make you gay. No, it's just right-wing propaganda. Oh, yeah, it's going to be right-wing propaganda when we open up the camps. Oh, you thought we forgot about that? Trump's going to kill you. No, it's a joke. I'm kidding. Or am I?
And familiar with some of the weird happenings around this upcoming Odyssey film directed by Christopher Nolan. I think the film is going to be in theaters in July of this year, if that is going to be bad. The Odyssey, for those who don't know, being the epic Greek poem written by Homer around the 8th century BC or BCE, for those of you who prefer that terminology. It is the sequel to the Iliad, without getting into the nitty-gritty of it. It follows the story of Odysseus on his journey home after the Trojan War. I am positive I'm going to butcher all sorts of names making this video, and I'm sorry in advance. Now, normally,
all right, we go. We gotta do this deep dive. There's retards to be made fun of. I smell the retard blood in the water. We gotta kill them. God, I love the fact that everyone's universally rejecting this. The modern culture has shifted so much that we're just tired of it. We're tired of making believe that retarded women are actually men. Right? We're retarded at making believe that these historical white people are actually black people. We're just tired, man. If historical figures can be transracial, then I don't know why white people can't say the N-word. You explain that one to me.
Really excited about
white people could literally be black on the big screen, but you can't say a little word.
I'm set in ancient Greece because I'm sure, like many of you, I think about ancient civilizations a lot. The Roman Empire is my Roman Empire. But it seems like over, honestly, the last week or so, absolutely every single new thing I learn about this movie just goes from bad to worse, and I don't think I dislike something so viscerally before I'd even seen it. I think the last time this happened to me was Snow White. It's worth noting that a lot of the confirmed information about this film is coming from a very recent article published in Time magazine, where the writer interviewed Christopher Nolan. So, as of the 12th, it has officially been confirmed.
Bro, no one named Lupita Nyong'o was anywhere near Greece. Ever. Okay? We've got to stop doing this, man. We've got to stop doing this.
The most beautiful woman in all of Greece, Helen of Troy.
It's like, this is such coke. This is such insane coke. Please, like, most beautiful woman, like, let's be honest. Is it racist to say that literally no one is fucking buying this?
Will in fact be played by a black woman called, and I'm gonna butcher this, Lupita.
Yeah, don't even try.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to say this. There's an apostrophe in there.
Bro, that's not a name that should be in our country. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I'm on YouTube. Please, cut me some slack.
This woman will play two characters in the film, Helen and Helen's sister. I love that there are no in this film, if there are any at all, but we have characters who are sisters but not twins, and neither of whom are black.
Wait, no shot! You're joking. You're actually kidding me. Oh my god, that's bad.
There's so much about this that is a problem, and I don't even know where to begin. For comparison's sake, and I'm not sure how useful this is, in the early 2000s film Troy, Helen of Troy was depicted like this. The 2026 version, well, she's homely.
Whoa! Socioeconomic conditions! Bro!
Like it, otherwise
you
you're
gotta be, this is the most beautiful woman alive. Listen, we don't need to do this.
I already know, because I have been doing this for 7,000 years at this point, that people are going to argue that there are no physical descriptions of Helen of Troy in the Iliad or the Odyssey, which is somewhat true. Yes, we don't know her exact...
Oh, it's a Greek woman! It's not Lupita Nyong'o, okay? Are we being serious? Also, she's supposed to be beautiful.
Colors in ancient Greece have a range, but we can confidently say that it was light in color, either blonde or a lighter shade of brown. We also know that her eyes were blue or gray, similar to Athena's, and we also know for certain her skin color because she's described as having smooth or pale white arms. I promise you that Homer was not writing about a sub-Saharan African woman. I think it's fair to say that Homer was writing about people who look like him, and if he wasn't, he probably would have specified. I wish he had, but obviously he didn't foresee the problems that we would have in 2026. Although I can foresee some of the problems that some of you are going to have with relation to smoking and vaping.
Bro, this is absolutely miserable. And I know that a lot of liptards are going to be mad at me for saying this, but, like, there is a solution. Like, you could kill yourself. I'm not suggesting you should. I'm just saying it's on the table, all right? In a nihilistic hellscape, where we are just...
Why are they all hanging off where I want to board, huh?
Whizzing about the universe in an endless void of nihilistic bullshit. Why not just kill yourself? I was going to tell them to stop breeding so that we can eventually overtake them, but they're not doing that anyway. They're just like the most miserable people on the face of the planet. Obviously, I'm joking. Thou shalt not murder includes killing yourself. Unless, of course, you don't believe in that. All right, let's make fun of some retards.
Moving right along to more stupidity, on May 6, 2026, a Greek man called Homer Pavlos, which I think is so funny considering the topic of this video, he tweeted that Travis Scott, the rapper, will play the role of a Greek poet in epic who will sing the story of Troy. Troy being an ancient Greek city and central to the story about the Trojan horse, which I'm sure
This
all
is
of you
honestly insane. Like we take it for granted now.
Oh my God! Don't please don't tell me there's not going to be a rap about the Battle of Troy.
So much, it's absolutely insanity. All right, to everyone saying, well, it's just color of your skin, it doesn't really matter, it doesn't change anything. It does. It absolutely does. They hate you and your culture, and every single one of their policies and artistic decisions points at that. They'll celebrate when you're killed. We're crying out loud.
Will apparently sing the story here with trap music in the background. Trap music, for those who don't know, sounds like...
Fuck!
Personally, I have never been a raver. This makes me want to throw up and cry. Anyway, similar to the Helen of Troy thing, this Travis Scott information is now confirmed. During his interview with Time...
Miserable!
I don't understand. Fuck, I drank the wrong one.
In magazine, Christopher Nolan said that he cast Travis Scott.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Wanted a nod towards the idea that this story has been handed down as oral poetry, which is an analogy to rap. No, it is not. I find this little tidbit quite interesting because apparently, according to the same...
Insanity. It's absolute insanity. We are living among retards. Retards that hate us.
Article, apparently Nolan told the film's composer not to use an orchestra in the score because it wasn't period appropriate. The composer is quoted as saying,
but rap is period appropriate, but an orchestra is not. Like it's crazy.
Not like the orchestra existed back then. Oh, but rappers and transgenders did. We're gonna come back to this transgender thing, just you wait. Because this film is being released in 2026, would you believe it, we have even more race swaps. The goddess Athena, also known for her stunning...
Like, what are we fucking doing? She only has one expression. Why is she in every... She's the Pedro Pascal of women. It's insanity.
Beauty will be played by none other than Zendaya.
She's in everything. I'm telling you, they have a couple of robots that they just shovel into everything to be their little propaganda machine.
Yeah, nothing if not looking forward to seeing...
I'm telling you, man, Hollywood is probably the most effective CIA op in the history of the world, ever. Like, not even exaggerating.
When is Hollywood gonna learn that they can't manufacture stars?
We also have the assumption floating around that actress turned actor.
I mean, they used to be able to in the 40s, 50s, maybe a little bit in the 60s. But, man, you can't manufacture them anymore. It's...
Oh. Achilles is a ghost, and I think that fact adds an even worse layer to this potentially absurd...
Well, I mean, to be fair, she is 40% chance.
Dude, Bruce Campbell is a star, and he's been in nothing but garbage his entire career. But people go and watch that garbage because he's fucking in it. Nobody manufactured him, nobody rammed him down our throat, but he's fucking awesome. Same thing with William Dafoe. I mean, how the fuck do you package that guy? He's not manufactured. God damn it. But they have to always be fucking cramming these no talent fucking, like Adrian Brody. Holy shit, that guy overacts in everything he's in, man. He is a terrible actor. I don't know why people acclaim that guy. Dude, he plays a cartoon character in everything he's in.
That's not true. You will be able to hang as many of your pedophile flags as you would like in the trans concentration camps that we're building. I'm joking. Those aren't in construction yet. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I mean, it would make society literally a paradise, but I'm kidding. I'm joking.
We are being asked to lean a little bit too heavily into the suspension of disbelief. Further speculation here is that Paige will actually be playing Hermes, which
that doesn't make it any better! It's like, oh no, she's gonna be a demigod. We're gonna make this fucking retard a god. Way better!
Sucks for all of the aforementioned reasons. Or, and I have seen this in the last couple of days, apparently Paige will be playing This is someone who is the youngest member of the Odysseus ship crew who dies an insignificant death on Cirque's Island.
Look, I think that makes sense because 42% of people do die insignificant deaths.
Regardless of who this person is or isn't.
Again, a lot of people think that I hate transgender people. I don't. I pity them. they have a mental illness, and society told them that actually they should affirm their mental illness. And then almost half of them killed themselves. I pity them, I really do.
In this film, I think this is such a weird decision, especially given that there's so...
What a weird decision. I can't possibly figure out why they would want to promote this slot.
Many actors who could have played any of these male roles. And you know what, lads, you should be damn offended that this role is going to a biological woman. You know, you guys should have had the opportunity to play your own sex. This is thievery of the highest regard, I think.
Yeah, Hollywood notoriously loves the male sex.
Probably one of the most egregious things about this is there is a lot of speculation that Nolan's script was guided by a left-wing feminist writer called
I heard about this.
who actually translated the Odyssey in
Who translated the Odyssey as like some sort of woke reimagining of the Odyssey. I heard about this. There's no shot this is real.
Her translation, are you surprised? She apparently reframed Odysseus very critically. She downplayed the heroic actions, I guess, of characters, and instead highlighted female characters' agency, suffering, and moral complexity. Some lines and imperative choices are accused of smoothing over ambiguities in ways that align with 21st century gender politics, and I have actually seen this criticism of her a lot. So with this in mind, the important information here is that Nolan has apparently name-dropped this woman's work in interviews while discussing it. In a now-deleted post, Empire Magazine's editor-in-chief said that Nolan name-checked and quoted from Emily Wilson's translation. People took this to mean that Nolan was saying that this translation is the one that he preferred. The editor-in-chief had to quickly clarify that Nolan didn't outright say that Wilson's translation was his favorite, he just name-checked it while discussing Odysseus' character. But I mean, come on.
What are we even talking about? I love video games. Anyway, and
Oi,
Mr. is one of my favorite people of all time. It's like, you know, like, come on. Like, what are we even talking about? Yeah, I love America. Like Obama. Yeah, I like superheroes like Homelander.
Who are good at pattern recognition have seen this sort of thing play out before. Christopher Nolan might have stupid, but the rest of us don't. It shouldn't really be surprising to any of you given this information, but I have seen speculations floating around online that this might be taken in a weird sort of feminist girl boss direction, and that this film will deliberately stomp on the manliness of what this story is.
You mean to tell me that Hollywood might try to make some sort of girl boss character and stomp on the testicles of actual Giga Chad males of history? They've never done this before, so I am so shocked and appalled.
This poem is, and I can't help but feel like maybe there's something to that. Anne Hathaway, who plays Penelope, the wife of Odysseus and the queen of Ithaca, said that her character in the film is full of fury. Oh god.
How are they doing this again? How are they doing this again? Haven't they learned their lesson? The answer is no. The answer is infinite CIA funding and propaganda to the Hollywood sphere to push their agenda to mutilate a generation. Literally.
Alright, I know that was weak, man, but I fucking deserved it after all the fucking shit I went through.
A girl and she likes Marvel movies, just break up with her. It's over. It's actually just over.
Time magazine piece, Hathaway said, there's this impression of Penelope that she's kind of the picture of modesty. She's the picture of patience. And I said, Chris, she's referring to Christopher Nolan, if I'm not mistaken, you've written someone who is full of fury, and you seem to be implying that she's actually Odysseus' equal. I don't know how many of you know this, but this is actually the second time.
This is like so tiring. Because I view a husband and a wife ultimately as partners, okay? They are partners. Yes, I do believe that the husband is the spiritual leader of the family. Yes, ultimately the husband is supposed to take care and be the giver, and the wife is more of the receiver. And in turn, the wife is the giver to the children. Everyone has a role to play. It doesn't minimize women to say something like this. But when a girl boss is like, actually men and women are equal, they mean equal in brute strength and shit. Like, these people are actually retarded.
In probably the last maybe 6 weeks, that Anne Hathaway has pushed her own agenda and viewpoints into a thing that she's been working on. I'm sure a bunch of you saw that clip that was floating around where Anne Hathaway was talking about, you know, The Devil Wears Prada 2 and how she wanted more body types demonstrated in the film, blah, blah, blah.
No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that, but that sounds shit.
Out of folks, they're like, you just want to be around fatter women so that you look better. And I don't know, maybe that's the case, maybe not. I just think
women be mean like that. Okay, let's be real. Let's be real. When men want to look good, all right? I'll just be honest. When men want to look good, it's because they do a thing for people. When women want to look good, it's when a good thing happens to them. Like, oh, look at me. I'm so pretty around all of these fucking gelatinous masses. They just genocided an entire box of donuts before coming to play here.
It's interesting that these things are happening at the same time. This is sort of funny to me because I actually studied literature at university, and I have always...
Woman degree! Sorry, Sydney. A woman degree! Oh my god! Unbelievable! Unbelievable! they got you too. You managed to escape the Matrix.
The modern interpretation of old text to be kind of irritating, particularly when it comes to women. Homer's Penelope is not an angry volcano person. She is patient and she is intensely loyal.
And the truth is, there is a strength to that too. But in modern society, they want to turn women into men and men into women. They want women to be these explosive, rambunctious, anxious doers, and to be submissive retards that need to be bailed out of every situation ever because they're fucking retarded and dumb. All right, they are doing their absolute best to feminize the entire culture.
And she's also very strategic in the way that she approaches situations. She's not barreling in and making a big fuss and a big scene. Penelope spends decades waiting for her husband's return and fending off potential suitors, and she does that not with rage, but with intelligence and patience, and I guess cunning, although, you know, cunning has a negative connotation. Do you know what I'm saying? Not that I want to get too into the weeds on this, but I do think it's really sad that modern Hollywood doesn't really know how to write and explain women to audiences, because it's like...
Not that they don't know how. Well, maybe they don't know how. But it's not that they don't know how. It's that they don't want to. All right, you know, I'll be real here. I've been so red-pilled on the whole idea that this is a CIA propaganda op. The woke Jews that are controlling Hollywood are trying to get you to abort your babies, all right, and not get married. Every show has infinite gay trans people. Like, Doc, what are we even doing here? I feel like a lot of people are attributing their decisions to stupidity when it should be attributed to malice. Like either evil or retarded. It's one of the two, and I'm not here to write off the fact that they might just actually
it goes over two camps. You either get to be the girl and you don't have any struggles and you get Mary Sue into oblivion, or they're the damsel in distress and they suck at everything and you cannot do anything. It's so annoying. I find the lack of range that female characters have so annoying. And I think Homer's Penelope is so...
The reality is, Hollywood is butchering a generation of women with this girl boss shit. All right, the men are tired of it. The men see through it. The men are like, this is Hollywood bullshit. We don't care. But a lot of the women are falling for the psyop, and it's heartbreaking.
So much more interesting than whatever this stupid description from the modern film is. But that's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little bit. The last thing that I want to touch on here is actually the film's teaser trailer itself. That came out honestly not too long ago. The trailer dropped. The massive criticism, which I find really interesting, is around the use of American accents and for colloquial language to be included in a script like Daddy. All of this is especially funny considering that Nolan said that he had once again to help him make the Odyssey as accurate as possible. What?
How long have you been taking this seriously? It's as accurate as possible. Transgender Achilles and Black Helen of Troy. As accurate as possible.
Precisely is accurate about having a bunch of race-swapped characters, a potential transgender character, rap and hip-hop, American accents, colloquial language, and everything else. What about this is accurate? I would love to know. I know everybody really, really trusts Christopher Nolan's work for whatever reason, but I just feel like every decision that we have come into contact with so far has been designed to cripple this film. A friend of mine made the observation that this movie was probably made entirely with the purpose of winning Nolan an Oscar, and honestly,
yeah,
he's probably not wrong.
I saw that because apparently in order to win an Oscar, you need to like check boxes. Oh, we have our trans character, we have our black character.
Christopher Nolan built his reputation as one of Hollywood's most effective storytellers, giving us films like Interstellar and Oppenheimer. I would add Inception in there, but let's be real, that movie's bizarre and unfollowable. But, you know, at least
Elliot Page. Inception was good, and Elliot Page was like a woman at that point that didn't even have a penis.
Page was normal then. I will say that a lot of Christopher Nolan's films do feel like events, even if some of the subject matter has been slightly hard to
Oh my
access.
god,
But
you
this
guys,
Odyssey movie
seriously?
already feels like such a massive failure. And even at this juncture, I have absolutely no idea who this film is for. I think it is extremely well established that people react poorly to race swap characters. They react poorly to a lot of transgender characters kind of just being shoved into storylines.
Understandable. They're retards. They're mentally ill freaks. I'm sorry. Yes, people are tired of it. People are tired of making believe that men are women. You know,
and
some people are just tired of it. Right? No one's falling for this shit. 90% of people think that men cannot be women. Okay, let's be honest. All right, you got 10% of radicals on the left that don't believe it, and then you got another 40% of people on the left that, you know, I don't think they believe in it themselves. They just say they do because they don't want to be. They want to be woke. They think, oh, yeah, you're retarded, and then they'll say, yes, honey, of course you're a she/her.
Absolutely no reason. People will, in fact, boycott something if they feel like there's even the slightest chance that it might be pushing a message and pushing politics onto them.
They all do. Hollywood is a CIA op. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. That's why they're all super pro-military and pro all this shit.
What is so sad, at least in my opinion, is that we have once again been promised something that is quite visually nice, but thematically bankrupt. Just added to the long list of cinematic disappointments from the last 5 years, Homer's Odyssey has become one of the most notable and important pieces of literature in Western civilization, and it gives us all sorts of concepts and ideas for exploration. Sorry if I butcher the pronunciation here, but we have concepts like Nostris, which is homecoming, Metis, which is cunning, intelligence, loyalty, fate, Xenia, which is hospitality, and for my weird mythology nerds, I'm sure there's more, sorry that I don't know how to speak Greek. And to be super clear here, the heroes in this story are Greek. The setting is the Bronze Age Aegean, and the ideals reflect a specific people in a specific time. And rather than doing that justice and being thoughtful of that, it seems like Nolan is treating this story as a sandbox for his progressive signaling, and I just think it's gross. What he is doing is claiming that he wants to stay faithful to the original story, which is obviously not true in the slightest. And the thing that actually makes me even angrier about this is that he could have made an adaptation and turned this classic story into something of his own. This has been done before, it's been done well before. Like, for example, the 1996 adaptation of Romeo and Juliet. This took a classic story and moved it into the 90s time period and set it in LA, while still adhering to the original story beats. Although I do have to say that the 1996 version retains the original Shakespearean English, which made it really weird, because people don't talk like this. Which I guess actually is similar to inserting different ethnicities into roles and then pretending that it's...
Dude, like, I'm so tired of people making believe that different ethnicities are just like random, completely superficial, homogenous looks. Human beings are not little economic units floating around that could be interchanged super easily. People come from somewhere. People's culture means something. Their history means something. Their ancestors are actually relevant. The idea of diversity is just turning white countries into slop. Notice how there's no diversity of putting white people in Africa. Not that anyone would go. And honestly, that is part of the propaganda. That is what this is all about. This is all about the infinite normalization of the idea that, yes, you come from slop, and to slop you shall return. If your roots are uprooted, if your culture means nothing, if your faith is made fun of publicly by every single movie ever, then nothing means anything. Then everything could be anything that anyone can identify as anyone else, and that you hold no value. And if that's true, why are you proud of being an American, of being a Christian, of being a white person, of being anything that has any value to any form of old tradition? It is a gigantic campaign to detach you from your past and bring you into the future as this little nihilistic bot, more than happy to get groomed and molded into whatever they fucking want to.
It's historically accurate, when we all know that it's not. I will say, actually, one of the films that did this really well is the film 10 Days Ahead About You, which is one of my favorites. This is based on The Taming of the Shrew. Hilariously, we had to study that movie when I was in grade 5 or 6 when I was in primary school. So weird. Anyway, I think that film is awesome. I think they did a really, really good job with that. And I like that they kept a couple of the Shakespearean lines in the actual dialogue as kind of a throwback to the OG source material, but they did it in a way that actually made sense rather than Romeo and Juliet, which is kind of inaccessible.
I burn, I pine, I perish.
But here's the thing, Nolan apparently is not doing that. He's making the exact same story and then throwing in a bunch of nonsensical things in order to placate and appeal to the modern audience, which nobody wants and nobody asked for. I'm sure this video by now is very long, so I will wrap up my thoughts here, but I do want to make note of the fact that in the Time magazine article, Matt Damon, who is playing our leading man, was quoted as basically saying that he's really excited about this project and this movie because it's utilizing old film techniques. And when I say old, I mean those utilized sort of before this more modern era, sort of from the
old film techniques. They have slaves again. It's very effective.
Basically, where films used to use props to film actually on site, and not everything was green screened into oblivion. I don't know how many of you have noticed, but old films today kind of feel the same because most of them are filmed with a green screen.
Yeah, which is why it's all going to get taken over by AI, and a lot of people are crying about it, but it's actually awesome that Hollywood is not going to be able to gatekeep the shit anymore.
So that everything can be better later on, but it lacks depth, character, and the lighting is flat, and it's just kind of not very nice to look at, whereas old movies sort of have this quality that, you know, they can be grungy, and they can be dark, and they can kind of be moody and fun, and so Matt Damon was basically expressing that that's how this film is being made, and it's awesome. And I actually love that. I think that's
I mean, I think Christopher Nolan ultimately is a good director, and he knows how to make some good shit, which is why it's so heartbreaking that he's fallen into this slop pit.
I think that's how films should be made, and I wish more films were made like that.
Nope, AI takeover, baby.
think that for me is just this extra little piece that makes this whole thing so frustrating, because if you're going to all this effort to make this thing visually beautiful and to use awesome techniques to make your movie...
What's he gonna do, say no to the CIA? I'm sorry. I'm so tuned in. I'm so tuned into the idea that this is being done maliciously to destroy our culture.
Why are you ruining it with overt leftism and race swapping and transgender characters and all of these things that are going to take away from a potential masterpiece that could be made? I'm so sad because I would have loved a movie like this, and admittedly, I would probably still.
They're going all right.
I have a feeling that I'm just going to be frustrated the entire time, as I am.
I think I'm gonna need to build.
During, this day and age.
Yeah, give me a second. I think I'm gonna want to start building a house over at this new place. I just don't know where yet.
When it comes to putting together their films and television shows for people. People don't want to be preached at. We don't want to have ideas shoved in our faces. We want to actually have a moment where we can step outside of the real world and be somewhere else for a change. I don't have high expectations for this movie. I'm actually very, very, very disappointed with everything that I've seen so far. But, the eternal optimist in me is really, really hoping that it's okay in spite of these facts and these factors.
Yeah, I have zero faith, actually. We'll see what happens, obviously, but I expect it to be slop. This is why right-wing nationalism is coming back, especially from our young generation. It's because we're absolutely tired of being browbeaten, told that we are nothing, we came from nothing, our history is fake. We should be ashamed to exist. You're not allowed to say the N-word, but you're allowed to blaspheme God in every single TV show ever made. There are a lot of really smart people in charge of the decision-making capabilities from all of this shit, and I will be real with you, I'm leaning more towards the side that it's being done maliciously and for evil purposes than actually just because they're doing it. Because the truth of the matter is, they don't make money on these movies. They know they're gonna get backlash, and they do it anyway. Alright, so let's be honest. Why the fuck are they making that call? We got Jews in Hollywood that are not doing something for the money? Unless they're getting paid billions by, like, George Soros or some shit. Something just isn't adding up. Unless, of course, they're evil and they're trying to destroy our civilization. In that case, everything does add up. They're just evil fucking monsters. But hey, I leave it to you. Let me know if you think they're actually evil monsters, or if they're just retarded in the comment section below. Remember, these movies with the diversity shit, they all lose money. So why would the Jews make them? I don't know if you heard. Definitely subscribe. Click the links in the description to all the things. Support me on Patreon. YouTube really does not like my content lately. I cannot possibly figure out why. Anyway, that's all for today. That was the big deep dive on all of the things, all the China shit going on, Iran getting absolutely dumpster fucked by Xi Jinping. All right, we got California drama, New York drama, Black Fatigue. We got the Odyssey going on. And honestly, I already did a lot of research for my next deep dive. Tomorrow's going to be insane. Trump administration officials are trying to designate Tucker Carlson as a domestic terrorist. It's actually insane. And almost no one's covering it, but that's why you have me, Blue Retard on the internet. Definitely subscribe. And I really appreciate all the support. You guys are honestly incredible. Super big kisses to all of you. I understand this content makes a lot of people very angry, and I'm really appreciative to my delivery style. I don't expect you to agree with all the things that I say. In fact, it would be a little weird if you did. But I hope I can radicalize as many of you because they hate us. They want us dead. But praise God, we are going to win.
Hey guys, welcome back to the show, and on this episode, I'm going to be talking about a film that, even though it's classified as science fiction, still presents a scenario that could very well happen. It could be very real and very dangerous for all of us. A very real and possible danger. What's that movie called again? A clear and present danger, possibly. It's God. From 1954. Now, I'm willing to bet that a lot of you are sitting at home right now without a care in the world. No real concern that at any moment, enemies could launch an attack involving signals and robots and planes and a bunch of stuff that I don't really understand. But it could mean the end of all life as we know it. And that's exactly what this movie is about. So listen up and pay attention. Your lives depend on it. Maybe. The movie starts in an underground base where these scientists are working with this monkey. What are they working on, you ask? Well, they put the monkey in this chamber and drop the temperature until the monkey is completely frozen. And then they raise the temperature again to try and revive the monkey. And my God, it actually works. This means they can freeze people before they send them into space, and that will help them survive the trip or something. I just think it's amazing, you know, that back then they were this close to freezing and reviving people. You know, this movie came out back in 1954. Back then, the pinnacle of freezing and reheating technology was the Swanson TV dinner. That's quite a jump to go from a couple slices of turkey to all of this. But honestly, the idea of freezing yourself and then thawing yourself out in the future sounds cool, but I think it would actually kind of suck. At first, I think it would be amazing, you know, to see how the world's changed and all of that. But once that kind of wore off, I think it would just be really disappointing. Seriously, think about it. Imagine someone from 1950 was like, all right, freeze me for 70 years. Yes, thaw me out in the year 2020, the future. Imagine that trade-off, you know, seeing all this new, cool technology, but also seeing how depressing stuff got at the same time. Anyways, it seems like it was a complete success. So they take the monkey away, and Dr. Kirby goes into the supply room, leaving Dr. Hubertus alone in the freezing chamber, when suddenly the door closes and seals shut, and the computer starts dropping the temperature. Now, I know what you're thinking. This looks like the work of a vengeful ghost, probably a monkey ghost, like, you know, a past test subject that died during the experiments and now it's out for revenge, which would actually be really interesting, but that's not what's going on here. Trust me, the explanation is nowhere near as cool as a monkey ghost, which is something I think we should see more of in movies. Just think of all the hilarious hijinks. Look at all the crazy stuff they did with monkeys and chimps back in the 90s. Now imagine if they were ghosts. No, that's gonna put some asses in the seats. Anyways, Dr. Shepard is called in to investigate all these mysterious deaths that keep happening in this underground base, because damn it, they might have a traitor in their midst. In comes Joanna with these miniature radar beacons that they found hidden throughout the base. And they start passing them around, because, you know, I guess it wouldn't be a good idea to seal the evidence and protect it so that maybe you can check these things for any fingerprints, and then cross-reference any prints you find with everyone's prints in the base. I mean, they should have them all on file. This place is super secure. I mean, they analyzed Dr. Shepard's fingerprints when he walked into the base. And this isn't no dog and pony show. They're using an overhead projector. Which now, you're like, well, who cares? It's just a light, and a mirror, and a lens. Well, back then, that was some pretty high-tech stuff. I bet one of those overhead projectors probably cost $10,000 and weighed 300 pounds. Things were built to last back then, and they were also built extremely heavy. Everything was like lead or steel or, you know. And you don't even have to look that far back to see evidence of that. Just look at CRT TVs from the 80s and even 90s. You ever tried carrying one of those things by yourself? It was like lifting up a small Civil War cannon.
Miniature radar beacons. Beautiful precision. We found them hidden. They were sending out a signaling code. It's obvious they were designed to guide in a bomb.
So they're all like, holy crap, even though we're so far underground, if they drop a hydrogen bomb on us, we're all dead. Could happen at any time. See the sense of urgency back then in the 50s with bombs and war and stuff? And that's, now, we still have that sense of urgency, but it's more just like, holy shit, what did someone say online? Anyways, David gets dressed in his underground base outfit, and look, it turns out he and Joanna have been dating this whole time. My God, this whole place is just one underground pile of secrets. Who knows what else is gonna happen? I don't know. I just hope it's not super disappointing, because I'm expecting this, and that this is going to be pretty intense. So inside the base, they're conducting all these experiments to see how the human body will deal with space travel. Keep in mind this movie came out before anyone had been in space, which is kind of crazy when you think about it, you know? In less than 7 years, we went from, geez, how are we gonna get people into space, to, hey, this guy's got a lot of money, he can go. Oh wait, this guy's got a lot of money too, and he wants to prove that his dick is bigger than his dick, so now he's gonna go. And look at this. This is the space station they're building, and it's all powered by the sun, but not in the way you'd think. This mirror reflects and focuses the sunlight, which boils a tube of mercury which creates steam. So yeah, this is a steam-powered space station, which some of you are probably laughing at right now. But you know what? At least they were coming up with ideas. What have you done for the advancement of space travel lately? And look, they're really going into detail about a bunch of this stuff. See, they've got David looking at the sun right now. You're probably thinking, when are they going to get to the robot and the fire? Well, hey now, I'm sure all of this is very important information. Crucial to the plot. I mean, it's absolutely critical that as an audience, you know all of the stuff that goes on down here in detail. The sun's rays are super powerful, and again, by reflecting the sun's rays, we can light stuff on fire. We've already mentioned this, but here, look, you can actually see the fire this time. And we have all different sizes of mirrors. Look, see, this is what would happen if we took
I'm gonna wait this out, and I'm gonna deal with what's left.
That's right, it would set things on fire, because again, that's
hide
what
over here in the
happens when
shadows.
things get really hot. Oh, you think you're safe just diving into the ocean? Well, think again. Look, we can just boil the ocean. I'm sure the movie is taking
Dude ain't
so
doing
much
so
time
hot.
with this
I'll tell
because
you
it's
what.
going to come into play later in a major way. For what's bound to be an epic action sequence involving sun rays, robots, and fire. So what's going on now? Now we're in a room where they're testing the effects of weightlessness on the human body, and they managed to lower the gravity in the room by, I don't know, something involving a magnetic field, but whatever, now we're gonna sit here for a while and watch these two screw around for a really long time. Still no signs of any robots yet. So they get them into this thing to see how they handle the G-force, and oh my god, look, the computer is going screwy again. The thing just keeps getting faster and faster. Too bad there's not a kill switch to use in the event of this exact situation. Imagine building this thing and being like, okay, so we strap people into it and it spins around really, really fast. No time to think of a way to quickly cut off all power in case of some kind of malfunction. We're in a space race, goddammit. We gotta get there first.
Fuck,
There's no
I saw
time
that I was
to
dying.
think about
God
safety.
damn it.
Safety is for losers.
Uh,
What are you, one of those people that wears one of those, what do they call those now that they're putting into cars? Safety belts? Okay, now they just gotta rip everything apart, but it's too late. They're dead. So what's going on in this room now? A bunch of...
Just when you think we're done talking
Oh,
about the
this
Drop
guy
House,
finally
something else
packed it
comes
in.
up, and don't get it twisted. It's extremely entertaining. I love it. You guys love it. Everyone loves it. It's a win-win-win-win for everyone here. So if you need keeping track, so after 2 months of no iDubbbz content, right, talking about other stuff, in case you missed my last 2 videos, long story short, iDubbbz apologized for spreading and
I really need to
platforming
furnish this place.
misinformation that Ethan
Hey, what's up,
teaches
Doc?
kids that was spread by the Twitch streamer that goes by Destiny. iDubbbz reached empathy, apologized. Ethan said that the only reason why he apologized is because he got sent a cease and desist letter, which pretty much made iDubbbz go live and apologize. One thing that I want to correct from yesterday's video is if Ethan wants to sue Ian because of the stuff that was platformed, I mean, if you're gonna go all in and you're gonna sue people, which it's your money, you could do whatever the fuck you want to do, why not go after Destiny as well? I'm a lawyer, but shouldn't Ethan be going after Ian and Destiny? But I digress. I'm not a lawyer. That might be above my pay grade, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. But that was a day or 2 ago. Talking about the present, Ian finally decided to respond to all of it, to everything, to the cease and desist, to the reason why he apologized, and I say we should just get right into it. But before we do, make sure you drop a like to show love, subscribe to the channel if you're new.
Okay. So here's the deal, guys. We got a cease and desist, and obviously that, you know, I was being genuine in my apology because I was reflecting, and I think it was out of line for my own personal, I guess, goals in life and like how I want to be. And I think ultimately, even after my apology, he still doesn't seem to think that it's, I don't know, real or genuine. So listen, I don't watch the podcast. In fact, it gives me an aneurysm and it like distresses me greatly to watch it. So I only hear it through the grapevine. I have to, you know, to use a little bit of a therapy term, I have to protect my peace. So I don't know what any of the details are, but I think in summary, it looks like he's interested, Ethan, in pursuing a lawsuit here in Canada. I ultimately am just like not interested in like playing that game. Like, not because I can't afford it, but because I just think it's a waste of time for me. It's a waste of time. Like, I don't want to know a lawyer, if I'm gonna be honest, you know. I don't want to have weekly or monthly conversations with a lawyer. It's just not, I think a lot of people can relate to that.
Now, if you ask me, yo, Sense, did you actually think iDubbbz's apology was genuine? Did he actually mean it? Was he truly sorry for what he did? If you ask me,
It's going
and
good.
maybe I'm just naive, maybe my
Well,
heart
oh,
is
my
just
ship's
big,
not here.
just
That's why.
way too
Sorry.
wholesome.
I couldn't figure out why I couldn't manage my ship.
The iDubbbz apology. I thought
I'm
it was
gonna turn
genuine.
this.
Maybe if it was, it would have come out sooner. I find that.
Alright, now I can go into this. Just wanna just take all that shit off. Oh, that's full. Oh, it's gone now. Where's my... There it is.
Helm's yours, Captain.
Be careful up there. The sea's rough these days.
Oh, this chatty bastard.
We need more supplies. People need order.
Cool, a fight. Alright. Yeah, see, I'm going to be utilizing this area a lot pretty soon. Should probably start building here. Alright.
Ships under your hand, Captain. There's more sail. All together. Come all you bold young thoughtless men, oh, and take by me, and never leave your happy homes to sail the raging sea. For I have plowed the raging main this 20 years or more, but now I'm turned adrift to starve upon my native shore. By raging storms and tempests, shipwrecked 3 times I've been, and many a bloody battle upon the seas I've seen. I've seen the cannon's glaring flash, I've heard its thunderous roar, though now I'm turned adrift to starve upon my native shore. Should hostile fleets e'er venture upon the raging main, true hearts above, we British tars will push the sea again. and bravely bring their ships to port, as we have done before. So help us now while we're in want upon our native shore. Come pity gentle strangers, a luckless British tar. In your defense he may have hurled the thunderbolts of war. Come lend some kind assistance, and heaven will bless your store. For now I'm turned to direct the star upon my native shore. Come on! Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the yachty. Way, bully in the yachty. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the yachty. Bully down in Shinbo now. Enemy ship's gone, Captain!
Oh, I missed with the big guns.
That's it, finished! Come on! As I was a-rolling down Paradise Street, way, hey, blow the man down, a handsome flash packet I chanced for to
Whoa! That was a big wave.
blow the man down. This spanking flash packet, she said unto me,
What's wrong, Shoujo?
there's a dandy full rigger just ready for sea. Give me some time to blow the man down. Blow the man down, police, blow the man down. Way, hey, blow the man down. Blow him right over to Liverpool town. Give me some time to blow the man down. This dandy full rigger to London was bound. Way, hey, blow the man down. She was very well rigged and very well found. Give me some time to blow the man down. So I packed up my sea bags and signed on that day. Way, hey, blow the man down. And with this fly her off in a nice clean jail. Leave her, Johnny, leave her, with all night in and plenty of ale. And it's time for us to leave her. Leave to your post.
That'd be a cool place to build a base. Here, these big trees usually have lime trees underneath them. See? That would be cool, though. That's a cool place for it, ain't it? I mean, I won't be able to get the little, what's it called? The bell in there, because it's in the middle of the island. But yeah. Oh, man, it goes all the way to the edge? Hang on. Before I do the quest, I gotta check this out. Oh, some flax. I always use flax. Uh-oh. There's two of bulls. Oh, you dicks. Sneaking up behind me when the wolves are coming. Oh. I hate both of you. Alright, what was I doing? Oh, I was looking at this. There's a big valley right there. Oh, shit. I ran right into that, didn't I? Didn't I? Oh, God damn it.
So many unanswered questions.
Oh hell no. Yeah, that's this might turn into a thing. I might abandon this one actually. Get my ship out here. Dude, come on, you can park better than that. Goddamn load of crap. There we go, that's a little fucking better. But Jesus Christ, the guy's parked on the other side of the bay there.
Helm's yours, Captain. Lead off speed. Ease the sails. Catch the wind.
Let's go, come on.
Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. Sally is the girl that I love dearly. Way, bully in the alley. Sally is the girl that
Alright, if I gotta look at how it hits the water. If I could get a bell in there, I'll build a town out there. That'll be an awesome place for it.
For 7 long years I courted little Sally. Way, bully in the alley. But all she did was dilly and dally. Bully down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. I left my style, I went a sailing. Way, bully in the alley. Signed on a big ship. Bully down in Shinbo now. Oh, help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. If I ever get back, I'll marry little Sally. Way, bully in the alley. Have 6 kids and live in Shinbo now.
Oh, I didn't mean that. about that.
Read the canvas!
Oh shit. I don't have wood. I got wood. Got 38 wood. Alright, let's go back to what we were doing here. I feel like... Oh, crap! It's alright, it's alright. There, this is kind of what I wanted to do. Alright. I won't be able to get back up here if I go down there. I kind of feel like over here... Yeah, and I got that foundation rock out there, so let me get down there without falling in the fucking water. If I can get over on that flat spot over there. Come on. Oh, whoa, whoa, okay, alright, yeah, exactly where I wanted to be. Alright. First, let me face south. So that is kind of... What do I have in my inventory? I don't have shit in my inventory, do I? No, I don't. I dropped everything off. Like a fucking dummy. But this, I think I can work with this for a minute here. I think I got this so far. You know what? I'm gonna switch to the building chick because she's got more plans in her in her bag, or in her. I could build nicer places with her. I just want to switch characters real quick. And yeah, I'm gonna start right here, man. Bink. Yep. Alright, first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to use wood to build a bridge from my bell all the way to navigable land. Because there's no way you can navigate these rocks, so I got to somehow bridge over and get to the other side. Kind of like what I did with the other place, but I used stone at the other place just because at the time I had a ridiculous surplus of stone. But if I could, if this terrain, this terrain looks nice enough, we're gonna build a badass base here. Wow, it's taking its time loading. Of this game, I'm not surprised. It seems like the developers really care about the game. I mean, if this is the skeleton they're building the game off of, imagine the improvements they're going to do to it. They're definitely probably going to have to make the map bigger. I'm sure of that. The sea monsters, I think that's cool. Oh god damn it. Alright, that's a lot of wood. I probably should. I have not. Alright. I'm gonna go build a... I think this was it. Yeah, I am curious. But to be honest, I don't want to lose my boat. That's the main reason I don't do it. Alright, I might as well finish off with Pier. No, I'm gonna do this. Nope, nope, nope. That ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. I'm just gonna have to start going up from here. I can't get it in there. There's gotta be a way. Maybe if I do it from down here. Watch me fucking get stuck down here. No, I guess not. Nope. Reapproach this. God damn it. Alright, we definitely gotta cover that. Alright, I'm not going to worry about that. In fact, can I start my stairs there? It was like 10 hours ago. That was the one I was listening to. Please do what I want. Oh, that was it. It snapped there for a second. Can I flip it? There we go. Can I flip this one and put it here? Somehow? Yes, I can. Nope, the stairs. We're going up to the next level right from here. Nope. What's wrong, little one? Hey. I am doing alright. I redid my schedule and stuff. I'm so close, man. I got 97 viewers right now. I am so close to being partner. I'm actually got a little anxiety about it, but I'm alright. Stairs again. Yeah, see, they disappear into the rocks. I can't do that there. How about back here? Does the same thing, damn it. I'm trying to build a base in mountains. That was the challenge that was presented to me. And I accepted that challenge. I can't get another platform to snap there. Alright, well, let's see what I can do about the stairs. I might have to back out of this endeavor. I'm doing it. Yeah, I'm I'm close to being partner. I'm only like 2 or 3 streams away. As long as I can keep up this good average. Can I go out one more? Or does that... I'm gonna do that. Yeah, partner in Twitch. Yeah, I'm not far from that. You know what? I think I'm alright with this. Yeah, I'm only... I didn't check it today. I'm trying to start a Discord server, so I was fucking around with that this morning. I'm having trouble understanding it. But anywho, I didn't check it, but last time I checked, I was only 3 streams away that I had to average 75 viewers. I need to average 75 viewers for 3 more streams. And as long as I keep getting them up high like this, I should be able to do it. So yeah, I'm working towards that. I'm kind of a little anxious about it. This is walkable, this is navigable terrain right here. This is what I was looking for. Let me just make sure, Alright, I don't even need to build stairs over here. Oh look, a dead body. Well, I still have a lot of wood. Alright, that brings to walkable land. What I'm going to want to do is get up here. Alright, I need to get stone. What's the other crap I picked up? Mostly food. A little bit of stone. Oh, I don't have much stone. That's alright. I think I got enough, and then I can harvest the rest on the island. Alright. Where was it? I was over here. I'm gonna go to B, floors, this fancy one right here. I can't tell. I think right about. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted this. We are going to have the rickety stairs going up there, but that's alright. Now I can go back to the floor. I gotta get up there somehow. At least temporarily. I might be able to climb. I don't think so, though. So the mountain range runs that way. What runs this way? Kind of nothing. So that's the direction we went ahead. I know what I'm gonna do. No, I don't want to put those there. Matter of fact, I want to rip up all these. I maybe put one here. Yeah, because I'm gonna go to the stairs. Not enough resources? Is that at the cut of your jib? Ah! 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 There we go. Alright. Don't even give me your bullshit. Okay, because this is... Let me... Oh, you know what I can do? You're dead. Yeah. I gotta figure out where to put my bonfire. I kind of feel like over here somewhere. Like... That's out of range. What about down there? But you know what? I can always change it. So I'm gonna... That's where my bonfire is. This is now what I'm building around. Because the mountain range actually goes north. Wait, right? Yeah, north. Why does it tell me I'm facing south, though? Yeah, it runs south then. Because that's the way I'm facing. And it kind of goes up that way. Here, I'll show you. Which day, wait? I gotta go this way. That's the mountain range that runs straight forward that way. So basically what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of make a land entrance right here. Let me get some ground down here to see where I gotta build upward. So, oh, come on, don't suck. Just go in there. Do what I want you to do. There. Alright. Now, how much room do I have on me? I got plenty. Let's go looking for rocks. Look, there's some rocks right over there. I don't need a shovel, I need a pick. How you doing, buddy? Did you want to come in? Is that at the cut of your jib? I could pull this. Come on in. What are you doing? You're acting like it wasn't okay. Sorry about that. Oh. What? Oh, listen to this guy wanting to die. You're just gonna block while I murder your friend, huh? Bold strategy. Too bad it didn't work, Cotton. Right now, my corpse there is kinda marking the space. Ooh, flax. Alright, let me get a few more of these down. I want to see where the optimal place to put the stairs are. Alright, give me a second.
Now, Hollywood is just in such a horrifying downward spiral, it's insane. So Pedro Pascal is promoting the Mandalorian and Grogu movie, which no one cares about, by kissing Stephen Colbert on the mouth. For many online, the moment immediately became meme material, but it also raised another question entirely. How exactly is this helping promote the Mandalorian and Grogu to mainstream Star Wars audiences? This is just a meme every time. Behold, our newest campaign! Are you sure this will help us sell more Star Wars? Star Wars? And this is Hollywood now. This is Hollywood now. We are going to make it fake, and we are going to make it gay, and it's going to be crazy. All right, we got to look into this Odyssey situation. Sydney Watson just made an entire video on it, and I've been more focused on the geopolitics and less about the horrible, retarded trans shit going on, being shoved down everyone's throats because they're trying to castrate your children and make you gay. No, it's just right-wing propaganda. Oh, yeah, is it going to be right-wing propaganda when we open up the camps? Oh, you thought we forgot about it. Trump's going to kill you. No, I'm kidding. That was a joke. I'm kidding. Or am I? Before getting too deep into the chaos, free cash was promised to me 3,000 years ago. One thing I recently added to my daily routine is using free cash for a few minutes here and there. If I'm gonna play games as a time sponge, I might as well make some money out of it. Free cash is a fun and easy way to earn real money by doing simple tasks while already on your phone. Play games. Complete surveys, do simple tasks, and turn your bathroom break into an investment. I've been enjoying playing Call to Dragons on free cash, a high payout strategy-based building game. You get instant payouts with a really easy process through PayPal, Amazon, or Visa. There's already over $250 million paid out to over 60 million users worldwide. It's a win-win. They get someone to test out their games and fill out their surveys, and you get paid. Use the QR code on the screen or click the link in the description to sign up and get a $10 bonus today. Now, back to the chaos. Every individual sign up literally supports the channel, so if you could click the link in the description and do the thing, that would be very appreciated.
And familiar with some of the weird happenings around this upcoming Odyssey film directed by Christopher Nolan. I think the film is going to be in theaters in July of this year, if that
is gonna be bad.
The Odyssey, for those who don't know, being the epic Greek poem written by Homer around the 8th century BC or BCE, for those of you who prefer that terminology. It is the sequel to the Iliad. Without getting too into the nitty-gritty of it, it follows the story of Odysseus on his journey home after the Trojan War. I am positive I'm going to butcher all sorts of names making this video, and I'm sorry in advance. Now, normally,
we gotta do this deep dive. There's retards to be made fun of. I smell the retard blood in the water. We gotta kill them. God, I love the fact that everyone's universally rejecting this. The modern culture has shifted so much that we're just tired of it. We're tired of making believe that retarded women are actually men. All right, we're tired of making believe that these historical white people are actually black people. We're just tired, man.
Oh, God damn it.
If figures can be transracial, then I don't know why white people can't say the N-word. Right? You explain that one to me. White people could literally be black on the big screen, but you can't say a little word.
Set in ancient Greece because I'm sure, like many of you, I think about ancient civilizations a lot. The Roman Empire is my Roman Empire. But it seems like over, honestly, the last week or so, absolutely every single new thing I learn about this movie just goes from bad to worse, and I don't think in recent memory I have disliked something so viscerally before I'd even seen it. I think the last time this happened to me was Snow White. It's worth noting that a lot of the confirmed information about this film is coming from a very recent article published in Time magazine, where the writer interviewed Christopher Nolan. So, as of May 12th, it has officially been confirmed.
Bro, no one named Lupita Nyong'o was anywhere near Greece, ever, okay? We've got to stop doing this, man. We've got to stop doing this.
The most beautiful woman in all of Greece, Helen of Troy.
It's like, this is such coke. This is such insane coke. Please, most beautiful woman, like, let's be honest here. Is it racist to say that literally no one is fucking buying this?
Will in fact be played by a black woman called, and I'm gonna butcher this, Lupita.
Yeah, don't even try.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to say this. There's an apostrophe in there.
Bro, that's not a name that should be in our country. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm on YouTube. Please cut me some slack.
This woman will play two characters in the film, Helen and Helen's sister. I love that there are no Greeks in major roles in this film, if there are any at all, but we have one woman playing two characters who are sisters but not twins, and neither of whom are black.
Wait, no shot! You're joking. You're actually kidding me. Oh my God, that's bad.
There's so much about this that is a problem, and I don't even know where to begin. For comparison's sake, and I'm not sure how useful this is, in the early 2000s film Troy, Helen of Troy was depicted like this. The 2026 version, well, she's homely.
Bro! Socioeconomic conditions, bro.
Like it.
Oh, I'm out of.
You gotta be shit. This is the most beautiful woman alive. Listen, man, we don't need to do this, bro.
I already know, because I have been doing this for 7,000 years at this point, that people are going to argue that there are no physical descriptions of Helen of Troy in the Iliad or the Odyssey, which is somewhat true. Yes, we don't know her exact age.
Oh, it's a Greek woman. It's not Lupita Nyong'o, okay? Well, are we being serious?
Hair color, because descriptions
Also,
of
she's supposed to be beautiful. What are we doing?
colors in ancient Greece have a range, but we can confidently say that it was light in color, either blonde or a lighter shade of brown. We also know that her eyes were blue or gray, similar to Athena's, and we also know for certain her skin color because she's described as having smooth or pale white arms. I promise you that Homer was not writing about a sub-Saharan African woman. I think it's fair to say that Homer was writing about people who look like him, and if he wasn't, he probably would have specified. I wish he had, but obviously he didn't foresee the problems that we would have in 2026. Although I can foresee some of the problems that some of you are going to have with relation to smoking and vaping.
Bro, this is absolutely miserable. And I know that a lot of libtards are going to be mad at me for saying this, but, like, there is a solution. Like, you could kill yourselves. I'm not suggesting you should. I'm just saying it's on the table, all right? In a nihilistic hellscape, where we are just molecules of atoms of carbon, whizzing about the universe in an endless void of nihilistic bullshit. Why not just kill yourself? I was going to tell them to stop breeding so that we could eventually overtake them, but they're not doing that anyway. They're just like the most miserable people on the face of the planet. Obviously, I'm joking. Thou shalt not murder includes killing yourself.
Dude.
Unless, of course, you don't believe in that. All right, let's make fun of some retards.
Moving right along to more stupidity, on May 6, 2026, a Greek man called Homer Pavlos, which I think is so funny considering the topic of this video, he tweeted that Travis Scott, the rapper, will play the role of a Greek poet in Ithaca who will sing the story of Troy. Troy being an ancient Greek city and central to the story about the Trojan horse, which I'm sure all of you
This is honestly insane. Like, we take it for granted now that Hollywood is just gonna make everything gay and shit, but this is crazy.
are familiar with. The post goes on to explain that
But they hate your culture so much, it's absolutely insanity. All right, to everyone saying, well, it's just the color of your skin doesn't really matter, it doesn't change anything. It does. It absolutely does. They hate you and your culture, and every single one of their policies and artistic decisions points at that. They'll celebrate when you're killed, for crying out loud.
Will apparently sing the story here with trap music in the background.
Oh
Trap
my
music,
God.
for those who don't know, sounds like this. Personally, I have never been a raver. This makes me want to throw up and cry. Anyway, similar to the Helen of Troy thing, this Travis Scott information is now confirmed. During his interview with Time...
Miserable! Miserable. Just miserable.
In magazine, Christopher Nolan said that he cast Travis Scott in the Odyssey because he wanted a nod towards the idea that this story has been handed down as oral poetry, which is an analogy to rap. No, it is not. I find this little tidbit quite interesting because apparently, according to the same...
insanity. It's absolute insanity. We are living among retards. Retards that hate us.
Article, apparently Nolan told the film's composer not to use an orchestra in the score because it wasn't period appropriate. The composer is quoted as saying...
But rap is period appropriate. But an orchestra is not. Like it's crazy.
Not like the orchestra existed back then. Oh, but rappers and transgenders did. We're gonna come back to this transgender thing, just you wait. Because this film is being released in 2026, would you believe it, we have even more race swaps. The goddess Athena, also known for her stunning...
Dog, like what are we fucking doing? She only has one expression! Why is she in every... She's the Pedro Pascal of women. This is insanity.
Beauty will be played by none other than
Oh my
Zendaya.
God, she's in everything! I'm telling you, they have a couple of robots that they just shovel into everything to be their little propaganda machine.
Nothing if not looking forward to seeing...
I'm telling you, man, Hollywood is probably the most effective CIA op in the history of the world. Ever. Like, not even exaggerating. These people have raped the mind of generations.
Her one facial expression at work. We also have the assumption floating around that actress turned actor, as a result of the snippy snip, Elliot Page will be playing Achilles. Again, for those who aren't familiar, Achilles is a Greek hero known for his strength and extreme fighting skills. See that? He actually has a penis. This role was previously played by Brad Pitt in the 2004 Troy, and boy does he look good. In the Odyssey, Achilles is a ghost, and I think that fact adds an even worse layer to this potentially absurd...
Well, I mean, to be fair, she is 42% chance that she will also be a ghost. That was rude.
Casting choice. Portraying one Greek myth's most iconic masculine warrior as a ghost played by a biological woman who identifies as a man is Really quite a choice. I mean, clearly this is the person to exude strength and masculinity. Why would they pick anybody else?
What has brought me the most joy? The most joy. It's the little, it's, you know.
I fear
That is bad. So bad. Cutting myself. I get joy when I think about Republicans going into a giant Hague. The Republicans going into gulags makes me very happy. No one is illegal in stolen gulags. So when I bought my penis on eBay, the winning bid was less than I anticipated, and that was a little thing that made me happy. The Trump administration won't even let us hang our pedophile flags in public anymore. That's not true. You will be able to hang as many of your pedophile flags as you would like in the trans concentration camps that we're in the middle of building. I'm joking. Those aren't in construction yet. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I mean, it would make society literally a paradise, but I'm kidding. I'm joking.
we are being asked to lean a little bit too heavily into the suspension of disbelief. Further speculation here is that Paige will actually be playing Hermes, which still...
That doesn't make it any better! It's like, oh no, he's not gonna be a demigod. We're gonna make this fucking retard a god. Yeah, way better!
Sucks for all of the aforementioned reasons. Or, and I have seen this in the last couple of days, apparently Paige will be playing Elpenor. Sorry if I butchered that. This is someone who is the youngest member of the Odysseus ship crew who dies an insignificant death on Cirque's Island.
I think that makes sense, because 42% of transgender people do die insignificant deaths.
Regardless of who this person is or isn't.
Again, a lot of people think that I hate transgender people. I don't. I pity them. I pity them. They have a mental illness, and society told them that actually they should affirm their mental illness. And then almost half of them kill themselves. I pity them. I really do.
In this film, I think this is such a weird decision, especially given that there's so...
What a weird decision. I can't possibly figure out why they would want to promote this slop.
Many actors who could have played any of these male roles. And you know what, lads? You should be damn offended that this role is going to a biological woman. You know, you guys should have had the opportunity to play your own sex. This is thievery of the highest regard. I think...
Yeah, Hollywood notoriously loves the male sex.
Probably one of the most egregious things about this is there is a lot of speculation that Nolan's script was guided by a left-wing feminist writer called
I heard about this.
who actually translated the Odyssey in 2017.
Who translated the Odyssey as like some sort of woke reimagining of the Odyssey. I heard about this. There's no shot this is real.
Her translation, are you surprised? She apparently reframed Odysseus very critically. She downplayed the heroic actions, I guess, of characters, and instead highlighted female characters' agency, suffering, and moral complexity. Some lines and imperative choices are accused of smoothing over ambiguities in ways that align with 21st century gender politics, and I have actually seen this criticism of her a lot. So with this in mind, the important information here is that Nolan has apparently name-dropped this woman's work in interviews while discussing the project. In a now-deleted post, Empire Magazine's editor-in-chief said that Nolan name-checked and quoted from Emily Wilson's translation. People took this to mean that Nolan was saying that this translation is the one that he preferred. The editor-in-chief had to quickly clarify that Nolan didn't outright say that Wilson's translation was his favorite, he just name-checked it while discussing Odysseus' character. But I mean, you know, come on. Those of us...
Bro, what are we even talking about? Oh, I love video games. Anyway, Anita Sarkeesian is one of my favorite people of all time. It's like, you know, like, come on. Like, what are we even talking about? Yeah, I love America. Like Obama. Yeah, I like superheroes like Homelander.
Who are good at pattern recognition have seen this sort of thing play out before. Christopher Nolan might have a stupid, but the rest of us don't. It shouldn't really be surprising to any of you given this information, but I have seen speculations floating around online that this might be taken in a weird sort of feminist girl boss direction, and that this film will deliberately stomp on the manliness of what this story is.
You mean to tell me that Hollywood might try to make some sort of girl boss character and stomp on the testicles of actual Giga Chad males of history? They've never done this before, so I am so shocked and appalled.
This poem is, and I can't help but feel like maybe there's something to that. Anne Hathaway, who plays Penelope, the wife of Odysseus and the queen of Ithaca, said that her character in the film is full of fury. Oh god.
How are they doing this again? How are they doing this again? Haven't they learned their lesson? The answer is no. The answer is infinite CIA funding and propaganda to the Hollywood sphere to push their agenda to mutilate a generation. Literally. I'm not exaggerating. I'm telling you, man. If you're dating a girl and she likes Marvel movies, just break up with her. It's over. It's actually over.
Time magazine piece, Hathaway said, there's this impression of Penelope that she's kind of the picture of modesty. She's the picture of patience. And I said, Chris, she's referring to Christopher Nolan, if I'm not mistaken, you've written someone who is full of fury, and you seem to be implying that she's actually Odysseus's equal. I don't know how many of you know this, but this is actually the second time.
This is like so tiring. Because I view a husband and a wife ultimately as partners, okay? They are partners. Yes, I do believe that the husband is the spiritual leader of the family. Yes, ultimately the husband is supposed to take care and be the giver, and the wife is more of the receiver. And in turn, the wife is the giver to the children. Everyone has a role to play. It doesn't minimize women to say something like this. But when a girl boss is like, oh, yeah, actually men and women are equal, they mean equal in brute strength and shit. Like, these people are actually retarded.
In probably the last maybe 6 weeks, that Anne Hathaway has pushed her own agenda and viewpoints into a thing that she's been working on. I'm sure a bunch of you saw that clip that was floating around where Anne Hathaway was talking about, you know, The Devil Wears Prada 2 and how she wanted more body types demonstrated in the film and blah blah blah.
No, I didn't see that. I didn't see that, but that sounds shit.
They're like, you just want to be around fatter women so that you look better. And I don't know, maybe that's the case, maybe not. I just think
women be mean like that, okay? Let's be real, let's be real. When men want to look good, all right? I'll just be honest. When men want to look good, it's because they do a thing for people. When women want to look good, it's when a good thing happens to them. Like, oh, look at me, I'm so pretty, around all of these fucking gelatinous masses. They just genocided an entire box of donuts before coming to play here.
it's interesting these things are happening at the same time. This is sort of funny to me because I actually studied literature at university, and I have always...
Woman degree! Sorry, Sydney. Woman degree! Oh my god! Unbelievable! Unbelievable! They got you too! You managed to escape the Matrix!
The modern interpretation of old text to be kind of irritating, particularly when it comes to women. Homer's Penelope is not an angry volcano person. She is patient, and she is intensely loyal.
And the truth is, there is a strength to that too. But in modern society, they want to turn women into men and men into women. They want women to be these explosive, rambunctious, anxious doers, and they want men to be these submissive retards that need to be bailed out of every situation ever because they're fucking retarded and dumb. All right, they are doing their absolute best to feminize the entire culture.
And she's also very strategic in the way that she approaches situations. She's not barreling in and making a big fuss and a big scene. Penelope spends decades waiting for her husband's return and fending off potential suitors, and she does that not with rage, but with intelligence and patience, and I guess cunning, although, you know, cunning has a negative connotation, but you know what I'm saying. Not that I want to get too into the weeds on this, but I do think it's really sad that modern Hollywood doesn't really know how to write and explain women to audiences, because it's like...
It's not that they don't know how. Well, maybe they don't know how. But it's not that they don't know how. It's that they don't want to. All right, you know, I'll be real here. I've been so red-pilled on the whole idea that this is a CIA propaganda op. The woke Jews that are controlling Hollywood are trying to get you to abort your babies, all right, and not get married. Every show has infinite gay trans people. Like, dog, what are we even doing here? I feel like a lot of people are attributing their decisions to stupidity when it should be attributed to malice. Like I say very often, they're either evil or retarded. It's one of the two, and I'm not here to write off the fact that they might just actually be evil.
Like, there's only two camps. You either get to be the girl boss who's just as good as all the men and you don't have any struggles and you get Mary Sued into oblivion, or they're the damsel in distress and they suck at everything and cannot do anything for themselves. And I find it so annoying. I find the lack of range that female characters have so annoying. And I think Homer's Penelope is so...
The reality is, Hollywood is butchering a generation of women with this girl boss shit. All right, the men are tired of it. The men see through it. The men are like, this is Hollywood bullshit. We don't care. But a lot of the women are falling for the psyop. And it's heartbreaking.
So much more interesting than whatever this stupid description from the modern film is. But that's just me. I don't know. Maybe I'm alone in that. The last thing that I want to touch on here is actually the film's teaser trailer itself that came out, honestly, not too long ago. After this specific trailer dropped, the massive criticism, which I find really interesting, is around the use of American accents and for colloquial language to be included in the script like daddy. All of this is especially funny considering that Nolan said that he had once again hired a team of experts to help him make the Odyssey as accurate as possible. What?
How are we even taking this seriously? It's as accurate as possible. Transgender Achilles and Black Helen of Troy. As accurate as possible.
Precisely is accurate about having a bunch of race-swapped characters, a potential transgender character, rap and hip-hop, American accents, colloquial language, and everything else. What about this is accurate? I would love to know. I know everybody really, really trusts Christopher Nolan's work for whatever reason, but I just feel like every decision that we have come into contact with so far has been designed to cripple this film. A friend of mine made the observation that this movie was probably made entirely with the purpose of winning Nolan an Oscar, and honestly,
Yeah, I
he's
saw
probably
that.
not wrong.
I saw that because apparently in order to win an Oscar, you need to like check boxes. Oh, we have our trans character, we have our black character.
Christopher Nolan built his reputation as one of Hollywood's most effective storytellers, giving us films like Interstellar and Oppenheimer. I would add Inception in there, but let's be real, that movie's bizarre and unfollowable. But, you know, at least,
Elliot Page. Inception was good, and Elliot Page was like a woman at that point that didn't even have a penis.
Page was normal then. I will say that a lot of Christopher Nolan's films do feel like events, even if some of the subject matter has been slightly hard to access. But this Odyssey movie already feels like such a massive failure. And even at this juncture, I have absolutely no idea who this film is for. I think it is extremely well established that people react poorly to race swap characters. They react poorly to a lot of transgender characters kind of just being shoved into storylines.
Understandable. They're retards. They're mentally ill freaks. I'm sorry. Yes, people are tired of it. People are tired of making believe that men are women. You know, some people are just tired of making believe. Right? No one's falling for this shit. 90% of people think that men cannot be women. Okay, let's be honest. All right, you got 10% of radicals on the left that don't believe it, and then you got another 40% of people on the left that, you know, I don't think they believe in it themselves. They just say it to you because they don't want to be. They want to be woke. They think, well, yeah, you're retarded, and then they'll say, yes, honey, of course you're a she-her.
Absolutely no reason. People will, in fact, boycott something if they feel like there's even the slightest chance that it might be pushing a message.
Dude, they just keep showing up.
They all do. Hollywood is the CIA op. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. That's why they're all super pro-military.
Yeah, there's more over there.
Pro
Jesus Christ, where the hell coming from?
What is so sad, at least in my opinion, is that we have once again been promised something that is quite visually nice, but thematically bankrupt. Just added to the long list of cinematic disappointments from the last 5 years, Homer's Odyssey has become one of the most notable and important pieces of literature in Western civilization, and it gives us all sorts of concepts and ideas for exploration. Sorry if I butchered the pronunciation here, but we have concepts like Nostris, which is homecoming, Metis, which is cunning, intelligence, loyalty, fate, Xenia, which is hospitality, and for my weird mythology nerds, I'm sure there's more, sorry that I don't know how to speak Greek. And to be super clear here, the heroes in this story are Greek. The setting is
hang on, let me find my entrance again.
A specific people in a specific time, and rather than doing that justice and being thoughtful of
there
that,
it is.
It seems like Nolan is treating this story as a sandbox for his progressive signaling, and I just think it's gross. What he is doing is claiming that he wants to stay faithful to the original story, which is obviously not true in the slightest. And the thing that actually makes me even angrier about this is that he could have made an adaptation and turned this classic story into something of his own. This has been done.
Oh, hang on, let me go to the
before.
bathroom real
like,
quick.
For example, the 1996
Because I'm gonna have
adaptation
to
of
soon,
Romeo and Juliet.
so I might as well do it now.
This took a classic story and moved it into the 90s time period and set it in LA, while still adhering to the original story beats. Although I do have to say that the 1996 version retains the original Shakespearean English, which made it really weird, because people don't talk like this, which I guess actually is similar to inserting different ethnicities into roles and then pretending that it's...
Dude, like, I'm so tired of people making believe that different ethnicities are just like random, completely superficial, homogenous looks. Human beings are not little economic units floating around that can be interchanged super easily. People come from somewhere. People's culture means something. Their history means something. Their ancestors are actually relevant. The idea of diversity is just turning white countries into slop. Notice how there's no diversity of putting white people in Africa. Not that anyone would go. And honestly, that is part of the propaganda. That is what this is all about. This is all about the infinite normalization of the idea that, yes, you come from slop, and to slop you shall return. If your roots are uprooted, if your culture means nothing, if your faith is made fun of publicly by every single movie ever, then nothing means anything. Then everything could be anything that anyone can identify as anyone else, and that you hold no value. And if that's true, why are you proud of being an American, of being a Christian, of being a white person, of being anything that has any value to any form of old tradition? It is a gigantic campaign to detach you from your past and bring you into the future as this little nihilistic bot, more than happy to get groomed and molded into whatever they fucking want to.
It's historically accurate, when we all know that it's not. I will say, actually, one of the films that did this really well is the film 10 Things I Hate About You, which is one of my favorites. This is based on The Taming of the Shrew. Hilariously, we had to study that movie when I was in grade 5 or 6 when I was in primary school. So weird. Anyway, I think that film is awesome. I think they did a really, really good job with that. And I like that they kept a couple of the Shakespearean lines in the actual dialogue as kind of a throwback to the OG source material, but they did it in a way that actually made sense rather than Romeo and Juliet, which is kind of inaccessible.
I burn, I pine, I perish.
But here's the thing. Nolan apparently is not doing that. He's making the exact same story and then throwing in a bunch of nonsensical things in order to placate and appeal to the modern audience, which nobody wants and nobody asked for. I'm sure this video by now is very long, so I will wrap up my thoughts here, but I do want to make note of the fact that in the Time magazine article, Matt Damon, who is playing our leading man, was quoted as basically saying that he's really excited about this project and this movie because it's utilizing old film techniques. And when I say old, I mean those utilized sort of before this more modern era, sort of from the
old film techniques, stab slaves again. It's very effective.
2010s onwards. Basically, where films used to use props, they used to film actually on site, and not everything was green screened into oblivion. I don't know how many of you have noticed, but all films today kind of feel the same because most of them are filmed with a green screen.
Yeah, which is why it's all going to get taken over by AI, and a lot of people are crying about it, but it's actually awesome that Hollywood is not going to be able to gatekeep the shit anymore.
So that everything can be added later on, but it lacks depth and character, and the lighting is flat, and it's just kind of not very nice to look at. Whereas old movies sort of have this quality that, you know, they can be grungy, and they can be dark, and they can kind of be moody and fun. And so Matt Damon was basically expressing that that's how this film is being made, and it's awesome. And I actually love that. I think that's awesome.
I mean, I think Christopher Nolan ultimately is a good director, and he knows how to make some good shit, which is why it's so heartbreaking that he's fallen into this slop pit.
I think that's how films should be made, and I wish more films were made like that. And
nope, AI takeover, baby.
I think that for me is just this extra little piece that makes this whole thing so frustrating, because if you're going to all this effort to make this thing visually beautiful and to use awesome techniques to make your movie...
What's he gonna do, say no to the CIA? I'm sorry. I'm so tuned in. I'm so tuned into the idea that this is being done maliciously to destroy our culture.
Why are you ruining it with overt leftism and race swapping and transgender characters and all of these things that are going to take away from a potential masterpiece that could be made? I'm so sad because I would have loved a movie like this, and admittedly I will probably still go and watch it, but I have a feeling that I'm just going to be frustrated the entire time, as I am with most things that get made during, you know, this day and age. I feel frustrated the entire time, and I wish that showrunners and creators and writers and directors just made better bloody decisions when it comes to putting together their films and television shows for people. People don't want to be preached at. We don't want to have ideas shoved in our faces. We want to actually have a moment where we can step outside of the real world and be somewhere else for a change. I don't have high expectations for this movie. I'm actually very, very, very disappointed with everything that I've seen so far. But, you know, the eternal optimist in me is really, really hoping that it's okay in spite of these facts and these factors.
Yeah, I have zero faith, actually. We'll see what happens, obviously, but I expect it to be slop. This is why right-wing nationalism is coming back, especially from our young generation. It's because we're absolutely tired of being browbeaten, told that we are nothing, we came from nothing, our history is fake. We should be ashamed to exist. You're not allowed to say the N-word, but you're allowed to blaspheme God in every single TV show ever made. There are a lot of really smart people in charge of the decision-making capabilities from all of this shit, and I will be real with you, I'm leaning more towards the side that it's being done maliciously and for evil purposes than actually just because they're dumb retards that don't know how to write. Because the truth of the matter is, they don't make money on these movies. They know they're gonna get backlashed, and they do it anyway. Alright, so let's be honest. Why the fuck are they making that call? We got Jews in Hollywood that are not doing something for the money? Unless they're getting paid billions by, like, George Soros or some shit. Something just isn't adding up. Unless, of course, they're evil and they're trying to destroy our civilization. In that case, everything does add up. They're just evil fucking monsters. But hey, I leave it to you. Let me know if you think they're actually evil monsters, or if they're just retarded in the comment section below. Remember, these movies with the diversity shit, they all lose money. So why would the Jews make them? Why would they do it? Jews love money. I don't know if you heard. Definitely subscribe. Click the links in the description to all the things. Support me on Patreon. YouTube really does not like my content lately. I cannot possibly figure out why.
I've actively followed the David case since the information started breaking 7 months ago, and I want to give you the latest update on it. So 2 days ago, most of you know, David was arrested following a lengthy investigation, but he wasn't immediately charged. He was held without bail, but they didn't announce any charges at the time. Today that has changed. They have announced the charges here, and if found guilty, they could carry a maximum penalty of life in prison or even the death penalty.
These charges include the most serious charges that a DA's office can.
Boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
I am Black, I am Filipino-Japanese, second generation, and I'm a disabled man. I'm also a Medicaid patient, a person who uses food stamps. I'm also a person who has been through houselessness in this country, a person who has gone through substance use and addiction. I am a patient of Planned Parenthood. I am everything that Donald Trump and Elon Musk want to erase.
I don't believe in nationhood.
Okay, so if I went down to Mexico, I could be able to vote in their elections and get their government benefits?
I believe that you should have the right to migrate to Mexico.
So if a ton of white people from Europe, which we know what Europe is turning into, not many white people there left, but if a ton of white people decided, I want Mexico, we're going to go down there, we're going to displace the population, we're going to change the demographic, and we're going to do it without asking for permission. We're going to come in and do what we want because there's no borders, there's no nations. We're going to completely change the landscape of Mexico and the demographics.
Yeah.
Do you support that?
No, because it's
Why not? But there's no nation.
Oh, you don't believe in nationhood except if you go to another country. In that other country, nationhood is real and borders are real. And you can't just go there and try to change that country. Oh, except if you're America, everybody can come here and try and change America. Then it's fine and nations don't exist and borders don't exist. And these are people who are able to vote.
The people that get offended the most are usually some of the worst people I've ever met because they hold everyone to purity tests and they destroy people's lives as they're not 100% perfect in every way whatsoever. They act like they're kind online and then in real life they don't do shit. And those that are willing to actually joke with each other and who have open minds and who are willing to be fun and not care about every little thing that a word is said actually stand up and stick for people when real matters and it comes down to it. They're performative, they virtue signal, and then when it comes to actually stepping up, they do nothing. Except maybe they went out and protest one Saturday.
You're such an asshole.
What? Do you not have friends where you guys just like do little jabs?
To each other.
Oh, that's not that mean. Doing little spoon jokes?
No, because it's a real thing that affects my life.
I would do sister jokes if you were a lesbian.
Which would also be offensive.
Yeah, and what Katie was saying in this video is completely true, and of course she has a bull-nose ring piercing. It seems to be a trend, and it seems to be the people who usually wear that are the ones who are, you know, yeah.
What is 88 plus 22?
No, not this again. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 3.
Carry the 1.
Yeah, 5, 6, 75.
75.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Yeah. How the hell you get 75 from 82 plus 22? Like, what the hell did I say? 88 plus 20? You, oh, she carried the 1, so like when you add 88 plus 22, you get 75 when you carry. But how the hell did she get 75? How the hell did she get 75?
88 plus 22. And she was rambling her brain as if she was trying to solve world hunger or something. 88 plus 22. How did she get through life? Before we get back into the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible, hit the subscribe button and hit the notification bell so that you guys get notified when a video comes out. And also subscribe to my new Facebook. I'll have it linked down in the description below. Let's get it to at least 500 subscribers, so go and follow the new Facebook and let's get back into the video.
How you doing, miss?
Good.
Good. I'm one of those. I want money.
You're trans?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what makes you trans?
I don't feel gender.
You know what?
Don't feel a certain gender identity.
Okay, so just a belief system?
Yeah.
Just a feeling? Are you male to female?
No.
Female to male?
No.
You said you're trans though?
Yes.
What are you?
It's a spectrum.
I know, but like for you specifically?
Non-binary?
So if I said, can you prove to me, like, can you show me a rock? You would be able to show me a rock.
Yeah.
If I said, show me a tree, we can see a tree right there.
Yeah.
How can we do that with trans people?
You're looking at me.
You're just a human though.
Okay.
You hold a certain belief, you hold a mental state, but that doesn't mean you're that thing. Or how about this? I'm Superman.
Okay, good for you.
Am I Superman?
You could be, I don't know.
How would we know if I'm Superman or not?
That's up to you. If you think you're Superman, you're Superman.
Their whole worldview is based on how you feel. There is no such thing as anything. Reality really doesn't exist in their minds, because if you say you're a certain thing, even when you're saying you're this certain thing which really doesn't exist because it's whatever you call it, you're that thing. But then things won't exist because what is a thing? We don't know what it is. It's whatever you feel it is. They've literally jumbled up reality to make it be whatever they feel like. They're quite literally like children. They just make up things from their imagination, but instead they're adults.
What continent is Brazil in?
I don't know.
Is Brazil north or south of the United States?
I don't know.
On a map.
I don't look at world maps, so
You've never looked at a map. Have you ever read a book?
No.
What continent is Egypt in?
Again, I don't know.
Guess.
I couldn't even guess.
Okay, multiple choice. Africa, North America, Australia, Europe.
Europe?
Egypt is in Europe.
I don't know.
Oh boy. What gas do humans breathe in to survive? What are you breathing right now?
I know the answer. I'm not this stupid, but I can't think now. I'm too put on the spot.
What gas do plants absorb from the air?
I don't know.
What country gifted the Statue of Liberty to the United States?
I don't know.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna believe you when you say you know the answer after you didn't know the answer to anything that was asked of you. We're cooked.
Why don't liberals ever have evidence?
He's racist. He's child. I mean, what else do I say? He's
What
the
about
president.
what about like evidence for being a child? What is the evidence for that?
Epstein files. What else do you have to look at?
So President Trump actually was one of the first people to report Epstein for inappropriate behavior towards children back in 2006, and he banned him completely from Mar-a-Lago after he saw the inappropriate behavior. There's nothing in the Epstein files that shows any evidence of inappropriate relations with a child at all.
A lot of other proof of other things that he's done that isn't a secret. So like the Epstein
what?
files
Yeah.
were like a secret. I really don't want to have this conversation. So because
Is that because there's no specific example? Like, I get it. You can make the claim, but when there's no specific example.
And I know that I have done like the research to have like the evidence, but I know that I can't present it to you right now.
We know that Trump does not have any proven cases of against him whatsoever. So thinking that he's weird or saying that, trust me, bro, there's this video out here, I'm sorry, that's not enough.
You've done the research to prove their points, but you know that you can't provide the evidence right now. While you have a smartphone, which at the click of a finger, you'd be able to find that so-called information and research that you've been doing. But in reality, you've not done any research. You've just heard what they've told you on social media, and you followed along like the sheep that you are. And now when asked to defend your stupidity, you can't do it, but you've done the research apparently. You would think after they get caught out in their stupidity, they would just concede and say, you know, I actually haven't done research. But no, they continue believing in the lies that they've been told, and they act as if they know what they're talking about when they don't.
Little perk of being polyamorous, my wife and their partner are out at a vampire ball as a little Valentine's date. And so that means I got to stay home by myself and take some rips and watch some really depressing video essays because everything's depressing right now. And I painted my nails. And I'm getting to eat the chocolates that my wife's partner got them for Valentine's Day. But now I get to eat them and enjoy the pretty flowers. It's been like a win-win weekend.
As I've said, they always have a certain look. And there is no surprise that number one, as I said, you look the way you look, and number two, you would make a video talking about this complete nonsense.
The policy violation for what?
Sleeping in the facility, we've already talked to you numerous times, woke you up numerous times. Keeping yourself in the locker room, told you that.
Keeping myself in there?
Yeah, in the lockers.
How was I keeping myself in the locker? Myself or my stuff?
Your stuff.
Okay,
Not self.
well y'all only told me today.
No, we've told you.
No, you have not. You're a liar. No, you haven't.
No.
You haven't.
No.
You haven't.
But
so you can sit there and lie, but
you can leave now.
No, I can't, because I'm talking.
No, you're terminated. Yes, you can.
No, I can't.
I can call the police on you.
Call them. I was just calling. Call them up here. No, call them. I don't give a damn.
Get out.
No, call them. Please do. Call them. Call them.
You gotta make it hard.
No, because y'all are full of shit. Call them.
Man, I'm just trying to eat.
Okay. How you doing?
How you doing? So I do have a incident here at my gym at Planet Fitness on Victory. I have someone here who I'm telling to leave the facility because they are terminated and they are not wanting to leave. Sorry now? It is going to be 2142 East Victory Drive. I am I'm a manager, not a, wait, sorry? Ask that again? No, I'm the manager, the assistant manager here.
Mm-hmm.
I have a
Yeah, he's fucking the manager. Everybody, just so y'all know.
And they're not wanting to leave.
I'm not.
Trying to ask them to leave the facility. Yeah, he's terminated, an ex-member.
Well, y'all need to refund my money.
Black.
Jamaican. You need to refund my money.
McDonald's shirt.
Orange hat. Yes. Lashes.
Orange hair, lashes.
Yeah, all that.
Jeans. Blue jeans. Yes, male. And yeah, blue jeans. Yeah. The McDonald's shirt is like kind of bluish, kind of like light blue. Oh, Lucas Holden. Thank you. Trying to eat. Okay. You're on the way.
Okay. Y'all need to refund my money.
Wanna sit down?
Nope. I'm good right here.
Cool.
So they need to refund my money.
No.
Okay. So y'all stole my stuff and now y'all playing with my money, okay.
What did we steal?
My stuff out that locker.
There was nothing stolen.
Yes, it was. That's what I just called the police for. My candles was missing and my money. That's why y'all shouldn't touch people's shit.
Your shit is in there.
No, my money is not in my pants pockets. No, I had 15. And it's only 89.
The mayor of Arcadia is stepping down tonight after pleading guilty to charges accusing her of working as an agent for China.
So if you haven't been paying attention to the United States of America, you've likely missed this trend of Chinese spies being outed. And by the way, it goes back years. It seems like we catch another one each and every month working in American politics, working in the United States military, gathering secrets, reporting directly to intelligence agencies. And this all came to a head recently when a woman called Eileen Wang, who was actually on the city council, which has a rotating mayor position, so she was serving at the mayor at the time, ended up pleading guilty to being a Chinese spy in a case that honestly should not have surprised absolutely anyone, because a few months prior to this, her fiance, who she ended up claiming was not her fiance, we'll get into that Just a little bit later, a man called Yao Ming's son, yes, he is named for Yao Ming, the basketball player, nicknamed Mike's son, who was her campaign manager, was actually convicted of these similar behaviors. And it turns out after they moved on from the media outlet that they were working for, which was running CCP propaganda in the United States of America to influence the Chinese diaspora in the United States of America, he ended up, according to the indictment, campaigning for a specific individual in Southern California politics to get elected to a government position. Geez, I wonder who this could have been. Could it have been his fiance, who also worked in that propaganda outlet with him that he was campaigning for? Obviously this was coming, obviously this was so, and I have to say, based on listening to Eileen Wang, listening to her speak, there were a great number of things that should have tipped people off, red flags if you will, Chinese communist red flags, and I think it's important for us to talk about this, and also it's important for us to talk about the internet reaction, and more importantly, the inorganic internet reaction that you're seeing from a lot of people, again, after a spy was outed in a government position in California. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay?
This is a stunning development and what one council member called a heartbreaking day for the city of Arcadia. Federal prosecutors say it is one part of a far-reaching investigation into foreign influence on U.S. politics.
So this is not a situation where we are dealing with allegations or allegations and not facts, as the super mayor would say.
False allegations and not facts.
Because Eileen Wang has in fact pled guilty, and her boyfriend slash fiance slash not her fiance actually was convicted just a couple of months prior. So yeah, the suspicions around this particular area of California, Arcadia, California, have been validated with this recent announcement.
Then Arcadia Mayor Eileen Wang didn't want to answer our Tom Waits questions about her former fiance, Yao Mike's son, being sentenced to 4 years in prison for being a covert agent for the People's Republic of China, or PRC. Today, hours after admitting in federal court to doing the same and resigning as mayor of Arcadia, her attorney sent us a statement saying she wanted to apologize, adding, events in Ms. Wang's personal life, including her trust and love for apparently the wrong person who ultimately led her astray, require her to step away from public service.
Now, it's one thing for us to hear about this. It's one thing for us to look at the obvious catfishing spy images that this woman was putting out, because these two images are actually of the same person. Again, absurd and ridiculous. But it's another thing to realize that this woman actually was elected to a position of power in Arcadia, California, despite the fact that she can barely speak English.
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Video shows 58-year-old Eileen Wang being sworn in as mayor of Arcadia earlier this year.
It is truly an honor and a humbling privilege to stand before you.
Now look, I grew up around a great number of Chinese people here in New York City. I know a lot of people who work in Chinese takeout restaurants, or who are the parents of my friends that I grew up with that speak English in this manner. And I want to make something 100% clear to everybody out there in the audience. On its own, you shouldn't rag on people for talking in English with an accent, especially if that's indicative of the fact that they know two languages, because they're at least trying to speak your language. But this person right here is a government official, and she can barely speak the language that is supposed to be the common thing that we share in the United States of America, and to me, that is a bit odd that she was able to get to this position. But apparently the area where she ended up running in is something like 76% Asian, so she's representing this Asian enclave. But again, it's rather odd that this person holds a government position when she could barely take the oath to the United States Constitution without fumbling the words in such a dramatic way. But again, on its own, somebody speaking in broken English does not necessarily make them a Chinese spy. In fact, a lot of Chinese immigrants to the United States of America actually end up coming from Taiwan, or they flee the mainland and flee the Chinese Communist Party, and they become great, wonderful Americans. But it is hard not to notice these obvious trends in the United States of America of different various Chinese Communist Party officials installing themselves in positions of power across this country. Again, we had a controversy of an advisor for Andrew Cuomo that ended up carrying on to Kathy Hochul that was using her position in New York State government to revise COVID things, even though she was definitely 100% not in charge of anything related to science, in order to, of course, obfuscate the Chinese Communist Party's responsibility for how they managed that Wuhan lab that quite possibly could have led to this virus being unleashed upon the world. And again, every single month we seem to see these stories, even though they don't get the attention that they deserve. And obviously this is a major problem, especially when you end up seeing these people in military positions or, again, handling government money while they're reporting directly back to Chinese spy agencies. Now, there's also a lot of third worldist accounts on the internet.com, and some of these are directly from the third world that very consistently push anti-American messaging that are trying to minimize and downplay Eileen Wang's role in actually spying for the Chinese. And I find this to be absurd, but also obviously an op that you definitely shouldn't fall for, because what they'll say is, look, she was just running some Chinese Communist Party advertisements in a media outlet that she was running, but that is definitely 100% not the case. And while the indictments and the plea deal says that she didn't necessarily act as a spy in her capacity as the mayor and as a person on the city council, the fact is I definitely don't believe that in any way, shape, or form. And what she was doing prior to this is 100% bad enough, because while she was running this media outlet, she was not taking money in terms of advertisements from the Chinese. What she was actually doing was directly translating and printing and running all these different op-eds that were written directly by the CCP. And in fact, she ended up having text messages that indicated she was changing headlines, changing whole text of articles, all sorts of news reporting in order to suit the needs of the Chinese. And by the way, these weren't media personalities in China, these were people in the intelligence community. So essentially, what this woman was doing was enforcing Chinese standards, Chinese censorship, importing that into the United States of America, and using it to lie to and propagandize against the Chinese diaspora right here in our own backyard. And in my opinion, even though she pled guilty and it doesn't appear in her plea deal, she's acknowledging continuing to be a spy when she was a part of the United States government. The fact is, her boyfriend, her fiance, who she would later claim is not her boyfriend and not her fiance, included in his charges and in his indictment is the fact that while he was here in the United States of America under the direction of the Chinese Communist Party, he ended up working in a Southern California politician's campaign for local office in order to get that unnamed Southern California politician elected, because again, this suited the needs of the CCP. And again, I can't help but wonder if people were trying to not be racist, trying to not pay attention, trying to not highlight the fact that this woman clearly has a foreign origin.
Mayor Wang has not been accused of any wrongdoing in connection with this case involving the Chinese spy that began to unfold several years ago.
Because even after her fiance, boyfriend, somebody that she publicly acknowledged, and again, a person who was working at her campaign, was indicted and then convicted of being a Chinese spy, they were still giving her the benefit of the doubt in the media, even though, again, these two clips were actually played in one of these media segments.
This is Wang talking about her relationship with Sun at a council meeting from December of 2022.
To my fiancé, Director Mike Sun, who walks streets with me every single day, who is a real leader of me.
After Sun was charged, Wang tried to distance herself from Sun.
Number one, he's not my fiancé. Whoever want to see he's my fiancé or former fiancé, please prove it.
So again, that's Eileen Wang before the indictment, before this came out, talking about how her fiance, this man, is her rock. He's absolutely crucial to her, absolutely important, the thing that guides her through all these different various troubled times. And then later on, when she's interviewed and asked about this again, she acts like she never knew the guy. She completely disassociates. And again, she's doing this in public. Both things are on camera. And a lot of people were like, well, it might be a bit racialist to assume that she has any ties to the person that she clearly and obviously has ties to, but now is pretending is a total ghost in her life.
Mayor Wang has not been accused of any wrongdoing in connection with this case involving the Chinese spy that began to unfold several years ago.
Again, in my humblest of humble opinions, this is absolutely obvious, this is absolutely notable, and all these different various accounts that I've seen on X.com trying to deflect, deny, and just obfuscate these facts seem to have a common tactic that they're deploying. And before I get into this common tactic, I want to make something 100% clear to everybody out there in the audience, which is the Israel lobby is real, it is strong, it has influence on American politics, but make no mistake about it, it has nothing to do with this story, because you will see from a lot of these third worldist accounts that are always pushing the decline of the West, the decline of America, and all these different things that are fundamentally anti-American. People bring up Israel in the context of this conversation and talk about how American politicians serve Israel, a foreign power. And again, this is all utilized not to criticize foreign influence on American government, but to obfuscate the fact that this woman pled guilty to being a Chinese spy. You really got to understand that people can use partial truths, portions of truth, in order to try to make a narrative that's absolutely false or get you to look away from something that you absolutely should be noticing. And to me, it is not a coincidence that all these different various accounts that are constantly posting LED lit up buildings from China and talking about how they're absolutely demolishing America and they're decades ahead or centuries ahead of this nation are all using this same exact line in order to deflect from the reality that we're seeing it time and time again. And again, you might not notice these stories individually, you might not be adding them up in your head, but they're really starting to compile on one another. It's really starting to become more and more common, and it's something that we definitely have to worry about, especially when a lot of these different minority groups are able to hide behind allegations or allegations, as the super mayor would call them,
false allegations and not facts,
of evil white racism in order to deflect away from suspicion. Again, we deserve to know if people are spying in our nation, and that obviously applies to any nation in the world, whether they be friend or foe. But the fact is, China is very much stated to be a geopolitical enemy of the United States of America. So yes, 100% we have to know. And by the way, while the stories about them infiltrating government offices and military positions, and again, positions in universities that are doing research on germs and all sorts of things, are quite notable, it's also notable that they'll infiltrate the local governments where you have fewer votes to get them in that position of power, because essentially what we found out over recent years is that these local politicians oftentimes have great latitude in redirecting funds, controlling education, and doing all sorts of other nefarious things on the local level that it takes people years to recognize, because the fact is there just isn't that level of media scrutiny on these small town or small actual voter-based races. So yeah, Eileen Wang and Yao Ming's son, definitely something that we should take note of, not just as individuals, but as a part of an overall trend. And anybody trying to deflect from this, anybody trying to do the look over there or bring up Israel, again, something controversial that a lot of people disagree on, that they want to fight back on, in order to hide this, is not your friend. Again, two things can be true at the same time. Israel can have influence on our national politics and our local politics through an extensive lobby, and again, an interest group in the United States of America, but also the Chinese Communist Party is deploying their agents to all levels of government to get in any way that they can, and they are reporting back to their intelligence agency, and it is something that we have to worry about. Again, think about all the propaganda against data centers and all these groups that are organizing to shut these things down, again, to the benefit of the Chinese. Think about the local politicians that are putting pressure on these particular builds in order to stop them from going up. And they're using environmental rules or complaints about water usage or complaints about power usage, which in individual cases might be legitimate, but they all tend to bend toward actually satisfying the goals of the CCP, and they're using our own government officials that are supposed to represent us, who many a times can't even say the sentence, "I swear an oath to the United States Constitution," without fudging it. And yeah, that is something that we need to be alert to. We need to keep our attendance up, and we can't be distracted by these third worldist accounts, and again, dumb people and of course motivated actors that are based in the first world that are taking advantage of the boost that they get from these third worldist accounts. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As usual, if you like the video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on my social medias. You can support me via the
Hassan, once again, and this is so funny, because if you notice this, I am now too wearing a suit coat. And the reason why this is because I immediately knew for days before anybody else called it out that Nick Fuentes is one-for-one being copied by Hassan, because Hassan so desperately wants to be the Nick Fuentes of the left. Here's the reality, Hassan. If you were to get banned on every platform like Nick Fuentes is, you would have zero traction. You would lose everything because you have no motion, you have no charisma, you have no humor. You do not have the ability to go mainstream like Nick Fuentes is, because Nick Fuentes is actually funny. Whether you agree with him or not, Asmongold would be completely fine. Everybody knows if Asmongold were to get blacklisted from Twitch, it would not matter. It is the truth. I put on this suit because I saw Hassan put on the suit to emulate Nick Fuentes, and I thought, okay, well, there's a little bit of truth to this. The reality is I was going to the Unsubscribed podcast on Saturday, and I was feeling like a fat chub, and so I hit the gym, and I was like, fuck, they're all going to look way better than me. And then I realized, wait a minute, Hassan started wearing a suit too. Maybe I should wear the suit to shit on it for like 1 or 2 streams. Then I realized, damn, I look good. Shit, and plus, I haven't gone to the gym in a while, so it doesn't let my audience know that I'm looking kind of like a bitch lately. So this gives me time to get back in shape, and then once I'm fully back in shape, then I can take off the suit again. So to be honest, I'm using this to hide the fact that I'm a fat chub, and I'm not in the physical shape that I'd like to be. So let's continue here and see Nick Fuentes call Hassan the fuck out for attempting to copy his flow, but he can't, because he has no flow and he has no motion.
Why not? Look at this. Look at this. Look. Look. Look at it. Look.
Same shirt, same tie, same jacket. It is fucking insane. Same haircut.
And watch, he's gonna do a monologue. Watch this.
This is the Middle East we're talking about. America's had its tentacles in the Middle East for 25 years. Accelerated in the past 25 years.
What's going on?
As a regional power.
It's like, dude, it's uncanny. What is happening? What is going on?
Let me tell you what's happening, Nick Fuentes. Would you like to know? Feel free to talk about this on stream. I give you permission to react to whatever of mine you like. If you'd like to know what is going on, Nick Fuentes, you can actually pull this up. It's called twitchtracker.com. I want you to pull up the streamer Hasanabi on here. So if you notice something here, you'll notice that Hassan is currently having a drastic decline. The reality is, it is far worse than he'd like you to know. And the reason why that is because Hassan, and guys, isn't that interesting how it's at 11.4 immediately within 0 seconds? It goes to 11.4. Do you want to know why that is? Because Hassan Piker is currently botting 12,000 viewers every single fucking stream. He is. The fall off is far worse than he wants you to know. There's a reason why a streamer who is averaging 30,000 people is still losing viewers every single time he goes live. And I'm hoping, and as you'll see there, and this is great for any of you guys to call out on social media, right there, you see that hard drop? This is when the bot's turned off, and how many people is it? Well, what did you know? It's around 12,000 people. Hassan is currently falling off drastically, and he does not want anybody to know. So what is he doing? He's botting minimum 12,000 people, as well as he's emulating the only political streamer who is actually crushing it on social media platforms with every barrier up against them, Nick Fuentes. Hassan is unironically attempting to emulate Nick Fuentes' whole flow while being a charismatic, charismaless, retarded chud with no children, by the way. That's the truth.
First, in the New York Times, they write an article, is there an America First without Nick Fuentes? And they try to do AFPAC without me. They literally tried to do AFPAC without me, with every other candidate, every other B, C, and D list, anti-Semite.
Not to mention, Hassan's entire legacy is being a terrorist-supporting dog abuser. And that is all he knows. That is all he's known for. And that's the God's honest truth.
And now it's Hassan Piker. We're wearing the same outfit.
Yep.
How did he know? This was the next tie in the rotation.
Yep.
Navy suit, purple tie, the hand gestures. He's trying to do some kind of monologue about Israel.
True. At least I have, you know, my own flow. Look how sexy I look in this black suit, this black tank top. I'm also wearing sweatpants. Y'all can't see. I'm going to go out and get myself a gold cross later today, too. I feel like I need something a little bit more, and it would be nice to have something like that hanging from the neck. And this shit ain't even a green screen. Look at this shit. See this phone charger? Watch this shit. That shit can touch the wall. This shit 100% legitimate. We are oozing sexual energy right now. Yes, sir.
Look at this. Look at it.
Blowing up American military bases, blowing up radar installations, and even destroying the idea of Dubai.
And here's the other reality. Do you want to know why Hassan Piker has to wear those glasses? They're fake prescription, by the way. It's because he has retard gimp eyes. And if he were to take off those glasses, he would look even more retarded than he already is. The reason why he's wearing that suit is also to make his head appear bigger. Yes, because he's a product of incest from his grandparents. Yes, that's very true.
As they've been able to do so successfully by making it uninhabitable for Western capital, making it uninhabitable for expats.
And he's trying so hard to be reasonable and move past the terrorist supporting allegations. But here's the reality, Hassan Piker. They're not allegations. These are legitimate things that you have said and you have done, and you will never move past them. Just like you use your community and your peers to make sure the shit you've made up about people, they will never move past it. And shame on you, you disgusting fuck.
He's so retarded. He's so retarded.
He is.
The only reason it isn't really working is because he's got no flow. He's got no motion.
Absolutely facts. By the way, editor, put an image of the Master of Disguise turtle right next to his head right here. And I really want you to show just how similar Hassan Piker looks like to the turtle from Master of Disguise. I swear to God, I can't be the only guy who sees this shit. It's so blatantly obvious. He's even trying to copy the turtle from Master of Disguise flow. That's how pathetic this guy is.
He's reading from a script. Yep. He can barely make it happen. Reading the words, trying to get it to flow, trying to riff a little bit, trying to make a point or something. It's not working.
No, sir.
But is that not the freakiest thing you've ever seen in your life? I saw that today. I didn't even think it was real at first. And people are just posting the screenshot, the side-by-side, the monologue, the hand gestures, the suit and tie. First, they said he was only doing it to make his head look bigger because his head is tiny on a
very, very, very small head.
Bigger frame. He said, I'm wearing a suit to make my head look bigger. And he said he's doing it for the moms. Then he just, like, became me.
Yep.
Then in, like, 24 hours, he just became me. Should I get my glasses? Like...
Straight up. It's weird, man. It's weird the depths that Hassan is willing to sink, the flow he will attempt to copy if it means more viewers. And that's the reality about Hassan Piker. Not only is it pathetic for him to say the things that he's saying, guys, he doesn't even believe the things that he's saying. He's doing it because he is charismaless, and the only way that he can get viewership is by saying extreme shit. That is it. So he's even more pathetic for not even believing the own rhetoric of which he is preaching. He is only doing that to capitalize on an audience and to garner more money. And that's the God's honest truth.
I kind of want to play it again.
It's freaky, right?
Look, dude.
Like if Nick Fuentes were to jerk off of this, would it be gay? Because I feel like it would just be masturbation because he's just jerking off to himself.
Dude, that's the money shot. You ready? Dude, he's literally doing...
He's copying the squid, too, which is crazy. That is actually crazy how much of a fucking fraud this guy is.
He's doing it. He's doing the thing. Look.
He realized he can't get people to turn on Asman. And so now he's trying to go on Nick Fuentes. Do you think you're going to beat Fuentes? Do you think you're going to beat the Groypers? Do you think you're going to get the Groypers to turn on Fuentes? Yeah, right. This guy is an idiot.
Look! He's squinting, he's got that... Guys, it's getting really uncomfortable around here. It's getting... I need to just go somewhere. Where can I go? What am I gonna do? You guys, they're going to kill me and replace me with somebody else, with some kind of clone. Look!
I think that's the truth. And the worst thing is, I know Nick Fuentes says that, and he seems happy and he's giddy. And I hate that I'm even saying this. I actually do believe that Nick Fuentes, at some point in his life, will be assassinated. And I hate saying that. And I think it's disgusting. But the reason why he might have, he has a very high chance of being assassinated, and a lot of people like Alex Jones believe this as well, is because he also has the ability to get people to listen. Now, I will say, Nick Fuentes does say a lot of things that are completely unreasonable, but a lot of things make sense as well. And the people who are in higher powers really don't like people who have the ability to be blacklisted on everything and still get people to listen. The same thing happened with Charlie Kirk, and it is very worrisome. Anyways, like, comment, subscribe. I love watching shit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the program. And on this episode, I'm going to be covering a monster movie from 1959 that made me terrified of something that I've never been afraid of before. Shrews. Yes, these tiny mammals are pretty much harmless, but not in this movie. In this movie, they are vicious killers, which is why the movie is called The Killer Shrews. The movie starts on a boat with Captain Thorne Sherman and his first mate, Rook Griswold, sailing to a remote island to deliver supplies to a research outpost as a hurricane approaches.
Where is it? Dead ahead? What's that mean to us?
My boy, that puts our port right in the middle of it.
Yeah, see, I'm with Rook on this. I mean, I'm not a hurricane expert, but I think it's probably best to not drive into one. But then again, who am I to say that? This is their job. I'm sure there are plenty of Uber Eats drivers out there willing to risk delivering food during all sorts of bad weather. Which is good, because, you know, if there's a hurricane, I'm not going to be in the mood to cook. Anyways, they get to the island, and this is when Thorne meets Dr. Kregus, his daughter Anne, and her fiancé, Jerry. Apparently, Thorne is supposed to take Anne back with him, but he's like, yeah, well, I'm not leaving right away. Think I'll stay for a while. And yes, I'm inviting myself over. Deal with it. Don't try to come up with the excuse that you don't have enough supplies to host me. I'm the one delivering all that stuff. Yeah, we'll leave once the hurricane passes. I just want to say, if this is your island and you need supplies delivered, maybe think about putting some money into upgrading the dock to something that's more than, you know, 2 planks wide. I mean, why wouldn't you? Oh, I see. Looks like Dr. Kregus took the wood from the dock and decided to make himself a nice little fence. What exactly are you doing in there, Doctor, that you need all this privacy from the rest of the island? I'm sure we'll find out soon enough. And it better be something freaky, otherwise I'll be kind of disappointed. Everyone is acting kind of suspicious.
Welcome back to a series so electrifying. Even Kaya subscribed. In today's video, Hassan has finally responded to the accusations of Schrodinger's Turk, where he color changes from white to brown and he lies about being Muslim to get oppression points. He claims he has always said that he's white and that the compilation was made by psycho stalkers and it's out of context.
Lying is OP, as I say all the time.
He then does some crazy mental gymnastics saying that race is a social construct and therefore it doesn't matter that he's LARPing. Hassan has been caught being racist on a podcast with Pokimane. They start talking about Twitter accounts that apparently clip him out of context, and he randomly starts blaming people from Bangladesh, India, and Indonesia, and he stereotypes them as scammers with bot farms. Not very woke. He then claims he's the most famous guy in India because everybody is clipping him out of context. Delusional. Hassan continues to be haunted by Dogtober 7. After a bunch of chatters confronted him for shocking his dog, XQC is calling him out for failing to debunk it. Asman joins in, calling Hassan a big fat liar. Chatters are asking him to donate Kaya to a loving home. Hassan is very mad. He then started bullying random people on Twitter for their appearance, only to find out that it's his own paying subscribers. Pathetic. Smash like, or you gotta listen to me sing K-pop. Too late. I gave a second chance to Cupid, but now I'm left here feeling stupid. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na-na. You're cold.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, welcome back everybody. Lunch Lady Pegasus delivering on time as always. Right, so Hassan has finally responded to the allegations of him color changing from white to brown, from Muslim to non-Muslim, and basically trying to cosplay for oppression points. Here's a quick recap.
I am white. I say that I'm white, although I am white because I am white. I am white, and I am white. Which I am white, even though I say I'm white all the time. I am white, I look white, and I say I'm white all the time, like I am white. I am white myself. I obviously would never be able to comprehend what happens to gays in the Muslim world. I, after all, am not Muslim, nor am I from the Muslim world. I'm a goddamn Muslim American who gets fucking called a terrorist every fucking day.
Anyway, so he responded. Hassan addresses the transracial compilations, and he uses his favorite tactic ever, lying is OP.
Lying is OP, as I say all the time. Are you white? Are you white? Are you white? Yes. Why is this the new meta? I always say I'm white. Realize at a certain point that it's because I'm brown. Okay, I always say I am fucking white. And it's always the motherfuckers who are like, he's not white, he's a goddamn terrorist. He's a goddamn goat fundamentalist terrorist that will then be like, oh, are you white or are you not white? Oh, depending on who you're asking. You know? Have you seen me dance? I'm white as fuck, man. Yeah, that's the new meta. I like that the new meta is like some of the most racist motherfuckers being like, Hassan switches between white and not white. My haters are working extra hard. There was a Stockman clip edited out of context. That's why the trolls are in here asking that. Yeah, I don't know why.
Guys, it was out of context. Of course, the classic Diddy Pica excuse. You see, the compilation that you saw of him flip-flopping like a fucking chameleon over the years, right? There's like multiple of these compilations. There wasn't even one, there were multiple. You see, they were all out of context. Even the clip the other day, that was AI actually. Probably set up by Israel, of course. Hassan, how do you lie this much? Like, surely it must get tiring. Surely it must get tiring to keep up with these many lies. Bro actually just said, I always say I'm white. I always say I'm white. Lying is OP. Back at it again. How do you do this, man, when it's documented on the internet, you absolute roach? Dude, I wish anytime he talks, you could just play a clip in front of him, instantly proving him to be a hypocrite. Because honestly, how would you possibly justify that? And I wonder why he didn't even just like play the compilation, because it would have made him look so bad. Because how do you even squirm out of that? Oh, I know. The best tactic is to not even show it on stream and just preemptively tell your audience who might come across it that, oh, it's just a bunch of stalkers, it's a bunch of psychosexually obsessed weirdos, it's probably Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein is clipping me out of context. Dude, I just don't know. And the thing is, he was reading it from his chat as well, right? His chat is feeding him these excuses. They are complicit in all of this. Their entire cult is so deluded. Also, after proclaiming that he's white, He then proceeds to say, oh, some of the most racist mother flippers. Aren't you of that fucking belief where you can actually be racist towards white people? So again, he's flip-flopping on this shit where, oh my god, these racist people are coming after me. You mean you, buddy? You're the racist one. In fact, later in this video, we're about to see some real racism right there. I mean, how many groups has he absolutely had a meltdown on at this point? He's been crashing out in a bigoted manner at so many groups like black people, brown people, Asian people, Jews, women, trans people, gay people from his, you know, Hezbollah support or whatever. I mean, come on, dude. Like, at this point, you gotta admit that if anyone's a bigot, it's probably you. So anyways, I was really waiting for this response because I was wondering what sort of excuse could he possibly come up with when the clips are so blatant. He explicitly says, hey, I'm not Muslim, and then later he says, well, actually, today I've chosen to be Muslim, right? Despite doing absolutely nothing but LARPing and making a mockery of the whole thing, right? So then anyways, his new excuse is that it doesn't matter if he said he's brown or white because race is a social construct. Bro, you can't be serious. This is like murdering someone and going, well, is it really murder if we live in a simulation? You know, we're probably just a bunch of pixels.
I don't know why you literally denied being white the other day. See, look at this. Look at this. Brother, whiteness is a social construct. Race is a social construct. The ways in which the out group or the in group perceive me is what matters. Do you mean dominant group, non-dominant group? You use in-group, out-group constantly? No, I'm using in-group, out-group on purpose. It's usually people who fancy themselves to place a higher emphasis on whiteness, the WASPs, or the white supremacists that will determine whether or not someone is truly white or not. Also, guys, what a stupid way to start the fucking day. Holy shit. Your friend told me to kill myself? Aww. Are you sad? Oh no, someone was mean to you on the internet? Welcome to being on the internet, chatter. You came in here to fuck shit up.
Bro, this guy is beyond insufferable. I mean, wow, the lack of accountability is genuinely impressive. I mean, look at that fucking word vomit he tried to do there. Like, actually, the out group is judging differently from the in group. Actually, race is a social construct. Actually, whiteness. Yes, the white supremacists are trying to slander me. Buddy, for the last time, it's your own words. Like, we're not making this shit up. This isn't AI. This is your clips. You are your own worst enemy. I mean, I guess he's trying to really tap into his, communication degree from 1944, trying to come up with all the fancy words and sort of random connections to make sure that his audience understands that he's actually not a fucking disgusting hypocrite. People responded, ah yes, your skin tone is a social construct. What's more interesting is the discovery of a new ethnicity terrorist. I've not applied for a license or any kind of documents, but I'll be sure to look for the terrorist when I check the box for my race. He's not white, he's a goddamn T. Just because people call you a terrorist doesn't mean you can't be white. Interesting to assume that terrorists can't be white or they are mutually exclusive. Yeah, the thing is, Hassan is always projecting, right? Because obviously he's the actual racist one who thinks that terrorists are brown people. So obviously for him, it just doesn't compute. Schrodinger's white boy. So now you're white? Dude, do you take requests? Like, don't stop on race. Be freaking gay this June. Well, he's probably got that down. I was wondering how he'd swerve his audience on the blatant hypocrisy this time when there was so much video evidence. Oh, that just doesn't matter when it comes to Hassan's audience. We've been through October 7. We've been through the day he shocked his dog and lied about it. If he could get away with that, that was basically a litmus test where he can get away with literally anything. He could probably murder several people on the street, captured on camera, and his audience would justify it. This snake is an excuse for everything. Bro's breaking out the 2017 talking points. And speaking of racism, apparently a clip of Hassan is going viral of him being explicitly racist on a podcast with Pokimane, of course, Mr. Savior of Brown People here. Hassan jokes about being the most famous person in India due to how much he gets clipped and misunderstood from those clips. Bro, what the fuck is this delusion?
I've realized back in the day, people would clickbait, obviously. It's always been the case. But nowadays, the new meta is just like taking a clip,
lying,
and just lying about it. Like, they're not even massaging.
They're not even trying anymore.
They're not even massaging the truth. They're not like, oh, brings up controversial topic and it's emotional. Like, they'll just be like, in support of thing that she is actually against in the clip.
Yeah.
And what's even crazier is they'll put the clip on. So it'll be like, I've noticed this is something that they do with me all the time, where they'll put like a 1 and 30-second rant that I go on, right?
So if you actually watch it, you're like, this is not at all.
That's not at all what they said.
But,
Yep.
and at first I was like, oh, well, I'm glad that they put the whole thing, but no one watches the clip.
There's like 2 replies that are like, hey, did anyone watch this? I don't think they said that.
Yeah, I scroll
and then
down
like
to
20,000 likes, and it's so.
I scroll down to see the one guy. Hopefully, that's like. I actually watched the clip, and it's saying the opposite thing that you're claiming. Never.
Okay, sorry to pause here real quick, but basically context, he's talking about those accounts on Twitter which essentially clip a bunch of streamers, and some of them use misleading captions, and sometimes the clip is not entirely accurate. These are basically people who are like engagement farming on Twitter, trying to get ad revenue, and you know who else does that? Basically all of Hassan's fan accounts. His fan accounts are fucking infamous for doing that. They will clip one of Hassan's ops, like Ethan or Asmongold, and put a caption that they didn't even say and paraphrase in the most bad faith way possible. And if you end up watching the clip, that's not even what he said, right? So the funniest thing is he's literally talking about his own fan accounts here. And of course, there are plenty of accounts that are trying to farm ad revenue or whatever, but Pokimane and Hassan here are trying to sweep all of the criticism they receive under the rug, going, oh yeah, it's just all out of context lies, it's a bunch of people trying to engagement farm, when 99% of the criticism they receive is completely warranted and completely accurate, right? So then Hassan starts going completely mask off, and the racism starts coming out. He says that it's people from Bangladesh who are like putting him out of context. Then he starts blaming it randomly on Indians, saying that, oh, they're trying to scam some revenue on Twitter, you know, classic. And then he brings up Indonesia as well. Like, he's just exposing himself so hard.
It's like buried between like 18 different algorithmic hustlers from Bangladesh whose names are like Save the White Race in the West 1488, you know?
An AI picture of you as Shocker from Spider-Man hitting Kyle with like
it's just like, yeah, this guy. Now, I feel like I might legitimately.
Marsh liked that one.
Yeah, I might legitimately be the most. I'm gonna be the most famous guy in India because all the white supremacist accounts, are like, oh, whenever we post about this guy, people the Westerners, they love it.
Right, most famous guy in India. Holy shit, dude, the level of delusion of this man. You are not that important, pal. Also, the funniest part about this clip is Pokimane just awkwardly sitting there, wondering if she should laugh. Wondering, oh, wait a minute. These guys are being pretty racist here. Should I just go along? I mean, I'm Queen Mr. Woke here. I need to wait. Let me check if everyone else in the room is laughing right now. This sort of racism seems normalized. Might as well join in, right? Also, the logic here is so fucking warped, all right? So the first level of things that are happening here is the classic of basically saying that Indians are scammers. Never heard that one before, you know, real original. But then there's this second layer, right? And this is the Hassan Piker layer, where basically, according to Hassan, Indians are all like closet white supremacists, and they're essentially all self-hating, right? And because Hassan is the ultimate anti-racist, they want to ruin Hassan's career by clipping him out of context, because he is like the savior of brown people, as we know. And us brown people here, we don't want to be safe, right? We're just closetly racist to ourselves, and we need the white man here to explain to us, to educate us that we're the white supremacists, not the racist white guy here. It's definitely not the white guy who is color changing to brown and then just goes back to white mode whenever it's convenient, whenever he's in a room full of his friends here, fellow white people, right? He needs to blend in, so he's just like, oh yeah, I'm just the most white person ever. Let me call all these people scammers. They all have bot farms, blah blah blah. Yeah, man, real classy, of course. And then when there's like a brown person in his audience, well, I'm actually with you. I'm brown too, actually. By the way, let me reveal the third layer of why he's actually doing this, right? Hassan hates India. And the reason we know this is because we had the situation in the past where it was India versus Pakistan and the Pakistani government was funding terrorism. And Hassan, obviously, in any conflict ever, if you ever need to know which side Hassan is on, it's the side that's funding terrorism or the side that supports terrorists. So naturally, he's on the side of terrorists every single time. And he's like, well, I hate India.
Violates the sovereignty of another nation state. So is Russia. A great example of this would be Russia. Any state that violates the sovereignty of another state and strikes civilian targets is a fucking rogue terrorist state. She didn't even say India is a terrorist rogue state. I think she just said India is a rogue state. But I would go so far as to say, yeah, they're doing terrorism. I'm sorry, I'm vehemently anti-Modi and his agenda, but to call India a rogue terrorist state is absolutely incorrect. I mean, this severe escalation that violates this is a rogue terrorist action, a rogue terrorist state action. That's precisely what that was, what happened, like, just like what Russia has done in Ukraine.
And now this absolute bigoted psycho freak has this weird chip on his shoulder against Indians, and then he participates in this sort of racism, right? By the way, I just want to remind everybody, this is like the champion of anti-racism, the warrior of the radical left here, the savior of brown people. This is what he actually thinks of you. Right, so then Hassan starts talking about Indonesians. Dude, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this guy. Like, how many countries and how many people does he want to piss off in one clip? This is a bold move, I will say. He basically just revealed what he automatically thinks of as scammers and bot farms and dishonest people. He instantly goes to like these groups of people.
AI trash because of the AI. Because of the AI trash accounts. They're like, oh, we should just keep making. Man. I'm imagining like an Indonesian content farm. Yeah. And they're just sitting there. They're like, I really don't know anything about this guy, but we just keep making these AI photos. And they love it. Yeah. They can't seem to get enough of it.
And it's that, like, extreme. How can you issue like a cease and desist on that? Or is there any protection against that?
I think it's pretty hard on Twitter. Not just hard, but it's hard to measure the return on your investment time-wise and financially when it comes to just... It's like playing whack-a-mole.
Yeah.
You know, you delete one, you get one tweet deleted, there's another that pops up. So I just try to go the route of like educating people. Hey, maybe watch the clips. And double check things to make sure, or just don't believe anything you see on Twitter, really.
Yeah, but the problem is a lot of people are very excited to believe everything they see on Twitter. They're like, wait, I said 2 cappuccino.
I get the problem that Pokimane is talking about. Of course, there's a couple accounts that will lie about you on Twitter. Now, most of the time, whenever Pokimane gets criticism, it is absolutely justified. But yes, there do exist accounts that lie about basically everybody, like random misquoting a bunch of streamers, and the caption doesn't match the clip. I've seen them as well. But Hassan is particularly disgusting here, going, well, you know, I'm imagining an Indonesian bot farm. Why Indonesia, Hassan? Can you elaborate on that? Can we have your thought process on that? Oh, because you're a piece of shit and you stereotype an entire country and its people because you're a racist scumbag. And like saying stuff like, I'm the most famous person in India, as if, oh, everyone is just watching the clips out of context and they're all falling for it. They're a bunch of idiots, obviously. It's actually insane how Mass Coffee actually went here, and his other woke friends there, they have nothing to say, right? They are supposed to be like these empathetic people always caring about the minorities, and here they are just laughing along, going along. I mean, I didn't really expect him to be so explicit about this. I mean, we all know he's racist to several groups of people, but usually he tries to keep it a little subtle. Maybe not against Jews or something, but you know, like usually he tries to be a little subtle. But this time he's just like, oh yeah, no, this is exactly what I think about these people. People responded, I might legitimately be the most famous guy in India. Delusion. I don't believe there's actual people, real people, not bots, that listen to this dogshit podcast. You can never pin Hassan down. He goes from white to brown to white again. He's the biggest defender of Jews and says the most anti-Semitic things. Switches from rich to poor. Socialist warrior that doesn't pay for those that work for him, but drops 10K in a cute outfit. I don't know about that one. Indian hero, trust me, no one knows of his existence. I'm barely invested in the live streaming space, and even I don't know much about Hassan, other than him being a dog abuser and Marxist extremist. All these clips make him look even more narcissistic. God, this guy's unbearable. Yeah, the reason people hate him, and the reason the entirety of the world, not just one country, hates you, Hassan, because you're a fucking psychopathic lunatic, all right? Anyone, any sane person from any country can see that, hey, you're supporting terrorists who kill a bunch of civilians. We don't want to support this. And they can see you shocking your dog and think, wow, well, this guy's an animal abuser. I don't like him. The exhaustion is palpable. I mean, they can say that, oh, well, I disavow Hassan's statements, but there you are on his podcast every single time, being buddy-buddy with him, laughing along with him. These people are all complicit. Okay, if India cares about anything, it's definitely not Hassan. I love the delusion, though. I've never heard any brown person talk about Hassan. God damn it. Also, what was that random username he spit out? What does Pokemon contribute to this mic session? She's just another fucking useless orbiter. Hassan does this. He projects it onto others to say it's white supremacist, but it actually is him. Calling out what he does as well. No, dude, I can never get over the fact that he wants to call brown people white supremacists, being the white guy. Like, I cannot get over that. That's hilarious. The amount of mental gymnastics you have to do for that can only be conjured up in Hassan's head. Didn't this guy support Pakistan over India in their recent conflict? I might be misremembering. Nope, he definitely did. And that's why the India subreddit was canceling him, which is why he's so incredibly salty against Indians. Now, I don't know if a similar thing happened for like Indonesians or something, or maybe he thought it's the same thing, right? Because, you know, we all know that he thinks Vietnamese people are Koreans as well. You can't tell the difference, so might be another instance of Hassan type racism.
Fuck this South Vietnamese.
The blatant patronization of Indian, Bangladeshi, and Indonesians is disgusting. I'm curious why he does not mention a single instance of what's being misunderstood. You know, that's why these people are massive hypocrites. They allow this sort of racism. It's probably like the most normalized racism there is. Because it's even acceptable in his like woke groups, right? I mean, try saying this sort of stuff about black people. He'll fucking lose his mind, calling you a insane white supremacist or something, right? But because it's a group that is not like culturally relevant in the USA, therefore they don't count. They're just subhuman according to him. This guy gets away with so much blatant racism I simply do not understand. Anyways, unsurprisingly, he started talking about Pakistan now, and he's a big supporter of, you know, certain parts of their government, obviously. He really hates India, and he loves anything to do with terrorism, and they fund terrorism, therefore he supports them. Is the same reason he supported the Iranian regime, because they fund a bunch of terrorists. It's actually just completely insane, but that's unironically the logic he operates under. Hassan reacts to the Pakistan Prime Minister's spokesperson for foreign media, retweeting him multiple times. They just seem to be big fans of Hassan, I guess. Hassan Piker has a message for Pakistan.
To the Pakistanis, I say welcome.
That's crazy.
Welcome. As a Turkish American, let me welcome you to being the table, okay? Pakistan's in the bot, but also Pakistan is the table. And when you are the table, Israel wants to blow up the table, okay? Luckily, you have nukes.
Bro, what happens? What happens in this part of the world where they got? That's a government official retweeting that. That's so funny. A government official retweeting me saying, hey, Israel is jealous of the new prominence that Pakistan has found in the global stage, and now they're threatening to blow you up, but luckily you have nuclear arms as a major deterrent, and having your own nukes is obviously going to be better. Having your own nukes is obviously going to be better than, you know, having American nukes inside of NATO bases, as far as like withstanding, or as far as creating successful deterrence against Israel, posturing militarily against you, and is wild. Am I officially Jackson Hinkle style in the Bangladeshi and Pakistani, at least in the Pakistani UNC group chats now? Is that what it is? Hat with your suit is Democratic Party shilling. He actually is an L subhuman person using you for propaganda or whatever. I mean, I don't know anything about this guy. I don't know anything about the current Pakistani government. But what I will say is this, okay? I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Listen, we don't have a lot of allies everywhere, okay? You gotta take whatever allies you can get.
Ah, yes. Take whatever allies you can get, of course. Even he realizes that hey, maybe not the best look here, but I guess whatever allies you can get, bonus points if they support terrorism. I mean, such a ridiculous person. I mean, all the racism makes complete sense now. Everything is about politics. That is his entire worldview boiled down to a science. Does this line of thinking support my politics? And if it does, he will go through with it, even if it seems like the most hypocritical, contradictory shit on the planet. It's the same reason he can claim to be pro-pride and pro-gay people and also pro-Hezbollah, right? It just makes no sense at all. But because of the politics of the situation, he's forced to take these contradicting stances. You know what? Hitler wasn't such a bad guy now that I think about it. He teamed up with Stalin, which was super based, and has solutions to problems that I also have currently. I know it sounds bad, but you gotta take whatever allies you can get. Hassan, when a leader from a different country who hates the West follows him. Of course, he knows nothing about Pakistani geopolitics. No, he's an expert on everything, actually. Dude literally went terrorist support me because he doesn't have any actual friends. We take what allies we can get. Eric, oh, brother, you didn't even get a single like this time. God damn. I guess the bots ran out. This is what we mean when we talk about Rach. Hassan's generational run influence is growing day by day. Hated, adored, but never ignored. Just the way it is. At least he'll always have you, Eric. Moving on to Hassan continuing to be haunted by Dogtober 7, his legacy until the end of time. Basically, Hassan was confronted by a chatter calling him a dog abuser. Now, XQC reacted to the clip, apparently it went viral on Reddit. Now, Hassan saw this and he got mad. So here's what XQC said. XQC calls out Hassan's lack of debunking in Colorgate.
And sit down and dedupe them in 10 minutes. Buddy, 10 minutes of actually sitting down and looking at the footage of the thing and look at the presented, what the product say people think it was, all the screenshots that were valid, right? And just debunk, it takes 10 minutes.
But that dog back there, the one that's sleeping, she lives a better life than you. It's a much easier way to fucking say, to falsely claim that you're a dog abuser.
Chat, as long as you're in the box, I mean, yeah, it's a luxury life, chat. I mean, he's not wrong. There's a way better life, but don't you fucking dare, yo, don't you fucking dare get out of that fucking box. Yo, if you step one foot out that fucking box, oh man. Chat, if you add up all the segments that he does on saying that he didn't do all that, right? If you just fucking debunk for 10 minutes, he would be done with all this shit. No, it wouldn't appear on TV. It wouldn't be in the papers about it. People wouldn't be on his, like, because he can't debunk it. Bro, he just can't debunk it.
XQC is totally right. He's totally right. But like, and it also, it reveals like a huge character flaw. Like, whenever you can't go out and say like what actually you think and like what something really is, and you have to constantly just keep gaslighting and making up bullshit, like, yeah, it's a huge problem. It is. And I think people get very tired of that. And you can't debunk it or own it. Yeah, you can't do either one. So you're in like this weird cringe middle ground. And that's it. It's performative. Yeah. And like, so this is the thing. It's like where you can't accept that you were wrong. You can't walk anything back. You can't say that you did anything that wasn't accurate. So now you have to just constantly continue doubling down on something that everybody hates you for because your ego's written you into a corner.
Yeah, there's a simple explanation for this. The reason he can't debunk it is because he did it. It's because he shocked his dog. In fact, he was caught multiple times doing it on his stream, caught on camera. If he was telling the truth, it would have been the easiest thing to prove. We all know this, and that's why we never stop talking about it. I mean, couple more months and it will be an entire year. We should probably celebrate this as like an annual holiday. And we should all treat our pets extra well, you know, give them extra treats on that day in honor of Kaya and the suffering that she has endured under Chancellor Palpatine. And I think the reason people talk about this goes beyond simply shocking his dog. It's because it's one of the best cases of showing Hassan's pathological lying tendency, right? Where an event is captured on camera and Hassan will gaslight you and manipulate you, change his story 10 different times to the point where it is so obvious he's lying, and yet his fucking cult followers still fall for it, only to maybe change their mind a little bit 8 months in the future. Right, so Hassan responded to XQC getting a Colorgate clip on livestream fails. basically, a chatter asked to give Kaya to a better home and a loving home, and Hassan got mad.
Give the dog to a loving home, dumbass. My dog, Kaya, to a loving home. There's literally not a single person on this planet who can take better care of this dog. Kaya is really funny when she's scared. She's already in a loving home, you fucking jackass. No, I want her to bite her. What do you mean? It's always funny when these guys say this shit because Kaya literally lives a better life than you do. She gets to hang out with her friends in the morning, run around and play at the gym, or go to the park twice a day. She gets the best food, sleeps all day in a loving home, and cuddles with me in bed at night. There's gonna be a lot of LSF losers in here today. Wait, why? Why? What happened? New LSF controversy? Does LSF even exist any longer? 2 posts I saw on front page. LSF is back on their bullshit. They're doing politics again. Hell yeah. Did they realize that they can't be? Did they realize that there's too much fuck Hassan motion right now in mainstream media that they don't want to give up on that? They had to bring it back. They had to bring back the fuck Hassan drama. I thought Hassan drama was banned off LSF. I haven't heard of LSF in a minute. Yeah, I got bigger ops to worry about, like the nation state of Israel or Fox News. It's the second LSF seemingly. Wait, they built a new LSF? Jesus Christ. God, the fucking desperation. These dudes will never let up. XQC brought up Collargate again. Dead end streamer. Oh, nice. What happened? Did someone bring up did someone bring up that he's a fucking degenerate gambling addict, and for $100 million he sold out his own audience to a crypto casino, and then immediately he probably pivoted back to fuck Hassan? I suspect that's usually what happens. Anytime someone's like, people are fucking dying and you're never getting healthcare. Okay. All right, mods, calm down. All right, we're getting to situation monitoring, ladies and gentlemen.
Of course, back to situation monitoring. So that's what he calls watching a video. I'm monitoring the situation, guys. I'm doing on-the-ground journalism right now, right from my $3 million mansion in Hollywood. And guys, you can't be talking about him shocking his dog because he's got bigger things to attend to. The nation state of Israel is after him. I mean, bro just made enemies with the entirety of India, Bangladesh, Indonesia. I mean, even Americans. Most Americans don't like Hassan either. There's only a fringe cult of lunatics. In fact, most of the world doesn't like Hassan. You show any normal person on the street a Hassan biker clip, they're gonna hate his ass. I don't know, I feel like he's really like, he's really pushing the limits. He's really on thin ice recently. I don't know how you get to do all this shit. You don't get banned at all. But hey, the clips keep stacking and stacking, and eventually something has to happen, you know? Fingers crossed for jail time. But yeah, honestly, I agree that Hassan did not shock his dog. He just zapped it until it cried out in pain. It's a big difference, actually. I love my dog. His shrine to Mao and Stalin has far more space than his pet, for frick's sake, and he shocks it. Space for dog, small square. Space for sucking up communism, 95% of the room. The poor dog looks so miserable. The narcissist even got a dog cam. By the way, this is the guy saying that he doesn't want to show his dog on stream. He doesn't care if it's on stream at all. And then he puts up a flippin' dog cam. Performative communist still dodging the topic. Goes back for insults and blames Israel. I can't believe it. He brought it up again. Moving on to Hassan self-owning really bad. Apparently, he was trying to bully someone who made a tweet about him. And he was trying to make fun of their appearance. Now, unfortunately for him, this turned out to be a 7-month Hassan subscriber. Hassan checks out one of Abdul El Sayed's critics' Twitter profile, and he bursts out laughing.
I'm not gonna say nothing, okay? I'm not gonna. Is that Harry Potter? Yeah, that's Harry Pooter. That's crazy. Bro, he bullying you? Yeah, no.
Yeah, the guy who literally last video was crying when someone in his chat called him fat because he wouldn't fit in his suits, right? Saying that, oh, it's so rude. Why would you even say that? It's not even true. It's so rude. And here he is, just making fun of random people's appearances. Obviously, it goes way beyond this because he has his insane psycho chat who's gonna hunt this person down and being sicked on their Twitter profiles and everything like that. They're basically gonna get turbo bullied for the next like 12 months or whatever. And if you don't have like a massive fan base to counter that, then yeah, you're just gonna get a bunch of threats from Psycho Hassan fans, right? Complete hypocrite. People responded, he doesn't even look that bad, but Harry Pooter gotta be the corniest dunk of all time. Self-proclaimed intellectual Hassan's only retort to people he disagrees with are insults about their appearance. Making fun of a kid's appearance, very nice. So progressive of Hassan and his fans. Dude, it's always rules for thee but not for me. And then they always turn to this type of shit. Why does he feel so comfortable making fun of people's looks when this mother flipper looks like the small-headed alien from Men in Black? He's angry because he has a normal sized head, unlike him. Half a minute of silence just to mock someone's appearance. This would be a nice summary of Hassan's streams if he also had shocked Kaya. He really is just the unlikable fat kid that bullied everyone around him because he was so insecure. I've literally never heard Hassan refute any argument from a critic. His only retort is to insult people's appearances, call them pedophiles, fascists or Zionists, or call them dumb. It's so funny to me that Democrats have been duped into thinking this guy's opinions matter. Right, anyways, so that guy in the picture responded, back in high school, when the only money I had came from Christmas and birthday presents, I used it to send money to a man who I honestly thought would have a good impact in the world. Now, that same man is mocking me and my appearance years later. What a world we live in. Hassanabi, subscription history, total months subscribed, 7 months. A 7-month paying Hassan subscriber. And this is what you get after you donate money to Hassan for 7 months. That's how he treats you. Makes fun of your appearance on stream, gets your entire chat to hound you. 11k likes, one sort of viral. Anyways, we got Hassan's propaganda account that was caught lying multiple times with community notes. You've been tweeting nonstop about Hassan for months. He finally clicks on your profile. Now you're crying like you're a victim. I'm sorry, but I cannot take this seriously from an account literally named Hassanabi Productions. The only thing you fucking do is talk about him. You're right. If anything, you having a photo with a genocide defender and immigrant hater should be seen with contempt, not laughter. I think they're talking about Kamala. Please remove my country's flag from your bio. I've never, ever, ever taken a picture with Hassan Piker. You gave money to a communist millionaire piece of shit. Haha. Well, I do think people deserve to be laughed at if you ever donated money to Hassan. But of course, people change. You know, you can laugh at your past. It's fine. Now, apparently this guy went from Hassan to Destiny now. So, I mean, this guy's truly lost. Explains everything. And it's a Destiny tweet, and he's retweeted it. We got Mike from PA every freaking time. Hold up. Mike is trying to talk, guys. Play the clip.
So if a guy pays for my tab.
I think I'm getting your attention. I feel like I touched like a vampire touching holy water.
Can I help you?
For the next outro, can we have Megasus talk about his day? We need to know how your evil twin is doing. Yo, what's up, guys? Evil twin Megasus here. This body feels a little weird. I feel like somebody else has been here. Maybe ultimate gooning lord Twitch CEO. Ew. Anyways, how's my day? Absolutely lovely. Ate my peanut butter and chocolate overnight oats. Literally the best food ever created. Holy shit. Wanna Slay the Spire 2 run? Lovely. Did some cardio. I swear to God, I can outrun a marathon runner if they get hit by a bus. But yeah, thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Now there is trouble in paradise. Hassan Piker, largest leftist political streamer on the planet, is going through quite a unfortunately very messy situation with his girlfriend, Valkyrie, who actually really wants kids, but because she's a woman, and she doesn't want to admit it because she's a leftist. And it's really miserable for all of these people. So we are going to be doing a little bit of a deep dive into this situation, because the misery of my enemies that advocate for my death actually pleases me immensely. Now I know what you're thinking. Nux, that's pretty petty of you. You want these people that are advocating for your death on their streams to have misery? Yeah, sounds great. Yeah, it is petty. Absolutely, good, yeah. Very petty of you, and we're going to enjoy it.
This is one of the biggest crash outs that Hassan has had in a while.
Let's go, dude.
Bro is literally on his conquest LARP right now. He's all like, No one else on the left understands.
Yeah, he alone fights the good fight for America and Palestine and other made-up places like Palestine.
All alone. I'm so lonely.
Listen, party. No one understands the suffering. I just want the left to support terrorists, and there's still some libtards that don't say it out loud. Finally, they're talking about publicly trying to kill Trump, but I really wish they'd also be killing everyone I don't like. Hassan Piker, ladies and gentlemen, we love him.
I have no support from the Democrats.
Yeah, because you're a terrorist supporter. Democrats, at least, publicly don't want to openly admit that they support terrorism.
Support from the broader leftist movement who say I'm a Zionist.
Meeting yesterday with high school.
He just invented that. That's not real.
He's got you.
In my district.
My chat.
I just have you, my chat. Miserable 45-year-old man, slowly balding, going away alone, miserable, no children, no legacy. Just that one guy that shocked his dog.
Yeah, that's it.
Center.
This bitch said my name before Candace Owens on the anti-Semitism bill.
Yeah, because while Candace Owens is absolutely a complete fucking retard, at least she's not openly advocating for killing and raping Jews. Candace Owens will say that Jews invented dinosaurs to trick Christians into disbelieving their faith, or Jews invented space, all right, to trick Christians into not believing that the earth is actually flat, or whatever else Candace Owens is pushing on the Jews. But the Jews control the American government. I mean, let's be real. The Jews, obviously, of course the Jews control the American government. This is old news. We've known this for a long time, Candace. Get with the times, all right? Come on. Hassan Piker's just out there be like, yeah, actually killing Jews is based, actually. Like, we should actually just support the terrorists that are killing Jews. So yeah, understandable.
Then he eats for like 30 seconds without commentary. We'll, skip this part.
Yeah.
I'm so alone, dude.
I'm so alone. Trouble in fact, my favorite part about leftist policy is it is ultimately just a completely self-defeating system. It's like this movement cannot exist without indoctrination and grooming and importing infinite retards from the third world. It's a system that is ultimately self-defeating, leaving and creating the most miserable people on the fucking planet. Because you want to know what actually brings solace and happiness into your life? Getting married, having children, having a family that looks up to you and loves you, that respects you, that you love in return, that you will give your life for. That is true solace, where you are able to emulate God with your actions, literally creating a family that you want to protect and care for. This is true happiness. And the left hates it. And the left is like, no, actually, you should murder your own children and castrate them. Yeah. You shouldn't actually get married. You should become a girl boss. You should get a degree in underwater sodomy. All right? Yeah, let's do it, guys. We should, instead of worrying about building a family, why don't you go protest about how Donald Trump is Hitler, actually?
This shit so much. Please, Sue, I'm gonna end the broadcast right now, I think. If one more dumb fuck in my chat says, please, Sue, I'm just gonna end it. I'm gonna end it all. I'm gonna end my life, okay, in a video game.
Whoa! Don't get me so excited. I'm kidding. I don't support that, obviously. I just want Hassan Piker to go to jail or get deported. I don't want him to die.
Hassan is upset.
I would really, in an ideal world, Hassan Piker would be deported and go to Turkey, where he would go to jail as a traitor and a retard and a gay person, all right? And where he is forced from prison to watch my content. That is the dream. That is the dream.
That Democratic rep Gottheimer.
He literally just tweeted today. It's like, my ops are going crazy, with like a picture of me. So, obviously, we live in rent-free in this Turkish roach's head.
Is on CNN, and that they're all criticizing him on the broadcast.
Yeah.
I'm skipping that
Probably because he supports terrorism.
Because it's like 30 seconds of these people on CNN rambling while Hassan stuffs his face. It's a very off-putting clip, but that's a TLDR of the context.
There's no world in the United States of America where you can pursue litigation of this sort as a public figure. Some of you do not.
I love how this dude is crying about. He slandered me. He called me a pedophile on his stream with zero evidence, obviously, because it's not true. All right, I've only been with one person in my life, and that is the woman I am married to. All right, I preach the traditional lifestyle, because I live it and it's awesome, thank God. But Hassan Piker goes out there and he calls me a pedophile, right, in front of his millions of people. And I can't fucking sue this guy because to win a actual slander case in the United States, because thank God we have freedom of speech, I am ultimately a public figure, so I can't actually prove that without proving some sort of actual damages. And I mean, my career is going well. I get more views on my videos than he does on his videos. So obviously he really doesn't like that very much. However, I can't prove damages. I'm just felt like it was important to point out. This blue retard on the internet, I get more views on my videos than the biggest leftist political commentator on the planet. I thought that was important to note.
I comprehend that, okay? Still f***ing annoying. Constantly have to be compared to Candace Owens, dude. So frustrating.
You know, honestly, I hear that. I feel that. That's rough, buddy.
You know what? I'll give us on that one, though. Being compared to Candace Owens would be horrific.
My parents think you're an
I
anti-Semite.
feel like we should compare him more to like other people like Nasrallah or some other terrorist supporter.
My parents do? Okay, great. Well, maybe you should do a better job of explaining to them that that's not the case.
And why is this?
Is he crashing out on his stream to tell his chat to explain to their parents why Hassan Piker is not like Candace Owens? Absolute sin. It's crazy how the horseshoe theory is just completely vindicated every time. The far right, as they call Candace Owens, is not far right. She's just a leftist. All right, but they call her a far right. A far right person, get out of here.
This guy always derailing his stream to pull up random chatters. Now he's got beef with this random chatter's parents.
Ace, let's
dude,
go.
Just do your show. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. And yes, I know there are entire Reddits, Discords, and Twitter communities with nothing but my haters who live to f***ing have me read their stupid ass comment and like get mad in the process. I know. I just want what's best for people, man. It sucks so
I'm
bad.
just a wholesome chungus that supports the rape of Jews. I'm just wholesome. Yeah, I think America deserved 9/11 and that my audience should go kill Senator Rick Scott, but I just want what's best for people, dude.
Bad to just like be professionally misunderstood all the goddamn time. It's so fucking annoying. And stop falling for it. You will never understand what it's like.
Oh no, he's pulling up another chatter. Here we go again.
That's just the reality. Okay, you're not in this.
I am literally suffering so much. I have imagined and a $200,000 Porsche and designer clothes, and I live with $50 million in the bank. You will never understand.
Position, I will never be able to communicate it to you. Okay, it's just virtually impossible. This is an unbelievably sophisticated machine that never stops. It's day in, day out. It's backed by a shit ton of people who have nothing else to live for, and you're over here making it
I
seem
love how
like
this dude is miserable and alone. And all these people with families that actually don't like the idea that we have Islamic terrorism in our country. And this dude is like, oh, you have nothing to live for.
I'm just too weak.
You know, I'd almost feel bad for the guy if he didn't bring this all upon
You know, if
himself.
he wouldn't abuse his dog, I would feel a little bad for him, maybe.
And show no accountability for that. Like, he's acting confused about why people have this opinion of him, as if he's not the one who put out so many horrible statements over the years. And then, of course, there's also the whole Kaya stuff, but we've talked about that plenty. We also have an update on Valkyrie, Hassan's apparent girlfriend or not. I don't even know what's going on with that. Apparently they broke up or something. Whole thing's been weird for a long time, but let's start with this. Valkyrie says online hate about her age led to her canceling collabs.
Back to the main point that happened this past week.
Hate about her age means she is very self-conscious that she's getting old. Her eggs are drying up and falling out of her vagina, and she's never going to have children. And ultimately, that's what women want. You know, a lot of people say most women want kids. All women want kids. Some women don't admit it to themselves, but I think all women want kids.
Oh, obviously, admittedly, it's nothing I never want to admit this, but it really affected me over the years. Like, all the hate, all of the, you know, like, oh, you're too old for this, you suck, you know.
That sucks. Shame you're worth $50 million and can literally leave the public eye whenever you wanted to, but instead of doing that, you refuse. You refuse. You need to keep girl bossing. Look, man, this is the most self-induced issue of all time.
Start a family. It actually did get to me, admittedly. Why, that's so sad. Yeah, it f***ed me up. Even
the good news is she has her girlfriend to gas her up about how she's actually completely vindicated about her complaints.
No, I don't want it to. It has,
no,
you know,
it's,
because
again, very
I start
human.
thinking like, you're right. What am I doing? And it's
True,
like,
true. Haters correct once again.
Oh man, like,
You're living your
but this is like my career.
She's not. She is literally not married, no kids, getting old, no purpose in life, nothing. And yeah, no, she's totally right.
She's right. Yeah.
Here, like I'm having
this. You
yeah,
have friends
I like
here.
this.
Oh, you have a YouTube channel, and you have friends that gas you up on feminist bullshit.
First of all, it's kind of funny that Lily Pichu stopped doing the Sweet and Sour podcast with Pokimane, but now she's doing a podcast with Valkyrie. Maybe it's a one-episode thing. I don't know. That is funny. It's like the same person, basically. Real talk, though, this is a great example of toxic positivity, something that we've seen permeates notoriously throughout the AAA gaming industry.
It's AAA game. It's feminism. It is literally feminism. It's this toxic femininity. All right, toxic empathy. Nah. That's nothing like toxic positivity. Nah. That's toxic femininity. This is the most classic toxic feminine trait ever. And there's a lot of amazing, positive, fantastic feminine traits. This is not one of them. Gassing up the girl that's literally fucking killing herself? Nah. Sorry, dude.
It's a bit of a side note. Why is this toxic positivity, though? Because for a moment, Valkyrie actually was considering...
For a moment, she had a moment of lucidity where she actually did realize that her life is kind of worthless. The way it stands right now, completely miserable and alone, but just grinding to be a girl boss. And her girlfriend immediately squashed that notion in her head. No, you're doing everything right. The girl boss life is better. That's why it's toxic.
Having some self-reflection. There's actually nothing wrong with her being in her 30s, mid-30s, and thinking, hey, do I want to do this my whole life?
Nothing wrong. No, she doesn't want to do this her whole life. Oh my god.
Maybe at some point I want to...
10 years before this, she'd have some kids. Her life would be drastically better. And she doesn't want to admit that to herself.
Like, unwind with this public presence, get a family, have kids. There is nothing wrong with her thinking about such a thing. And Valkyrie even says for a moment she was thinking like, oh, those people are right. What am I doing? And again, whether she agrees with them or
I'm not endorsing any harassment of any of these people, by the way. I don't think you should go out there and harass these people. Just like learn from a perspective, an educational perspective. Because I am an education channel first and foremost. Yeah, this bitch fucking up her own life.
It still shows self-reflection and an interest in improving as a person, as leveling up. But Lily Pichu instantly starts giving us toxic positivity. Like, no, you're just being human. You're living your best life.
No, but
not necessarily. You don't know that. Again, there's nothing wrong with her considering other options.
Like,
you're living your...
There is in the feminoid worldview.
This is like my career. Like, I'm having...
Like this. You
yeah,
have friends
I like
here.
this. And so I realized, especially in the past
Squash
year...
her back in that box. She almost escaped the cage.
Because I'm 34 now. I've tried...
Clock is ticking.
To avoid situations where age might become the topic. And so, for example, I was supposed to do a collab with Your Rage, and it was supposed to be an IRL stream, just one-on-one, but I asked, I was like, hey, can we do like a gaming thing with a group? Do it in a group. And so we did Mario Party with Extra Emily and Leslie, and it was really fun. It was awesome. It was fun. I was also supposed to go to the Philippines with Jason the Ween, and it was like a one-on-one thing, and I realized, I was like, man, I just like don't want to IRL stream. Like I actually just want to stay home and be comfortable. So I ended up canceling that. And
her body is screaming at her to get married and become a mom. And she is screaming back at her very physiology. No! The girl boss lifestyle is better. This is like actually heartbreaking, man.
So the scheduling didn't work out anyways. But, and then there's this beautiful 19-year-old, just incredible creator. She can sing, gorgeous. Her name is Yana. And we'd been talking for a while about collabing. I didn't want to do an IRL stream, but I also wanted to like plan something that'd be appropriate. And the way I worded it on stream, it came off as if I didn't want to collab with her because she was 19, which is just simply not true.
So for context on this, Valkyrie was getting criticism for declining this collab specifically because she phrased the age gap as inappropriate, which people thought was weird phrasing. But there's nothing wrong with someone in their mid-30s not wanting to do an IRL stream collab with someone who's a decade and a half younger than they are.
I get it.
You know, most people when they go out, they tend to want to be around people that are close to their age group. So there's nothing wrong with that. But now she's saying that's not the problem. So she's been all over the place with this. I don't even know what her stance actually is at this point.
We were planning things.
I know what her stance is. Her stance is she desperately wants to stay home. She wants to stay home, get married, and have kids. But she also is literally living the best life. She's making millions. She's famous. And it's stopping her from being happy.
I think that she's so talented. I want to be someone that younger streamers can look up to and that I can help raise up. Ugh.
You are literally, I mean this as no offense, you're a bad role model.
You are a bad role model. I'm sorry. A good role model would be someone who's married with a family and kids that they love, that loves them, with a stable household, with a husband. That's a role model.
Oh, God, I wish... I'm just a poorly spoken person. Okay. That's a lot of trauma. And I feel like I'm also too open for my own good, honestly. But, yeah. But at the end of the day, I realize I think I've been putting it off so long because I don't want to admit that I had a problem. Like, I didn't want to leave Twitter because I didn't want them to push me off of it. You know what I mean? Which is really stupid at the end of the day because, like, it really is just a small bubble. It's like the worst people in the world.
The reason why it's affecting her so much is because they're right. Obviously, not all the caters are right, but some of them are right, man. And it's eating her alive because she kind of knows they're right. And inside, she desperately believes them. She just doesn't want them to win. Nope, I will not back down. I will not take accountability. Nope. It's really heartbreaking. Look, man, I get so many haters. Like, insane amounts. I get death threats. I get haters. I get, like, these fictional stories about how I was blown up by Iranian missiles or some shit. But I get it every single day. Every day, I get these death threats and hate and all this garbage. And you know what? I really don't fucking care. Like, don't bother me in my IRL life. I literally do not fucking care. At all, actually. I'm incredibly, thank God, blessed to have the life that I do, to have the family that I do, to have the community and support that I have. And I recognize that, and I thank God for it every single day. And I do not give a shit about what the retards say about me, because honestly, ever since I've been doing politics content, I have been doing my absolute best to be completely upfront and honest and push a true message, a positive true message, and I don't care how messy and how ugly it sounds, or how blunt it sounds sometimes, or how abrasive it might seem to people, because I think I'm pushing the truth and the word of God as much as I possibly can. Sorry, I'm tired of infinite child castration and genital mutilation and infinite abortion jutsu. Sorry, don't like that shit, and I will talk out about it. And yes, I will lose friends because of it online, and yes, I don't care. And yes, your boos mean nothing, because I've seen what makes you cheer. The reason why the boos actually affect Valkyrie is because she knows the boos are right. When I get a leftoid making some hit piece on me, so someone made a video about me, like a 2-hour-long video about how I'm pro-slavery, and they could tell from my stances because I quote the Bible, and I do not care at all, bro. Do not care. All right, I didn't even watch the video. I just saw the title and thumbnail. But, like, what I'm trying to say is, the reason why the boos are affecting you is because the boos are right. If the boos really, really were wrong, they would mean nothing to you.
Bubble, and their entire thing is to clip farm and pokey and etc.
Yeah, so I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get a therapist. I've got one. I'm gonna actually get off Twitter. I need to stop explaining myself, and I'm just gonna freaking show love to the people that deserve it. I know I've said this before. I relapse sometimes, but...
Yeah, so my nuclear take on therapists is that 9 out of 10 therapists are just gonna reinforce the bullshit biases, but only 1 out of 10 therapists are actually helpful. It's so sad that we live in a society like this where so many people are just lost.
But, yeah...
This is just sad, man. Yeah. Sad because, as we've talked about already, Valkyrie actually is capable of self-reflection, but she constantly diverts away from it. Now she's talking about getting a therapist, and it's like, dude, you already know what the problem is, and what changes you need to make. Instead of getting toxic positivity from Lily Pichu, and probably from the therapist next, put in the work and make those changes.
Yep.
Lastly, if you haven't seen this clip, this is why people are saying that Valkyrie has broke up with Hassan.
Oh, shit.
I've been crying a lot.
She needs a husband so badly. Like, this is something you tell your husband, man, not your fucking Twitch chat. What are we doing?
But it's more so like, I'm okay. It's more so, I've been speaking to my, I spoke to my ex a lot, and their messages were really sad, and I feel so, it's very emotional, very emotional. Yeah, but you know, life is life.